Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to this live stream. We are at the semi-finals of the freestyle chess, but also very, very important is the fact that there is going to be a battle for the fifth place that will take place from today because we have Gukesh versus Hikaru and Nodirbek versus Firouzja that will happen. This will be the battle for the fifth place that they will all be fighting for. There are these grand slam points that they need, and also we have Magnus versus Keymer in the semi-finals, and Caruana takes on Sindarov. So a very very warm welcome to everyone here. Let's see if the players are already in there. Gukesh is taking on Nakamura, and this is going to be one of my games to watch out for. I'm going to, look at it very, very closely. What's happening here? And yeah, let's see. Yeah, till now, Gukesh is not to be seen. Maybe he joined in the analysis, yeah, today, guys. Let me see if people in the chat can hear me well. Hello, hello. Yes. Hello, everyone. Guki versus Naka. That's the big one today. And then we also have some more clashes that will happen. There's going to be Magnus Carlsen. Let's see if Magnus is here in the house. Well, we can't see him yet. We also can't see Sindarov versus Caruana. There is Firouzja versus Nodirbek, which is also still setting up. कड़क आवाज से सुजल पाइके रे अरे सुजल जी just increase a little bit sound. Okay guys, I will try and see if we can increase the sound a bit. Harshit bhai will, oh, there we have Javokhir Sindarov, the find of the tournament here. Definitely the guy who has been playing incredibly well. He's already ready for Fabiano Caruana. Guys, Sindarov के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? What do you feel about Sindarov? Indian youngsters should focus on classic chess format than this chess 960. This is just distraction, says Sachin Kanase. Interesting, Sachin. It's a very interesting opinion. Sendil Nathan says, I guess today everyone are analyzing the opening together. Blooming Bliss says the beast Sindarov. Javokhir played good, to be honest, says Sanyukta Patil. He's not exactly in the find. He did well in New York Rapid as well. True, true. I mean, but still, I mean, to do well against Hikaru in a match format, that's special. You can see him now. He's feeling more and more confident about his chances. Uh, I'm curious to see the match between Gukesh and Sindarov. That's not going to happen, guys, in this tournament, unfortunately, now. Because Gukesh is down in 5 to 8 positions while Sindarov is up in 1 to 4. Sindarov is analyzing alone today. Yeah. Esports World Cup when? I think it's in June end. I think so. So that's when the Esports World Cup is. Magnus versus Sindarov finals, calling it, Abhijit says. Well, for now, I feel Magnus versus Caruana seems very likely. But let's have a look at the position for today, guys. So, if we look at the position, by the way, we will soon get the fresh bars for today. We will see that there is a knight in the corner. There is a queen here. There is a rook. There is a bishop in the center. And they say that bishops in the center are tricky. There's a king here, there's a rook, there's a bishop and a knight. What do you think should be the first move of the position? Because one feeling for me is f4 does three things. When you play f4, you open up the rook, you open up the bishop, sorry, queen, and also the bishop. So it has multiple advantages here. But yeah, maybe. Ooh, look at Magnus Carlsen there, by the way, guys. Magnus is here. I think f4 looks likely to me. To my eyes, f4 seems like the most natural move. And while we are speaking here, we have one and only Amruta Mokal joining us all the way from Mumbai. Hello, Amruta.
Hi, Sagar Shah and everyone in the chat.
अरे अमृता
How are
क्या
you
ही
all,
एकदम
Sagar?
शांति से ऐसे तुमने रिप्लाई दिया ऐसे. Hi
हाँ,
everyone in the chat ऐसे.
शांति से आई हूँ आज सागर. No chaos from me.
क्या बात है.
Yes, आज ओपनिंग बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है. नाकामुरा वर्सेस गुकेश मैचअप इज सो कूल एंड इंटरेस्टिंग. तो आज इरादा है कि
मैग्नस अकेला बैठा है अमृता. He is sitting alone.
it's already there.
But today Gukesh is not to be seen somehow. It seems Gukesh has not yet arrived or he's analyzing. We'll get to know from Harshit Bhai who is inside.
Wow, Sindarov also sitting alone over there.
Amruta, what is this? By the way, this T-shirt shirt you are wearing. What are you wearing?
Yeah, it's a
First
it was a
time.
gift. Yeah,
I have
I
never seen
received
it.
it.
Wow.
Meghanavabi gifted me
Oh,
in
nice.
US.
Nice. Solo Prashant Reddy says, is there any info that Guki joining Asset UL? I don't know, just asking cause who is following Asset UL in Insta. I think there are no developments on that front, but if if that happens, it will be epic, right? Because it's the only team, Indian team, right, that plays in Esports World Cup. And then if Gukesh is playing for them, that would be also fun.
How are you today, Sagar?
I'm good,
How is
Amrita.
your energy? How was your day? How was yesterday night?
Very good. Akash Dar says, over the years, I have seen Sagar happy, surprised, shocked, but never angry. Why? Akash Dar, I get angry a lot, but generally on streams not. And now you can see. अरे हर्षित भाई क्या आप लेट आ रहे हो यार. हर्षित
You
भाई
get
ये क्या
angry
है.
a lot. Come on.
ये देखो.
You get angry comparatively least.
Hello,
अरे
hello,
अभी
hello.
मेरे को गुस्सा आ गया यार. ये बोल रहा है कि you
Angry
never
Shah,
get
we want
angry.
angry Shah, Sagar.
तो एंगर दिखा रहा हूँ भाई.
How
By the
are
way,
you?
Harshit bhai, you were inside, right?
Yes.
The hall. Where is Gukesh? Was he
Caruana
analyzing
is there
today?
on the board.
He was again alone, Sagar bhai.
Alone on the board?
On the board. He's
Can we go to Gukesh's board right now, please? It's very interesting to see Nakamura. How?
Oh, I understood.
Handshake.
Guki is here. Board number. I was looking at wrong board. I was like, Gukesh.
Blunder mara, handshake ho gaya. Clocks have started.
I am
Nakamura
saying
is about to
F4 is
make
the
a move.
today.
The rooks on C1 and F1 instead of
We
the
might see a
bishops.
move quickly
We
because-
have rooks. So yeah, F4 because the bishop is getting opened. C4 also because the bishop is getting opened. But this time the H7 is defended with the queen.
Yes, that is true. My feeling, Amruta is saying C4 opens the bishop, but F4 opens queen, bishop, and rook. So my feeling is F4. Harshit
No, I
bhai.
didn't say C4, but let's say Harshit Bhai because generally he's very, very
Yeah,
right.
Harshit bhai thinks like.
Bolo? What happened, Sagar? Did you make any other blunder? By the way, Brave, who is a member for only 1 month. So, newest member, thank you so much for being the backer of Indian chess. Sagar bhai, please play chess with me. I am 1000 ELO. Yeah, that's your request.
Hello, hello. I think something went wrong.
Can you hear me?
Brave, when is Sagar going to be so brave to play with you? When will he get that time? We have to see. But
Hello, hello.
definitely one of the days.
भाई आवाज
बहुत
तो
लो
कम
है
हो
आवाज
गया।
तुम लोगों का। हाँ, what happened?
अभी
अच्छा,
आ रहा है?
OBS से इंक्रीज कर लो। एक मिनट, मेरा आवाज तो कम करो फिर। OBS से इंक्रीज करो। लो साउंड, लो साउंड, नो साउंड। We can't hear you, Sagar. Can you try to speak again? By the
Hello,
way,
hello.
Naka has still not made a move. And guys in the chat, while Sagar and Harshit are getting their sound over here, can you please guess the first move? What would you play in this position? Let's see, chat में कौन सबसे पहले
Hello, hello.
बोलता है जो that move matches with Nakamura's move while they adjust. Okay, not at all. Gone for me also. Lawn
Now
castle
you
cannot be possible. Yeah, my voice is very loud, so I think I'll speak a
now
little
you can
low.
hear us, right?
Now I can hear you very well.
Beautiful.
What about you,
Yeah,
Sagar?
yeah,
Yes.
it should be better, but
It's the earphones are like touch me not tree. So you better keep it in a way where you're very far from that.
yeah. भाई हर्षित भाई आप ध्यान रखो, अभी टच
Yes,
मत
yes,
करो
yes.
भाई इसको।
अरे
ओके
गुस्सा हो जाओ ना और today Harshit bhai we had a question that Sagar gets angry. Sagar, they have not seen Sagar getting angry on stream. Actually, even on stream sometimes upset. You can get
Guys,
upset but not angry.
Nakamura is thinking for now roughly 2 minutes. He hasn't played his move yet.
Mhm.
Let's look at some other boards on what is going on there.
Sure.
So we have Magnus Carlsen versus Keymer, also no move played yet.
So it's a tough position because normally there are some patterns I think they have developed, but here they have not yet. Can we try to just analyze instead of going to other games? Just stay
F3 by
at
Fabi.
Nakamura's game. No, let's try to analyze a bit and guess the move. I don't want to miss the first move
But
on the board.
Amruta, F3 by Fabi. I'm very
Ooh.
surprised, not F4.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
I guess he wanted to control the e4 square because they didn't want to go f4 because after f4 and e4 the h5 d1 diagonal is weak potentially.
Wow. Okay,
Oh,
very
very nice
interesting
point.
choice here.
Hmm.
And then we go to the game of Nodirbek versus Firouzja.
Mhm.
I tell you to first stay on Nakamura's board,
F6
then we'll
played.
shift Sagar.
Okay, let's go.
सागर को
to
गुस्सा आ ही नहीं रहा है। देखो मैं कितना बोल रही हूँ, वो चाहिए वो करेगा लेकिन
G4.
अरे यार फर्स्ट मुंह कब से बता रही हूँ, इधर रुक जाओ।
खेला
देखो
नहीं, we saw it, Amruta. G4 on the board.
Wow. Trying to go knight g3, and I think we saw this idea yesterday by Sindarov, and Hikaru maybe taking a page out of that book, going for g4 himself.
Yeah. Now, what would you play, Harshit Bhai? Now there are few options, right? One move is D5.
I'm very
In the
tempted
center.
by c6, trying to
C6.
get my bishop on b8 out, and perhaps even going g6, bishop e5, bishop g7.
somehow this reminds me of Sindarov because
ये क्या है भाई?
he
Transfer.
had gone g6 and I don't know who, sorry, the h8 knight was in trouble, and then Sindarov had got g4 knight g3. So I think for black g6 should be avoided, no, unless he has f5 for sure or something.
Yeah, possibly, Amrita. That's a good point. But we will actually, what move would you play here? By the way, guys, updating the bar. Amrita, what will
If you
you
want to
play?
copy in a symmetrical way, then b5 is a consideration.
Or G5 maybe, just.
The bars are
g5
working.
going symmetrical,
Wow.
also consideration. Yeah, my voice is slightly higher.
Okay, I will read. You don't do anything. I'll reduce from here, Amrita.
वहां से तुम डायरेक्ट म्यूट कर सकते हो मुझे।
Okay.
Here we have the bars as well.
Thank you, Rakshit Bhai, for making this. Very, very grateful to you. Sindarov is already equal. Like Caruana didn't get any edge out of the opening, it seems.
I mean, he just made the first move. अभी तो
वही
opening
तो,
क्या था?
अभी just शुरू
Uh,
हुआ है.
you know the way I would also like to think here is, suppose I have short castle, okay, from black side. Then how would I like my pawn structure to be so that my king is not weak? Similarly, if I have long castle, the same question. And maybe with that also I'll try to decide on the first move.
Mm.
So king on c8, rook on d8. And then maybe
By
c6
the way,
d5
we
looks
can
like a
also
better
do
spread.
this.
Oh,
Oh, direct!
Yes, long castle is also possible, guys, here.
First move long castle is so
Although
much
it
fun.
doesn't make sense, yeah, to do it right now, because you also then give up on the option of short castling or the G file castling,
can I go knight g6?
because you want your knight to come
F4,
here.
f4, f5.
g5. Oh, even
g5
G
I'm
is
happy with,
okay.
right? Kind
But
of,
what
because
if I take
I'm
takes,
also
rook
happy.
takes.
and now
You're also happy.
E3?
Yeah, but e3, e5 maybe.
E3. I have knight G3, right? Tempo.
With a tempo. Huh? And then F5 also may have.
No, but the king is very weak.
Oh, I could play here, then the knight doesn't get here.
Yeah, if e3 I go, I'm very happy with something. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
knight G3 I like it. Knight G3.
E3 and
Okay,
now black to
let's
play.
ask guys. Black to play. What's the move here? Wow, tactics.
Oh, so cool. Reminds me of the Fool's Mate.
That's a good way to look at it. Yes, guys, the white king is very weak on d1. How can you take advantage of that?
Yeah. If you are a fool, you'll definitely find this.
और knight f4 के बाद long कैसे किया तो क्या हो रहा है?
क्या बात है.
Great
बढ़िया
job,
बढ़िया.
guys.
आज तो
Knight takes
हर्षित's
pawn.
questions are already rocking, guys. मतलब I would suggest take a notebook and a pen.
It's
It's
already a
checkmate.
mate. And if not this,
I got a
and
very
you
good
play
idea.
long castle.
We can ask 20 questions every day, and the person who gets the most correct, maybe we can have, like, we can
How
have
to
like
Take
find
his
a
name.
shout
Shout out.
Yeah.
We can
Shout
give
out.
this mango to the person.
No, no,
Wow.
don't give anything because then we cannot
Amrita,
keep a
today
tab
we
on
got
cheating.
mango from
That
Frederic
is-
Friedel. He came here
Wow.
with the mangoes because the
Wow.
moment I went to his house in Hamburg, I
I
saw a
know
mango
you.
and I ate it. So
Arre,
today he
arre.
remembered and he brought mango.
Wow.
So sweet of him, man.
Guys, we will have Frederic Friedel joining us for some time later.
Mhm.
But for now, Harshit bhai, how do we find that person who is giving all the right answer? Like there is
Self-acclaimed, they would be very truthful and honest with each other. So because you know what will happen is if they are not, then anyway it will be a boomerang for them.
Hmm.
So only those who are truthful will write. And we
Mm.
will trust. So that's how.
So
ठीक
g4
है idea?
knight g6 खेले या नहीं अमृता?
Knight G6, no, I don't like it. I would suggest we'll go with something else. Pawn move बताओ, हर्षित भाई.
G5.
c6 मेरा favorite
Why
है.
not G5?
हाँ, that I like. C6
Because I don't
like.
like copying in general.
संस्कार ओपी एग्जाम में इन्होंने 98% मिलाया था, which is very difficult, guys. You might get in physics 98%.
This looks very good for black, of course, because you develop with a tempo, and in general, if you can develop your piece by attacking one of your opponent's pieces, that's obviously a very good sign.
I think one move
Yeah,
which
this I
cannot
like.
go wrong in such positions is just bringing the knight out. Like
This
you
also
know,
I don't like.
you cannot go wrong by bringing a
Same
piece
problem,
out.
no, Sagar? Knight b6 also. At some point, this you have to be careful with c4, c5. So I would suggest b5 is a move, g5 is a move, c6 as Harshit says is a move.
c6 I like.
Similarly, f6 is also a move. And central pawn, I don't think you can put d5 or
Actually,
e5 immediately because of weakness.
Yeah.
F6 is very interesting the more that I think. Yeah, I like this idea of F6. And if F4, what was the point, Amrita? Just
Right now, I did not make it was pointless. We just opened the bishop f7, and
Yeah,
slowly
and
getting
then
here.
long
But I'm
castles.
not.
Yeah, it's possible. Knight
Like,
b3, long castle. I think it's a good idea in
oh,
general.
now that I see it again, even I don't like this myself. So
Hmm.
very tough
Let's
position.
go to other boards and see how
Yeah.
players are dealing with this.
Yeah.
So let's go to Magnus game first, because I think that one will really show us a few things. Magnus always seems to understand these positions much deeper than everyone else.
Yeah.
So let's look at Magnus. And
Whoa,
we have,
g4, and guess what Magnus played? The move that you guys thought won't happen.
let's go.
Hello, hello, hello.
And if f4, I am expecting him to go f5, gf, rook f5, and then Harshit bhai, the best move here is not e3 but bishop g3 with the idea of e4.
Yeah, but let's say c6.
Can I not go f4?
e4 always
E4.
runs into some tactic, I think. Like, even
Wow, but Magnus has played knight g6. Harshit, your move.
yeah.
That's awesome, but
I'm-
I don't like it. So Vincent, I am looking forward. Can Vincent take advantage of that?
King e1, and now the queen jumps in from c4. This is crazy.
Oh no, this is very practically
d3, knight
dangerous
takes
for
d3.
white.
Bim, bim, bam,
King
bam.
1
ये भी मर अच्छा
Yeah,
Everything
but you
is.
can't allow all of this. Like you are looking at bad ideas with white.
no, we are
No.
just thinking like what is the point if f4, because f4 looks like the most natural way to expand
Yeah,
here.
for sure. Like,
Yes.
and you also open the queen.
F5 also looked natural, no? Which Harshit wants to stop F5. So F4, F5 looks okay, but I don't think I want to play the E pawn.
You
But-
can also play f6. You can also play. Yeah, I think Magnus has maybe played this tactically, but if Vincent is careful, he can get an advantage.
Yeah,
So
but
this is risky strategy. In pure chess terms, Magnus has played something like Benoni.
yeah, but if you think about it, when Magnus plays something, you're just so scared to punish it immediately that you might wonder ki maybe this is just very good for black if I go f4. So that's
You trust
another.
your opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Magnus game. Going to the Sindarov versus Fabi game, we have here Sindarov playing very interestingly f3. Fabi goes f5, opening the queen, rook, and bishop
Mhm.
as we expected, and then Sindarov playing c4.
No, Fabi
Oh,
playing
sorry,
c3.
Fabo. Sorry,
Fabu.
Fabiano.
Sabo and Fabi mixture Fabo.
f3 was Fabi's move. Sindarov went f5 and now c4. Got it.
This I like the way Fabi is playing
I
this.
think
with
Fabi is
white.
going for this knight b3, knight a5, and a sneaky checkmate idea.
Hey, wow, you should show that just for like fun.
Let's say knight g6 you go, knight b3. If you go knight b6, that would be an amazingly decent move, because after knight a5, I'm
Let's
threatening
say if
to.
you go knight takes c4 now, guys, what should white play?
No.
No?
Okay. The question was, Amrita,
What's the best
Yeah.
move
what's
for black?
the best move for black here?
Oh, not.
Very tough.
तुमने दिखा दी.
कैसे?
Okay, but I'll not. Maybe it's not the right one.
Apurv Kamble
Can-
finding it. Harshit Goyal finding it. Mohit Tiwari also finding it. Exactly,
Sagar,
guys.
people want me to explain about the cup. Do you want me to explain or I should?
Yeah, you can. Please.
Serious. Itna seriously you can.
No, please explain.
No, this is just like because every time we feel life is so full of shit and it's all shitty kind of, but it's not like you can just flush it away and it's fine. It's just a part of life. So I think you can look at it in a more positive way.
Wow.
So that's the reminder.
Very nice
Because
way
every
to look at
morning
it.
when you drink tea, which Sagar makes, and it will be
I
put
don't
in this
even
cup.
realize
So-
that she's drinking it and she's saying flushing it away.
अरे. तौबा तौबा तौबा.
So, Amrita, you are drinking it, no?
Yeah. You can. That's what I mean. You don't look at it in the way it is shown. You just have a positive outlook towards it.
This
You
happened?
learn from it.
Wow. So many moves happened here.
Yeah. So here Abdusattorov, as always, moving fast. And now going back to Gukesh versus Naka. Oh, Gukesh went for my move.
Knight b6.
Which
Wow.
one?
Just bringing the knight out because I
Wow.
think Gukesh was
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
like me. He was like bringing a piece
It
out
cannot be a
cannot be
bad.
wrong.
Yeah. But the
But
thing,
you know, was it yesterday he got his knight on h8 a little bit in trouble? Was it yesterday? I don't remember.
Yeah, no, I think overall this move is an unambitious move according to me. Like it's more like I will play my anyway a good move. I'm not stopping you from doing anything.
Hmm.
At the same time,
Because I am not,
maybe
again,
he's
like I,
preparing to hit here.
both these knight moves, not sure. Was it being analyzed, Harshit, in the, when you went, how many players were sitting together and checking it out?
Sindarov was analyzing alone.
Oh, so Gukesh was alone, Magnus was alone, Sindarov was alone. What about
Firouzja was
Naka?
alone.
He
Naka was
was also.
analyzing alongside Fabi, Vincent, and Abdusattorov. And I think they were discussing f4 mainly.
Hmm.
But Hikaru thought for a few minutes and then went for this g4 idea.
Hmm. Oh, so if he was analyzing with Fabi went for c4 and f3, correct? So he also did not. They analyzed f4 and I think nobody liked it then.
Yeah, I think everyone went for different ideas in this starting position. G4 and Gukesh obviously likes to think by himself, thinks for 9 minutes, going for this knight b6 idea. He should obviously be very careful that white can castle long and always defend the pawn on b2. f4 played by Hikaru,
Hmm.
gaining some space on the queen side.
Hikaru is full on gaining space on the attack, and I think Gukesh has to tread carefully here.
Yeah, and yesterday I actually thought that Hikaru played supremely well in the first few moves in the opening and the middle game of the game. But I think in the end game, while he was trying to convert his advantage into a win, that's where he was falling just a little short, and Sindarov was able to defend himself very well. But I think today Hikaru will be very, very focused and will try to put maximum pressure on Gukesh with white pieces.
I agree. And I think people should know that what they are playing for is this Grand Slam Tour points, because whatever points you earn here, they will be added in your next event, and at the end, there will be a Grand Slam Tour champion after 4 events. That's
Exactly.
the fifth one totally. Sorry, after total 5 events. So that's the reason why that is important, and the prize money is different for different places.
And the difference between the prize money is very big. I think the first prize in this event is $200,000. Second is $140,000. Third is $100,000. So very, very, stark difference in the prizes that these players are playing for. So I'm sure that they will try their best to try and get as much as they can.
Yeah, so the prize fund is 7,50,000.
Dollars.
But from that 6,60,000 is 660,000 is for this tournament. 90,000 is for other players who are not playing here but are part of the freestyle chess tour, freestyle club. By the way, Arjun Erigaisi, who is not playing here, is going to earn $27,000 just by being part of the tour.
Wow.
Yes, that's the incredible part.
Wow.
And just so that people know, fifth place here is a massive $50,000.
Wow.
While if you finish eighth, it's $20,000. So imagine if Gukesh today wins, then again wins against the player who won between Nodirbek and Firouzja, he will manage to finish fifth and get 50,000 points.
Yeah,
$50,000.
Yeah, there is a difference of $30,000 that they are playing for, and alongside that, GP points, and obviously the most important thing is that the players are playing for themselves and they never want to lose the game. Very, very competitive mindsets all of these players have, and I think that we are going to see a big fights even after they have not qualified for the semis.
Yeah. And we have a super chat by Akash Dhar who says how a normal chess player overcome the strategies that needs to be built up for the numerous freestyle opening positions. Isn't it like complete relearning?
Yes, so Akash, I do think that it is completely different from the classical format in terms of the openings, but that's why we are watching it. It makes it so interesting. It's a completely unique format, and we are getting a lot of chaos right from the get-go, and we are getting a lot of creative ideas by both players. And I think yesterday we were talking about how one has to completely relearn all
Tagging
the
confession box, huh? Yesterday.
fundamentals. Oh,
No, it's
okay.
not true.
It is. At least it is. On chess.com they have it.
Maybe he left actually.
Right now.
क्योंकि अभी कोई
Right
नहीं
now
है।
he is.
वो लोग थोड़ा बाद में दिखाते हैं शायद,
Ah.
तो maybe he left.
Hmm.
Okay, very sorry then. Go on, Harshit.
Yeah, so it's completely different format. So you have to relearn a lot of things that differ from normal chess.
And I don't know if someone wants to relearn or not. Like Magnus really wants to relearn everything.
Mhm.
And he said that I have to consciously get rid of some of my biases for, center control. Like here, moving the central pawns is bad. Like you want to do this, but actually this pawn can become a weakness because it's not defended.
Mhm.
So these are a few things which you have to unlearn and then try to apply. Whether anyone wants to do that is a good question. They are trying to make it very important in this entire circuit, or this Grand Slam tour, by having attractive prize money, making sure that the players can play this tournament. Like imagine if you win like couple of Grand Prix, this Grand Slam, then you go back home with $500,000 a year.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
huge amount.
4 crore rupees almost, 4 to 5 crores.
Yeah, and in India, I think that's a huge sum of money. Anywhere in the world, obviously, that's a very big amount of money. So a lot to play for. Knight b3 was chosen by Vincent. He didn't go for this f4 idea. I do think that he was a bit afraid of black going for this f5 and trying to get quick counterplay against white's kings. That's why knight b3 was chosen. But I think c6.
You did mention about it, no? For knight g6, it could happen that Magnus has gone there, and many times you don't go for a move like f4. So that is happening here, in fact.
Yeah, and I think c6 now, and Magnus is again going to be very happy with this position,
C6.
trying to control f4. And if you go e3 again,
f3, no, not e3.
yeah, f3, yeah, you can go for f3, and then I just gain space with knight b6, I guess.
Bishop g3,
Okay, I go long castles, I guess now.
bishop b8 should be okay.
Yeah, bishop b8, king b8, and we get some interesting
G3,
position.
And now you can get d5 and your
Exactly,
second control,
d5.
the king is safe and everything.
Yeah. D6 e5 is d6 c5 is also possible. Just trying to restrict the knight on b3 and coming out with bishop c6 exactly. And yeah, knight b3 chosen, and I think Magnus is thinking, but I think he should be happy. He's able to understand how to perfectly navigate in the first few moves of the game. And I think this small difference is what is separating him with all the other top players playing in this event.
Agreed. Magnus is realizing the importance of every move. Meanwhile, Gukesh
has gone for this f5 idea. Wow.
Let's go, guys. We are in for a treat in this game, because I'm pretty sure Naka will take.
But it's a little different because the knight is on b6, which is not attacking the f4 pawn. And now white can simply go c3 because the rook on f5 is attacked and you have to retreat. And I don't know if this is exactly what I wanted to do.
Because here also, like Magnus's game, you would long castle with white.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct?
You will long castle with white, and you just spend 2 moves by going rook f5 and rook f8 back. With knight g6, it was a different story altogether because I was going for something very concrete.
But what if I take and there is something else that Gukesh has in mind instead of taking the
pawn? You mean bishop h? No.
Well, he sacrificed a pawn yesterday and it really did not work out. So I don't know if he's going to be very excited about sacrificing a pawn in
like,
the
would
opening.
you consider something like g6, where normally when the pawn is there and on c4, we go b3, right? So let's say if you go g6.
Well, yes, but
Oh, but then you don't have rook also on h8 this time. So
yeah,
fg6, knight g6. Not very interesting. Not as cool as usual.
Maybe this is Gukesh's idea.
I don't know because
Mm,
do you have a threat?
Not really.
right now f4 is
It's
okay, not
not.
even that.
Exactly. So I don't really think so. And especially because yesterday he sacrificed a pawn and it didn't work well. I
If
think
we
that,
play this, then f4 is hanging.
yeah,
Because of this mate.
queen g8, you actually don't take on g8, but you go bishop h5 check.
Mate.
And you are going to mate in the next few moves.
So f5, and now white must take, I
Take,
think.
yeah, he should
And
take.
black has to maybe. I don't think Gukesh wants to take here.
Well, what else? You have to take, no? Because if you go bishop h5,
Knight
which looks
g3.
natural, I have knight g3. I bring my bishop in the game, and obviously white is doing very well in this position. So I think you have to take, and then c3. Do you really like black moving his rook twice in the opening?
Yeah, this is maybe he has some idea of putting the rook somewhere where it's useful, not coming back, but like
Rook a5
Knight
with the idea of rook
b3.
a2 at some point.
Rook
At
a5,
some
knight b3.
Knight b3. And I don't have rook a2, bishop a2, bishop c2, king c2,
Sorry. What?
rook a5.
Knight b3?
I don't have rook a2, bishop a2, bishop f7, no? Because king
No,
c2 you
that's
have.
yeah, that's too much. Yeah.
King c2.
by the way, I think Gukesh is playing this a little bit too lightly, the opening, and it's coming into a situation where he's getting a very, very difficult position. So, yeah, this is not something that Gukesh would already be very, very thrilled with this position.
Yeah, and Hikaru is thinking. Hikaru is very, very focused right now. He wants to win this match with at all costs because after his loss yesterday, I think he was very dejected and disappointed. I also think in some interview he was really not happy with his play and went on to say some things which he may or may not mean. But in the heat of the moment, he was like very, very emotional. So I think today we will definitely see a vintage Hikaru where he's going to try his best and put his opponent under maximum pressure.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
and
agree.
also, but yesterday there was a very beautiful shots on Chess with India. I think Abhidaya shot it, yes, I did.
Yeah, there's a very nice
And
shot of him with his wife, Atusha, who's supporting him. And for all the people who haven't seen what happened yesterday, it was that Hikaru almost said that it's time for him to retire. And the reason why he gave that is because his mind is no longer working like it used to
Yeah.
before.
It's great that he has support in terms of his wife here who's making sure that he can only focus on chess and not have to worry about anything else. Very important to have this kind of support for chess players who are
Harshit
very,
bhai, who
very
is the
anxious.
biggest supporter in your career until now?
oh, I thought you will ask you, Harshit, where is your wife?
I mean, for sure my family and friends. Like,
इतने सारे लोग बोलोगे तो कैसे चलेगा? One person.
I mean, so besides family, one of my best friends in chess is like Abhimanyu Puranik, who is also a grandmaster. I've been traveling with him to like all of the events basically, and it's his birthday today.
Oh,
Oh,
So
maybe we could call him
wow.
to say hi once.
You can dedicate some message to him.
no, I mean I've been basically traveling to all of chess events with him. I got all of my norms, every single norm of mine in the like when I was with him, and I think he also got a lot of norms when we were traveling together. So I think we do share a big part of our chess journey together. He's also doing very well now.
He's
Almost
26,
his top
30.
100 now. Yes.
Yeah.
26,
Plus,
So
30.
he's very interesting chess player. I mean, so aggressive,
yes.
very exciting chess. Too
This
good.
starting position
Absolutely.
feels
So,
miles
yeah,
more
I mean, in
diverse
chess,
than
we have a very
any
nice community in
events
India,
we've
and
seen in the last couple of days.
I'm very happy
I
that
really
even though we were
didn't
competitors on the
like
board,
the
we
first move, but
remained
just
very, very good friends off the board.
the idea
So
was
yeah,
that-
if
that
he
way. And
follows
guys,
up
you
with
can
a
mention in the
natural
chat
pawn
who is
push
that
f4,
one person
then
who
I can
helps
go
you in your
from the other
career.
side c5. and
By the way, we have
if he,
Magnus in the
if he then
confession
goes
booth.
for,
Kya baat hai?
for f5, I get the knight in e5, which is quite a typical theme in freestyle, getting that knight established, and then later on I can go f6, opening up for my queen and so on. But I was really worried after knight g6. What if he goes d4? And taking away that square, I didn't really see anything big. Knight b3, as he played, is also very dangerous for me. I didn't love any of my options there. The one that I chose, e5, looks quite dicey. But if I can get f6, opening up for the queen on the next move, I think if he possible knight jumps can be met with castling, he can attack my pawn again with his queen. But I think I have a couple of decent ways to defend then. But I don't know. It feels like it's a fight for survival now from the very first moves. If I can get, if I have a playable position in 5 moves, I'll be very happy, and I think I'll be in good shape. But honestly, at this point, it doesn't feel certain that I'm gonna, that I'm gonna get there. But we'll see.
Guys, that was Magnus Carlsen in the confession booth while the game was going on, and he spoke about what was going on. I think some people were saying that he's feeling a bit afraid about his position.
Yeah, he is not very happy. Already he's saying that it's for survival. Like he has to find this. He knight b3 ke baad also, I think he was not liking his position. I did not hear in the beginning, but yeah, I think.
Wow.
He doesn't like his position?
He's saying this is fight for survival.
What?
That's too much, yeah?
Yeah,
In words, which words, guys, he said that? Can you please write it over here, because he didn't mention that.
just turn on the heater, Sagar.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I don't know what he said about the initial move, if the chat heard. But when Magnus comes, when we go to confession room, Sagar, maybe you may have to increase the sound because it's hard to hear him.
Yeah. Sure. I will do that. And by the way, right now, I think for Magnus, it feels a little bit worrisome, but I don't know why, because for white doesn't seem like a killer blow, but f3 looks like a nice move, Harshit bhai. Opening up the bishop here, trying for h4, h5, also opening the queen here.
Yeah, f3 is a very good move, rightly pointing out that the bishop on e1 can jump to h4, putting pressure immediately on the black's king. The knight on g6 is currently protecting that square, but as you mentioned, h4, h5 to kick that knight away from g6. Guys, we have seen this typical idea so often in freestyle chess that you should definitely keep it in mind to try and dislodge the knight on g6 by going h4 and h5.
Yeah, and I think overall this is what Magnus doesn't like, that he is a little bit
No,
passive.
also, Sagar, Neil had mentioned, yes, I remember. He said he is fighting to survive. He originally was worried about the d4 response. So for knight g6, I think he was worried about d4. But he thinks knight b3 is also hard to meet. d4,
Interesting.
wow, like we never considered d4 when the king is on d1, but this is.
Yeah, I do think that the position has not yet become so complicated that he needs to go in survival mode, but maybe he just doesn't like how his pieces are placed, and thinks that, for example, now after c4 and this idea with h4, white has a very, very promising initiative.
And also to get to know what he's thinking right now is such a huge thing, right? When we are commentating, otherwise we never get to know what is happening. So confession booth is a great concept, and it's amazing that the players are using it. I can only hope that more players use it. Oh, by the way,
actually you were so right, Sagar, because this helps us to understand the opening, and I think Magnus is also very hard on himself.
Ara Amruta, look at what happened. GF5, Rook F5, C3. Same variation that we were looking at. And I'm not sure if Gukesh is going to be happy with this development, because the move that you mentioned, Rook to A5, doesn't really bring any laurels, because after knight B3, you're just simply going to be forced to go back.
I think he'll go back. Now that it has happened, I feel it's the most prudent move. Just come back.
Okay, can I ask you, if you go Rook H5, obviously you call with another tempo knight G3, which you don't like it.
Exactly.
And if you keep the Rook on H6 right now, at some point to swing, still it's doing nothing. Knight F5 also isn't. No, this is very bad. It's super bad. So he has to go back.
No, yeah, I mean, you cannot allow your opponent's pieces to develop with two tempies. So I do think that Rook F8 must be played now. But
By the way, guys, just a question. Knight F5, Rook G6. What is a good move for white here? White to play.
cannot believe you found this, Sagar Bhai.
I was just thinking
So
that is there
good.
something nice that white can do?
Sagar Bhai, tricky.
Yes,
Sagar Bhai,
today.
क्या किया भाई
So
आज? You are looking
Harshit
very
bhai.
energetic.
Yes, I slept well. Thoda I worked a little less than every day.
Wow.
I also took it a bit slow, my life. I'm inspired by you, Harshit bhai, to be relaxed in life.
Yeah, Sagar Bhai. सब कुछ हो जाएगा as it should happen.
क्या बात है?
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
अरे
By the way, about go on.
today I also managed to go to the sauna, so I was I'm very energetic and relaxed now.
Wow. But is sauna very re-energizing or?
It's very relaxing and soothing. So I would definitely recommend you to go to the amazing spa that they have in Weisenhaus.
Yeah.
Maybe
But also after you go to sauna, you should have some time to come back and rest. Like, after it's
Maybe you can-
tiring in a different way. Like
you-
rest is tiring.
you
right?
can come to the stream in a bathrobe like Danny came to the playing hall yesterday.
Yeah. That would be very cool. I think in general.
It will be a cool
पर
actually.
इधर तक ही दिखता है ना, तो अपन बाथरोब पहने या जो भी पहने कुछ दिखता नहीं है. So that would be normal. But guys, all those who said bishop h4, you are right. Because if I win the queen, there is a mate here. So another mating pattern that can be looked at very carefully.
Yeah, I blundered. Gee. Stupid.
What did you want, Amruta?
No, it's so embarrassing to even say it. Knight d6, rook g1, knight b7 mate. But rook d6 are.
What?
No, it was stupid, Baba. That's what I
Ah,
said.
Amruta
okay.
is saying like if you take here, then check.
Yeah.
If you
No,
take
bishop
here,
g6 यार वो भी blunder ही था सब blunder ही था
bishop g6.
it was just rook
Oh,
g1
interesting.
knight b7
Not
हो
bad,
गया
by the way.
that's it
Yeah.
सागर
By
कितना
the way,
defend करोगे मेरे को
Gukesh comes back, Amruta. Rook f8.
By the way, Lentil asks a question. Sagar, you said Guki, Prag, and Arjun are in next event already. Who are the other players? I want Arvind. Also, where in India will the Indian leg happen?
So, by the way,
F5.
f5 by Hikaru.
Very quickly as well. And we actually saw this concept of c4, c5 once, which
Yesterday.
gave white a big advantage.
Yesterday.
I am pretty sure Hikaru had seen that idea with the engine and now goes for this f5. Not
but
sure.
bishop f7 what are you going to do by the way because a2 is attacked you don't have knight b3 you don't have c4 so first question bishop f7
Yeah, it's a good question.
but my knight
actually.
on h8 is a little bit
I-
not happy but okay
It's not
Hmm.
totally out of question, right? To do this pawn sacrifice. Like,
Yeah.
take, queen takes,
Queen b3?
bishop here.
queen b2
And the
G7
G7
is
is
hanging.
hanging. And this looks very scary. Bishop h4 bhi aa raha hai. This
long
looks...
castle 1 second
अरे अमृता भाग गई.
No, I like this. I mean, I would definitely consider this because of your king.
Hmm.
It's
I
very
pawns फर्क
interesting.
नहीं पड़ेगा. I think it's a lot of compensation here.
True.
So this is one candidate variation to consider.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. Bishop f7, good suggestion by Amruta. Is there any other
Do you
move?
also want to try to answer that question? Who will be the other players playing?
So the thing is, 3 Indians are decided already.
Prag, Gukesh, and Arjun.
Yes, there are also 5 spots from this event. Those who finish in top 5 go there. Then there'll be one wild card which will go to not wild card, but it's a qualifier spot which will be from chess.com qualifiers online. And there'll be one spot which will be given to the local player. I don't know if Firouzja might be that player or Firouzja might finish in top 5. Oh, by the way, this is also one of the reasons why players will fight for that 5th spot.
Absolutely. They want to qualify for the next leg. Who would not want to be part of this event with such attractive prize funds, such amazing venues and organization? I think not only for spectators and fans, but also for players, this is absolutely an event that they would love to be a part of.
But the question is, Harshit, how much do you think this prize fund matters to them? Because these are the elite players who keep winning and getting big amounts of
Not
prizes.
sure.
So this
I
prize
don't know
money-
actually, Amruta. I think I am
Ah.
going to differ with that opinion because the prize fund that has been put up in this event is completely unmatched with most of the events that have been happening in classical. Here, even if Arjun, even by not playing, guarantees himself $27,000. And to get this kind of a prize fund in a tournament like World Cup, you have to go to round five, which is absolutely, I mean, it's extremely difficult to do that. So I do think that
Huge.
the prize fund here is massively attractive for all the players.
Wow.
By the way, people are saying there is top 3 only, not top 5. There is rating se 3 spot, I think. So 3 spots from rating, 3 spots from top 3, 1 big tournament, 1 champion, 1 local favorite, and 1 online qualifier. Okay, that
Is
makes
Hikaru in
sense.
confession? No, no.
No.
I don't think so, but
No, no, no. No, Hikaru is
The
not.
chat is trying
also,
to
Sagar,
goal.
did you request for the heart rate? We need to show
Yeah,
the
I
heart rate.
asked
Without
them.
that, I think
I-
it's a little half, no?
Yes, I asked them. They said like they will check, and I think by tomorrow, perhaps we should again. Like they will tell me.
Perhaps.
So G6 now I think is very logical, trying to exchange the pawn on F5 because your opponent has moved his pawn twice and you can exchange that pawn by just moving your pawn once. So if your opponent moves his knight, for example, 3 times and you can exchange it just by one move, I do think that's a favorable exchange for you
Yeah.
because you basically save 2 tempos. So I think with that mindset, G6 might be a good idea.
Amazing, amazing. We have a message from Gaurav Brahme. I think he also contributed yesterday on Help Chess. So Gaurav, thank you so much for that contribution. Also today, just so that people know, helpchess.org is where he contributed right now 2189 because he's the 2189 believer. Thank
Thanks
you,
a lot.
Gaurav bhai.
Yes.
And he says, first time in my life I'm contributing for sports. Wow. Planning to relocate in Mumbai in a couple of months. Would love to join Chessbase Foundation. I would like to learn few tips for chess too. Gaurav, we would be so happy to have you. Just to let you know, guys, we also are doing a lot of work for spreading chess in areas where chess cannot be afforded, like underprivileged areas. So in children's home, then we want to now start Harshit by chess in a cancer home.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So there we need people to help us. It's like on a volunteer basis. So if anyone in Mumbai wants to do that, please feel free to reach out. I will also put the link of our form of our help chess form in our description. So then you can use that.
Mhm.
So just yeah.
Rudra says, great move, loved it.
Kya?
G6. But it's not on the board yet. So maybe we could just keep it back.
Yes.
I would love to support, but I'm in Bangalore, says Samir.
Yes, we will start in other cities also
Slow
once.
and steady.
But for now, I'm going to put the 5th link. It's called Teach Chess India is our initiative. And I'll put the link of Teach Chess India volunteer.
So many times, guys, things start like slow and steady. And then they reach a stage where it is fast and furious.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow.
it will happen.
Nice transition there, Amruta.
By the way, people are saying, can we go to Fabi game? Because I think that one is really an exciting one for so many people.
Whoa.
Because Javokhir Sindarov is the man of the moment.
And we've got a lot of moves here.
Can
Can
we
go from
check the opening? Because it looks very different. F3.
Queen D4? Wow. He goes for this queen move. Very, very interesting. Trying to go to A4 perhaps.
Like Harshit, yesterday when the Queen E5 was played and you were mentioning that Queen is not getting attacked, similar thing is happening with Queen D4, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, here your queen is indeed getting attacked with E5, but you have bishop H4 check, putting the black king under pressure. And also after E5, if you notice, Amruta, the D6 square has become very weak, and suddenly your knight on E4, which cannot be attacked by any pawn, which means that it is an outpost, can suddenly jump into d6, now giving white a big advantage. I think that this is a very provocative move. He's trying to induce black into playing e5, because after queen a4, it's going to become very difficult for black to play against all the weaknesses that he has.
And knowing Sindarov and the way he has played yesterday, he is definitely going to avoid a move like e5 and
Absolutely.
making the d6 square weak, right?
So I would actually try to run with my king on the queens, on the kings. So what I would like to do is go bishop g6, maybe go queen f7 next, and just do a switcheroo. Put the king on the corner, Sagar bhai.
Nice. Makes sense.
Let's say you go knight b3, trying to develop your knight, go here. I will go queen f7. Let's say you make bishop h4. And now I'm just going to do a switcheroo. And the king from d8 suddenly on
That's cool.
g8 is very, very happy. And
Yeah.
now I might go h6, just covering the g5 square. Bishop h7, knight g6 can also come in.
This looks very cool because your pawn on f4 is restricted. Like there is literally no piece or no attack happening from white on your king. So yeah, it's a great idea.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think a move like bishop g6 might be in Sindarov's mind right now. Very, very tense position already after 6 moves. Maybe we can also take a look at Gukesh's game, or we just came from there. So Magnus's game, maybe. He goes for
Magnus,
f6.
yeah, let's put it.
Which one?
You read the super chat, no, by lentils, by the way.
Lentils
Sagar,
we
you
read,
said
but
good.
above that we haven't read.
VT.
Where is
Hikaru
Magnus?
seemed
One.
quite
5?
sad and upset. Should I read? VT says Hikaru seemed quite sad and upset yesterday. Even mentioned of retirement in classical. If same things happen in Norway chess as well, felt quite heartbroken listening to him.
Yeah, I think everyone felt a little bit surprised about his reaction, but I think we shouldn't really read too much into it because he had just lost. And maybe if that is the mindset that remains even after the event, then maybe we can take it more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we, in the heat of the moment, we feel so bad that we sometimes say things that we don't necessarily would act upon. But I think that nevertheless, Hikaru, obviously one of the great ambassadors of the game, one of the best players in chess, especially in the blitz and rapid. Also in classical, don't forget he's world number 2 right now, guys. He is right behind Magnus Carlsen. So I do think that it's going to be a very difficult matchup for Gukesh to play against Hikaru.
Right, and Magnus, by the way, here has just played his pawn to f6. A very solid move, opening up the queen, the bishop on the other side.
Look at this.
Rudra has asked, what if knight f5 here?
But there's no threat, right, of this knight, so
You
maybe
improve your position,
I can
but
also
you're
offer
moving
a
your
trade.
piece twice.
Exactly. I really like this move h4. It's such a nice move, guys. What happens if knight takes h4? Really nice idea.
Tactics. Oh, nice. Superb. हर्षित की नजर चारों तरफ है सागर.
That is true.
CBI एजेंट रहता है वैसे.
अरे.
Guys, white to play. What a beautiful question by Harshit Bhai here. Can you find it?
Wow, Ivan finds it. Wow. Arjun Cheyur finds it. Staker finds it. Very good, guys. Prakhar finds
Sagar, if
it.
you send me the link of chat chess moves, no, I can open it over here and I can also get to know. So
Just simple use our stream link, paste it in the browser and it will work.
and then what?
Amai.
Next time.
Just start udhar upar rahega.
Exactly, guys. Queen to h1 is the right move. Double attacking the knight on h4 and the pawn on b7. White is much better after this idea. I think h4 will happen, Sagar. I think it's such a nice move.
Yeah, I like it also. That's a great point. h4 and a beautiful tactical awareness shown. Amruta, maybe you should
नहीं
go
है,
to
start है
go
ही नहीं,
from
इसीलिए बता रही
go
हूँ ना,
from
तो मैं
Amruta's
करती हूँ.
profile.
अच्छा.
उसमें installed है. c4. Oh, he played c4, Harshit Bhai. He didn't go h4.
But look at the clock. Magnus is already up 13 minutes on the clock. And right now, you guys might say, "Yaar, 1 ghanta, it doesn't matter." But when they're going to start utilizing their time and they'll go,
It might become an important
yeah,
factor.
exactly.
Absolutely. This would be very, very critical. Let's quickly head over to Gukesh's game and see what is up there. Oh my god. G6 is on the board. Wow.
Wow. So cool, man.
It's working. It's working.
The move we thought is on the board now. G6 has been played here. So if you take, then he would take with the rook.
Queen takes, bishop G6.
Bishop takes, and maybe knight takes, and black is the one who's doing very well now with long castle and the rook quickly joining in.
Yeah, I think this concept that we were highlighting of how you should try to exchange the pawn on f5 with just move twice. Or ek move mein you're able to exchange it. So if you think about it, indirectly black has won the move.
Yeah, true. So maybe Hikaru's move f4, f5 wasn't particularly great. G6 has been played. Kameshwar says freestyle is the IPL of chess. क्या लगता है भाई?
It is similar. And like actually it does make some sense because beginning like just in a very short amount of time there's so much drama and chaos happening. Yeah, in some ways it is very similar. It's not a team game, however, it's a but in pehle to they are analyzing in a group as well. So yeah, I do see some similarities between both formats.
Also, just the fact that there is a lot of action, except from chess, also around like just the players wearing this suit. Eisenhouse is a wonderful place. The way they have decorated this place, these booths and all. We are here.
No, I mean, they've gotten the best of the best. If you think about it, we have the best chess players, we have the best organizers, we have probably the best industrialists and businessmen who are trying to support the event, we have the best content creators, and yeah, I don't know what more we could ask for from an event. Like, we have so many people watching. Because of you guys, obviously, it would be impossible. So, thanks for being
Best
here.
chat.
Yeah. Like
And also,
the stream,
only
guys.
thing missing is maybe heart rate. We need to get the heart rate for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that everything is perfect.
Yes, Amruta. Heart is more important than heart rate. So we are doing everything with our heart.
रेट मांग रहे हैं ना, रेट तो मांगेंगे ना हर जगह पे.
Right. So for now, guys, G6 played by Gukesh. We are waiting for what Hikaru will do. Maybe he'll take. Maybe he won't. And we'll see. Maybe he'll just develop his knight out. And then Gukesh might take.
Yeah, and this endgame, we are in a very symmetrical position. Maybe long castles also could be an option. Yeah, trade those bishops also is possible.
And I think here we might head to a draw very quickly, because it will be like
very symmetrical.
Very symmetrical.
Yeah.
So this game might end in a equal thing if Hikaru doesn't show ambition. But if he does, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that the game is very far from liquidifying. I think there's a lot of.
भाई नहीं, ये मार के queen exchange हो रहा है.
I think the end game, maybe I still think there's a lot of imbalance, even though it feels very, very equal and symmetrical. Because the positions are so weirdly placed, I do think that we're going to see a clash of strategies, basically, because Gukesh is probably going to try and be very solid, but Hikaru will be very aggressive. So there might be some interesting moments that happen in this game.
Right.
What's up with
Can you try to find some question, Harshit, to the chat? Because I just want to see if the chat chess moves is working over here, and I'll get to know. And in the meantime, I want to read a comment, Sagar. Shruti says, "Hi Sagar Amruta, could you please share the link for signing up for volunteer work in Mumbai? I would love to join you both in this great cause."
It's the 5th link in the description. I've just added.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah. So,
yeah, and
so
Or maybe
maybe.
you want to change the positions.
Yeah,
then
we'll
also,
change
like
and then
maybe
there
we
will
can
be
go
a
to
question.
Magnus's game or Fabi's game.
We also haven't
Uh,
seen Firouzja Nodirbek where there has
Oh.
been bit of action. So should we look
Let's
at
go.
that?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. And now if knight a5, you're attacking the b7 pawn, long castle would be a terrible mistake.
Maybe now, guys, white to play. What move is winning here for white? And Amruta can check if chat chess moves is working. Rajesh Devraj Yadav, our first member of today. Thank you so much, Rajesh Ji. Anyone who becomes a member on Chessbase India, the money goes to the laptop fund.
Wow.
Yes,
That's amazing.
Harshit Bhai. Harshit Bhai, do you have a good laptop that you work on?
Yes, I have a very good laptop.
Which one do you work on?
I think I use Asus Republic of Gamers. It's working very well for me. So if anyone,
is it i7? Is it i9? What does the Grandmaster use?
so nowadays, to be very honest, the configurations don't matter that much because of the introduction of cloud chess engines on Chessbase, which makes it accessible to rent servers from very strong supercomputers from all over the world. And I think I almost never use the engine from my own configurations. I always use cloud engines. And maybe actually, I don't know if there's a video already on how to use it, but something that you should definitely utilize if you're trying to become a professional player.
Yeah, and now with Chessbase 18, all of you get access to cloud because you get 1 month premium membership also. So there is the inbuilt feature of accessing. So now you don't even need to rent it; it's free.
But
The
only
cloud
for 1
engine.
month,
What?
or how is it?
No way.
Yeah, I will show you this feature, Harshit Bhai.
Wow.
Harshit Bhai is like, अरे
Free
Chessbase
में मिल
18
रहा है
लेना
कुछ और
पड़ेगा
मुझे
दोस्त.
पता नहीं कैसे possible है.
No,
But
I
you rent it, so then you never use it on your laptop like engine all the time.
exactly.
पर rent तो मतलब घर से ज्यादा रहता है या कम?
अरे अमृत.
ये देखो हर्षित भाई आपको
It's
दिखाता हूँ.
it's like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 7 to 8 rupees per minute to rent. So quite affordable in terms of the quality of the machines that you get.
Wow. So
So,
cool. Amazing.
Guys,
information.
whenever you open the board, I'm just showing it to Harshit Bhai here, and you do this. There is an inbuilt remote engine which they provide on the cloud. So it now you don't even need to go to cloud. It will tell you because you already have a Chessbase account because it
Wow.
comes. So now it's with cloud engine. You can check how good it is. Maybe it's not very strong.
Yeah, I do think that some engines on clouds are insanely fast.
Right.
I'm not sure how good this is. I'll need
So
to
maybe
check
we
it.
will test it
Yeah.
with you later and you can tell me because you have already used it.
Sure.
But yeah, this one, Amruta, did your chat chess moves work? 97 was the
Yes, and 97, I maybe one fraction of second I started late, but I got 53 people finding 97 with Ashi, Arjun, Arindam, Lakshit, Sanket, Hitesh, Anshu, Chintan, Jayant, and Rudra getting
Wow.
the answer. क्या बात है. मजा आएगा अभी हर्षित भाई के सवाल और आपके जवाब. 20 questions अभी से शुरू करेंगे.
अरे. So right now we see that bishop c7 has been played and Abdusattorov is doing well in this position because his pieces look more active.
Yeah, and let's say knight a5 now, the move that we mentioned is actually probably going to be played because rook b8 is the only... Oh, by the way, we are giving up the knight on f5, but the point is that if you take the knight on f5, we will first give a check and then pick up the bishop on f5. So rook b8 now, and let's say something like g4 perhaps. Just gaining some space on the queen side looks very good for Nodirbek because Firouzja gave up the right to castle now.
Got it. So right now Nodirbek doing well. A very quick roundup. Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keymer. Here we see Magnus has just long castled. The engines are giving a solid edge to Vincent Keymer. We also saw Magnus not feeling very confident in the confession booth. So can Vincent Keymer, the local boy, create an upset? Right now, he's not on the board. Magnus has just played his move and Vincent can't be seen. Magnus gets up from the chair. Javokhir Sindarov versus we have Fabiano Caruana.
He goes for queen e6, the idea that we were talking about, to go bishop g6 and just put the black king on the corner by castling on the g8 square. I do like black's position now because bishop to e5 suddenly comes into the picture as well. If you play a move like bishop h4, Sagar by bishop e5 is going to be big trouble for white. Bishop takes b2 mar raha hai kyunki.
Right, and Harshit bhai, this is a pawn sack, right? In some way, I can go and take this pawn on g7.
You can, but then suddenly rook g8, and after queen takes h7, bishop to e5. What an amazing idea found by Sindarov, trying to go bishop g6, perhaps putting pressure on the b2 pawn. This is looking very, very good for black. Very good awareness shown by Sindarov in the early moments of the game.
Nice, he's showing his class here. Sindarov really thriving in this Fischer random chess, in the freestyle chess, showing how he is really, really a force to be reckoned with in this format. And now with Gukesh's g6 move, we haven't had a move being played by Hikaru for close to 10 minutes, I think.
More.
13 minutes.
13 minutes and still in the tank right now. He's trying to find a way to put pressure on Gukesh, but right now with this move g6, I think Gukesh is very close to solving all of his opening problems.
Absolutely. If Gukesh manages to solve his opening problems, it would be a great thing. He hasn't won a single game in Weissenhaus until now.
Yeah.
So he would be looking for that first victory here. Meanwhile, guys, we have today an aim of our subscriber count. We are at 2582. Today we would like to reach 2584. And if you guys would like to subscribe, meanwhile, we have Harshit Bhai on Instagram who has reached 8,000. Today I went and checked, Harshit
Yes,
Bhai.
I reached
You have
8,000.
crossed 8,000 followers. His aim before the tournament ends is to hit 10,000 subscribers, followers on Instagram. So please do follow GM Harshit Raja on Instagram, and he's putting up some amazing stories. Harshit Bhai, have you put a story of you in sauna?
No, Sagar bhai, that will come out maybe after the event. Now I'm focusing only on the chess content, but after the tournament, I'll start putting about the wellness stories.
Okay, sure. Once Desai saying Harshit Bhai looking good, damn.
Arey, thank you, Vansh bhai.
Oh, people are asking, can we have Atusha in the commentary, guys? If I'm able to, if we find her, maybe
Sure,
we can ask her.
Yeah.
She is Hikaru's better half and also a WGM. And we often see her games with Hikaru on YouTube. She does upload those videos. And she has been a very, very strong player for Iran.
Absolutely.
For many years.
Yeah, she has represented the country well. Okay, let's come back to the chess part now. Trying to find a good way for Hikaru to continue from this position after g6 has been played. How can he? So let's say, he plays knight b3. As soon as we are thinking about finding a move for him, he goes for knight b3.
Gukesh will play
Let's say g8 takes f5.
I can just
take on
give it
g8.
in writing that
Rook takes g8. Bishop takes f5. And we reach this endgame, guys, where the material is equal, the pawn on h7 is weak, and white looks a little bit more developed in this position.
Harshit bhai, can I ask a question, maybe to fool the chat a bit?
Yeah.
Guys, what will you play here if black plays rook f8? White to play. Very important moment, guys.
Yeah.
What
very
will
good
you play?
question, Sagar bhai.
Yes. Let's see. Our chat generally is very, very quick to spot such things. People are saying Nodirbek's heart rate very high, it seems. Not so sure how much. कितने लोग उल्लू बनेंगे देखते हैं दोस्तों. Already we have had Satyam Mishra, Devansh Yadav, Jyotirmay Malik, Mridul Gupta, Jash Haria.
Almost everyone.
Not everyone, yeah. Many did not.
Yes.
Many did not, but some did. And all those who said bishop takes d7, this is not a good idea, guys.
20
because
people said.
ये मर रहा है.
Guys, bishop d7 is not a good move because your rook on f1 is hanging, guys. Be alert. वैसा नहीं pawn दे
Which is
सकते.
giving a discovered attack. If it is under attack, तो फिर disco तो होने ही नहीं वाला है
Exactly.
ना.
Knight to c5. threatening checkmate. And now, if you try to castle long, then you have this insane idea. White to play
Guys, what
and
will
win.
you play now? You already know what not to play. But knight c5 was found by Neil, Rudra, Miyasa, Arav,
But Abhi,
Rishi,
Amrita,
Ravikant,
this is the
Arpit.
main
This
question.
is the critical
Oh
point.
wait, oh my god, I have to start again. Because
Suraj Bhai in the chat. Arey, Suraj Bhai, our very good friend from London. What is your take on freestyle chess now that you've seen multiple matches? For me as a viewer, it's super confusing, especially when I start watching games from the middle. That I
yeah,
agree.
So
Suraj Bhai.
what I think of it is like, try to look at the position whenever you start watching as a puzzle of some sort, and try to find the best moves for both sides, because the whole point of this chess 960 is to get very unique positions that we would never see in classical chess. And because we get such different and like such unorthodox positions, it's very good for your creative thinking. And I think that instead of trying to understand what exactly happened in the opening, if you just try to start calculating from the current position, that actually could be an interesting way to look at it.
It's such a good point mentioned by Harshit Bhai. And Amruta, what are the moves that have been mentioned here? Has anyone
now Bishop
said?
d7 has stopped with 35 people. Shreyan,
That's
Viral,
not. That's wrong.
Dibio,
That's wrong.
Harsh.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's a bad
Bishop-
move, guys. Knight d7 or bishop d7 and black is winning. The move is bishop
Yay,
e4.
badhiya.
2-0, guys.
Yes, that has been found by Crick, Arindam, Navi, Saumik, Hayes, Shekhar, Tanmay, Sarita, and Naveen.
Very good, guys. Bishop e4, sacrificing the rook
Wow.
on f1, but now bishop takes b7 is checkmate. King kahin pe bhi nahi ja sakta hai. Very nice tactical awareness
This
found.
is so cool actually, because first movement Bishop d7 didn't work. Second movement also it did not work, and it's like a perfect Ullu Banaya example.
Exactly.
Harshit Bhai right now crushing the chat. Guys, yesterday you guys got 2 points. Today Harshit Bhai is making quite easy. I think in chess 960 freestyle chess they are unable to manage your questions.
I mean, I think that if they are more aware, they can manage it. So you just need to know that I'm going to ask very tricky questions from now on. So keep that in mind before you
Ah.
answer your next
Kya baat
question.
This is good because they had got used to like a big question pucha, it's gonna be easy, but now it's all going to be tricky. तो
Harshit
मजा
Bhai
ही
is tricky
आएगा.
both on the board and off. Sorry,
Arre,
very
arre,
tricky
arre.
on the board.
थोड़े से tricky उसके off the board वाले अगर किससे बताओगे तो
नहीं
फिर
नहीं
we'll also have
वो
fun,
मुझे भी
ना?
नहीं पता है, पर coming back to this, someone asked
Actually,
what.
I have a very nice picture of Harshit Bhai if I can show. Guys, every day Harshit Bhai actually is a big music lover. So he loves to listen to music. So I have some picture
अरे अरे.
of him.
गिटार बजा रहा है क्या?
नहीं, he only likes to listen.
And sing also.
Yes, but
Maybe.
you like to sing,
Oh,
but
so he likes to sing and dance also. Wow. So today, what's the subscriber goal? If we reach that at the end of it, maybe we'll get a
8-4
singing.
Amruta, 8-4. But actually we are lagging behind our aim of reaching
Yeah. Every
2600.
day you're never reaching it.
It might be tough, but we will see. So
अरे 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 अरे.
सिद्ध भाई जरा
Wow.
फोन को साइड लेंगे. Thank you भाई.
क्या कर रहा है सागर? बहुत. हाँ, सुनो. आ रहा है. And in the meantime, we had a
चल
poll,
रहा है.
guys,
Oh, चल रहा
where
है भाई.
we had asked about live board because some of you have been writing in the chat, and the poll says desperately needed 65%, Sagar. So from tomorrow, we need to really have a live board.
Seriously.
How much ever we don't like it, but many people in the chat, they're not able to. अभी क्या ही करें?
Yes, guys. We will
Guys,
try
but
our
that
best.
will amount to the live board जो है उसको थोड़ा छोटा करना पड़ेगा. Live
Let's
board
ask
नहीं.
the chat if you should be there on the screen or live board. Then maybe
I was
they will.
actually going to suggest you,
Then
but I
maybe
know
they
how
will
you
say
generally
that
react.
people will say that live board is not needed.
No, we'll put a live board over there, and my audio would be there because I don't really want to.
अरे
use
अरे
this-
अरे.
Harshit Bhai, after the commentary,
Dead.
guys,
Dead.
listening to breakup songs.
Like what?
Sorry, sad songs. Sorry,
What?
not happy songs. Romantic
अरे,
songs.
सच बताओ कौन सा गाना है, तुम लोग जज मत बोलो.
Harshit
Judge
Bhai
मत बोलो.
suddenly is like, Harshit Bhai, which song what was, please?
No, I just like, I think some Arijit Singh or he is one of my favorite artists, so I love listening to his songs.
वो हम तेरे बिन अब जी नहीं सकते वाला क्या था क्या वो?
केसरिया
Not
तेरा.
revealing.
Harshit Bhai using
अरे.
all his energy in commentary, and then of course he feels a bit tired, but it is, yeah.
No, it's of course. Yesterday was also very very long day, long commentary. So Harshit OP ho jaye, and he deserves to hear such songs and fall off to sleep
Yes.
and get somebody in dreams also. So yeah, let's go back to chess.
I see.
Okay, so right now Gukesh not playing a move since many minutes. Again, 8 minutes taking time here in the opening. Harshit Bhai, I think Gukesh doesn't want to simplify the
Yeah,
game.
I don't think so either. Someone asked what I would do with black, and I really like this move, bishop f7, oh, he plays it.
Whatever you say, you didn't like it.
No, I like it. That's why, because I didn't like
Ah.
exchanging the queens, and that's why he goes for this move, bishop f7, putting pressure on the b3 knight. Knight hila to a2 pawn mar raha hai. And I think that after bishop c2, g takes f5. Now, if this happens, you can actually take on g8 with the bishop, and your rook is already looking at this. So maybe this is a better version in the endgame. Bishop f7 played by Gukesh right now.
Kya baat hai? And also now maybe he can jump and try to attack this point, b7, but then we have long castle.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Bishop
And
f7.
one second, if you go queen g2 over there after long castle, you have bishop d5. Oh, but I have e4. Wait, let's continue.
No, just bishop d5 now, no?
e4 I thought.
And then I
Is
take
it-
the a2 pawn.
Okay. Yeah.
blocking
This is
this.
good.
Yeah.
This is good.
So actually, this might create a lot of imbalances in the position, because white needs to make a decision now whether he wants to give away the knight on b3 or not. And black is ready to long castle and try to play for quick initiative. Hikaru with 55 minutes, Gukesh with 58 minutes. Both the players are utilizing their time quite early in the game, making sure that they navigate the starting position quite well. And I think both players are doing a very good job.
Yes, I agree. Harshit Bhai, very interesting game building up. I'm also enjoying this event a lot because Gukesh is there. You know, he's still fighting in it, and I can only imagine how exciting the next event will be when there will be Prag, Arjun, and Gukesh all three playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of tension,
Will you be
especially.
there, Harshit Bhai?
I don't know yet, but I would like to come for sure. It will be in
Harshit
Paris.
Bhai, maybe Harshit Bhai has some tournaments to play also during that. Or
Yeah.
Which tournament are you planning to play?
So I'm planning to play 2 events in April. One in Sardinia in Italy, and there's also Asian Continental in Dubai, or
Oh.
like the UA, like basically the Middle
Matlab,
East.
very big events are coming up for Harshit Bhai.
Yeah.
Harshit Bhai, what is your live rating?
My Rive rating is about 2485, close to that. I haven't played in a long time, so now I will try to play more in the upcoming months and try to improve my rating.
Yeah, very exciting, guys. Now, when Harshit Bhai will play, you all can follow him. Who knows? Very soon, Harshit Bhai, you can also be having like those live streams on your channel where people
Yeah.
can follow your games.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely an idea that I have in my mind.
Oh.
So let's see how it goes in my next
Kya
event.
baat hai? Road to 2600.
Yeah, the title of all my streams will be Road to 26. First 2500, small steps, and then you go there. Yeah.
Yes. First 2500, step by step. Maybe you can play a few games so you can get confidence high here
Yeah, with
by
you.
beating me. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, maybe. So bishop f7 played, guys, and
Oh,
Can we
Harshit
check
Bhai like
Magnus's
Hikaru
games,
making
Sagar?
recaps after games. Whose game, Amruta?
Magnus and Fabi, because I think semi-finals, we'll just check who's going to enter into finals. We have no idea at all about that. So
Guys, Vincent is putting so much pressure on Magnus. I would have never expected this to happen in the opening. I was talking about how Magnus is so accurate in the initial first moves, but maybe I'm wrong this time. Vincent is like, I am no one to be underestimated. Knight b6 has
guys,
been
was
played.
I right about knight g6 move? Even when Magnus played it, I said it's not a great idea.
Yes. Amruta, the engine has agreed with you.
Thank you.
So knight b6 is attacking this pawn here on c4. Magnus.
Yeah, and now you have a very interesting choice. Will you go for d5, get space, but at the same time, like kind of release tension from the e4 pawn, e5 pawn, or will you go for knight a5, putting pressure on the b7 pawn at the same time protecting your c4 pawn? So
e5 looks great actually, I think. More than knight a5 because you've closed the center, you have more space. And black's pieces have not developed well, mainly, whereas white has some easy flowing development.
yeah, and this idea of h4 is definitely going to recur quite often in these kind of positions, because after knight h4, queen h1, you now protect the d5 pawn, and at some point c5 is going to be an idea that white has. I
would
think
like to continue here with c6 first, like because white's king is on
c6,
d1, a question is
d6
to
or something
check
like this.
what.
Now c4 is hanging, I guess.
So c5, knight d5 is happening.
But
That's not
Amruta,
working, because
don't
otherwise
forget,
it would be big danger.
your king is on
Bishop.
c8, so you
Ah.
can never take on d5 क्योंकि rook c1 से open हो जाएगा.
That is also another problem. It's not just भाई तेरा वाट लग रहा है मेरा भी वाट
बैठे
लग
बैठे ही
रहा है.
mate हो जाओगे. Like
True.
doing nothing, it would be a mate. Like, yeah, these are also some points to look at.
Mhm.
The rook is automatically opposite the king after long castle. So that does play a role. For now, let's see what Vincent does. The ideas are pawn push. There's also this pawn push, but it's not that good because the knight can stick in the center or come to c4.
Yeah, but I noticed a very big difference from yesterday.
He
that
pushed.
he pushed d5. Wow.
Oh, Vincent is actually really playing well here.
फटाफट
playing-
खेल रहा है.
You know, he's not making those kind of mistakes which are like simple blunders in the end in time pressure. So this time he is somebody Magnus will have to be careful about.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Vincent is also never afraid to play the likes of Magnus Carlsen. He definitely believes in himself that he can win. And notice, Amruta, compared to yesterday, we haven't had any position where someone is winning from the early stage of the game. So very, very tense position from the get-go. The players are getting more used to chess 960 perhaps. They are keeping the positions very, very close and tense.
Agreed. आज
Yeah.
तो लगता है the critical moment will come at the right time, after 2-3 hours. तो
Yeah.
तब मजा आएगा. One person has asked, हर्षित भाई आज UCL night है, देखोगे?
Oh, I actually did not even know. I've been so.
What is UCL night?
UCL is basically like UEFA Champions League. So it's in football. Maybe
With Magnus, you can watch.
yeah, I'm sure Magnus will watch for sure. He's a big football
So
fan.
then you can ask Magnus, hey Magnus, are you going to watch UCL night today? Shall we watch it together?
Oh, it's a lot of games today. So yeah, maybe if I get time, I will try to take a look.
Who
But
is your favorite team in UCL? Oh, short
Castle.
castle.
Exactly what we discussed, right?
Yes.
That the Black
Wow,
King is going
yeah.
to do a switcheroo, and this has happened. Sindarov is playing very, very well, and I am also very happy that I was able to figure out this idea, because now after knight f7, knight e5 perhaps, or knight f7, d6, you might be very happy with black from the outcome of the position.
I like what Sindarov has done. His king is safe. Fabi also can actually short castle right away. But maybe his king could come under some pressure because black has more space here.
And again, you can notice how one of the best moves in this position is pawn to b6. Again, the main point being that white has moved his pawn twice to c5, and obviously you would like to exchange this pawn with the b6, because after cb, you just take with ab, improve your pawn structure, and this is looking very, very comfortable for black. White, however, of course, isn't really in big trouble. He can always go for short castling and go in a symmetrical kind of a position where both players have castled short. 55 minutes to 50, even the time is very evenly matched. Even though the rating shows that Fabi is up 100 points, I don't agree, or I wouldn't say that Fabi is a big favorite in this match after Sindarov defeated Hikaru yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge matchup, and I think Sindarov feels more confident after that win yesterday. He also, chose his opponent, that was Hikaru, and came out all guns blazing. Look at him there,
Yeah.
looking calm, cool. And I think for Uzbekistan, it was a big result yesterday that Sindarov won.
Yeah.
Okay, going now to the game of Firouzja versus Nodirbek. We have news
Wow.
that
Firouzja
Firouzja
is much
is in
worse.
trouble.
And this is so similar to classical chess where we've had opposite side castling. But again, black has no counterplay towards white's king. And after this move pawn to h4, white is almost about to trap the bishop on g6. Very, very difficult for black to defend against this pawn storm that's marching.
But Harshit bhai, if I take here,
Harry the h pawn, Sagar bhai.
push, I take here, you take, and then I just go maybe knight g5, maybe knight.
Also,
Like G5.
before h5, I can just capture the pawn on e4 as well.
Yeah,
with the
maybe
bishop.
thoda aram se, like take it easy.
Take it easy. Just keep all your, attacking possibility. Oh, look at this incredible idea I found. So let's say you go rook d8. I go bishop e3.
Is there a question?
Knight c4, for example. I don't know if it works. But my idea was that you could go for this crazy looking move bishop h6.
Wow, that's such a good move.
And if you take on h6, I have knight takes h6 attacking the queen and king. And if you take on f5, I'm super happy to take g takes f5 because your knight is trapped. I open my queen from g1 and white is winning. So I
But
think
if you don't take, then you don't have a threat actually.
yes, but I can perhaps just go bishop. For example, you go a5, I go bishop c2, and I'm
You
threatening
are
to take
holding
rook
it.
takes
Yeah.
e6.
Yeah, immediate threats are upcoming.
Yeah. So d5 played, and I'm expecting this move pawn to h4 now, Amruta.
So Nodirbek clearly better against Alireza Firouzja.
Uh-huh.
Then we have Hikaru Gukesh, we have been watching. Caruana Sindarov, maybe we can have a look at that game once.
Caruana, Sindarov.
Sindarov, yeah.
Oh, look at this move. We were able to predict that not the move b5, but the concept of black trying to exchange the pawn on c5. Now, if you don't take my pawn on b6, black has gained some space, or cb mara, so ab, and we saw this position is very, very good for black. Sindarov finding this concept, but an improved version. He goes for b5.
Amazing. No, he is also really. I don't know. There's a high possibility that Fabi might land up in trouble after the way Sindarov has managed to beat Naka yesterday.
Yeah. Guys,
And then,
almost 6,000 of you watching. Do like the stream so that more people can join in this crazy format of freestyle chess. We have Vincent Keymer trying to take down Magnus Carlsen in this match. But also, let's quickly jump into Gukesh versus Hikaru game as g takes f5 was just played. I'll try to put up his camera right now.
So the queens are getting exchanged because gf5, gf5. And guys, rook f5 is going to be a big blunder while Harshit is setting up the camera. Quickly, what should black play for rook takes f5?
Here we
Very
have
quickly,
it.
we need 50 people to answer very quickly.
Rook
No, I
f5.
didn't want you to make the move because I thought we can. Oh, I also calculated bishop.
Amruta!
Yeah,
Queen
hey,
on
Chandra,
g1 is
I'm not
hanging.
gonna ask questions today, Harshit. I'm just gonna relax. I'm not even going to answer to your questions today. I think my brain is just not working yet. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
read some chats, and there are people somebody was asking, but I'm not able to find the comment because a lot of comments that you're playing Sardinia and he's a researcher and he or she, I don't remember, but they stay very near.
Oh,
It's
that
early
would be
happening.
great if we can connect.
Yeah. If you can write the comment again, would be nice. We'll check it out. And we also have a one-day production. Some message, okay, deleted. Be good says center control seems important in freestyle. Also, he's the backer of Indian chess. Yes, sometimes. Not every time though. Like normal chess, center control is definitely the key principle. But here it depends on the
Yeah, it
position.
depends because sometimes you go for this weird a5, a4 and bring the rook in. It just depends basically on where your pieces are positioned. Right now, Amruta, g takes f5 has been taken by Gukesh. So I'm expecting queen takes g8, bishop
Mhm.
takes g8, and let's say something like bishop takes f5. You obviously cannot go e6 because bishop on h4 is covering. And if you go bishop e6,
If you go knight g6 once, bishop g5, you still have and even stop the e6.
yeah, but something like this looks very, very equal. So I think that after GF5, Gukesh is out of the trouble from the like. I mean, I think he has basically equalized from the black pieces, which is a good sign. He's also up 15 minutes on the clock. Hikaru, of course, trying to somehow complicate the game because he wants to win today. Try to come back. Queen takes G8. Bishop takes G8. Yeah, Rook takes Amruta. What will you take with?
Rook takes g8, bishop f5, and then I don't know if I will have.
Oh, he played?
I have rook
No, he's
g2, I
thinking.
guess.
Rook takes g8. If you take bishop takes f5, maybe.
No, he played. Queen takes g8 is played by Nakamura on the board.
Yeah. But what will black take with?
Bishop or rook. Okay.
Some people say the rook trying to go,
Yeah,
but he takes with the
because I
bishop.
think if you want to take rook g8, you have to calculate quite a lot.
He takes with the
So
bishop, Amruta. He has taken. He wants to keep the rook on this diagonal and
what if
keep
rook
pressure.
takes f5
He takes bishop takes f5.
on the board?
And I think this move knight g6 that you mentioned is going to happen right now, putting pressure on the bishop. You cannot take, of course, क्योंकि f1 का rook मार रहा है. So I think knight g6 will happen. And if the bishop moves back, of course, you can even go bishop to e6 now. Again, putting pressure because of this pin. This looks quite decent for black actually.
Then tell me something. For knight g6, bishop g5 was the move I was considering. Is there a problem?
No.
With this?
Bishop
Because I
g5
was
is also good.
h6 also I thought, but bishop h6 you don't have time for e6 ideas.
Exactly.
Bishop f8
Bishop g5 is a very good move, Amruta. Maybe long castles now and the position is around equal. c6 next to open up this bishop, trying to put pressure on the h2 pawn. And I think that this position, even though the engine says is slightly better for white, I think around equal.
So I think this is a good sign because Gukesh definitely had a difficult matchup earlier. Like he did not have a great result there. And with the black pieces right now, he's settling down, getting, I think in freestyle, getting out of opening problems with black pieces is a very important thing, which is the very first task he has successfully managed. Looks like it right now. And then with the white pieces, you can try much more. I think that can be one of the strategies.
Definitely. I mean, drawing with the black pieces against Hikaru is surely a good result for Gukesh in this matchup. I mean, many people might even say that Hikaru is a small favorite. His rating is 2802, Gukesh is 2777. So surely
But that's a different one. That's still a classical
I don't know
one.
if this is freestyle rating or classical rating.
No, freestyle they have not yet. I mean, they can only use the other rating, no?
Okay. So still, of course, Hikaru, I
But-
think being the reigning freestyle chess 960 champion, he's surely must be a small favorite in this match. But Gukesh, of course, is going to try his best to keep Hikaru very, very tightly contested in this matchup.
Yeah. Golden Square asks, does chess 960 include standard position as well, or is it out of 959 positions?
That's a
Yes,
good
it is out of
question. It is out.
959.
It is absolutely out because we don't want the whole point of this format is to get a unique position. So I do think that it makes complete sense to not have that normal position. Bishop f5 is still thinking. Let's try to analyze this, Amruta. I cannot he goes knight g6. Wow. He just played this move knight g6. Gukesh, I think today he's looking a lot more focused and a lot more in control of the position.
Yeah. Like everything looks very simple, which many times in Gukesh's game is not at all simple, it's already by now quite a chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So this one is a
I'll just
simple
do a
one.
switcheroo with the chairs. Yes, knight g6, and actually Amruta, bishop g5 is very, very important because otherwise it's possible that Gukesh actually gets slightly better.
So if you go bishop g3, so there is another idea or not?
You can just
Wait
go
a second,
e6 now, right? Because the rook is pinned.
Bishop
So,
h3 left to go and exchange.
but then you kind of become a little passive, right? Like all your pieces went back. So I think that
Yeah.
in this position, after knight g6, has a move been played? Oh, he
Yes.
played bishop g5. Of course, Hikaru is like, yeah, yep, there he
Very
goes.
quick.
So guys,
Karthik says switcheroo for favorite word Harshit ka. हाँ ये switcheroo एकदम नया ही है. Harshit bhai making a dictionary now.
So just to update everyone coming in right now, guys, this is the semi-finals day 1 right now. We have Hikaru Nakamura playing against Gukesh D. They are not in the semi-finals because they are playing for the 5th spot right now. And we have Sagar Bhai just joining in. Sagar Bhai, how are you feeling?
Good.
Good?
Yes.
They are playing for the 5th spot right now. Firouzja, Alireza and Nodirbek also trying to play for the 5th spot. Sindarov, Caruana, however, Amruta, they are in the semi-finals. And right now, it seems like Sindarov is playing very accurately. Just played the move b5. Or जो last matchup है guys, it's Carlsen Vincent, also semi-finals.
Can we stay at Magnus's board for a while? Because,
Yes.
somebody who has
Thank you.
I'll just
got
put...
this freestyle chess rolling and who has been thinking about it so much, has a lot of depth, can be very good idea to use.
No, this
Check
looks
his every
very
move.
good for white. No, Amruta, just visibly, what is this bishop doing on
Just bishop
f8?
f2.
Exactly.
But bishop a7 is the idea to defend. Bishop and then king b8.
Can I go
knight
a4?
c8. King
Okay,
b8.
no, I thought knight a5.
King b8,
actually.
a5,
Knight c8.
knight c8. Yeah. Maybe this is an
That's a good
interesting
escape.
idea.
Very
Sagar
good
Bhai,
escape.
very solid. Sagar Bhai just got a lot of energy. Sagar Bhai,
हाँ ना,
कहाँ गए थे?
positional मिल जाता है तो positional में फटाफट Sagar is
I was
very
just
good
walking
at it.
around. Thoda, I didn't go to the hall or anything. I just walked around a bit.
Wow,
And-
Sagar, you are really like doing that. I'm so proud of you.
Amruta is thinking that all the time I am always doing something. So here I was walking, so she's happy. But guys, here this place is seriously very beautiful.
We have Rahul Raut asking a question. We have Magnus, Fabi and Hikaru ruling the top 3 spots in ratings for many years. There are other players who tend to come up and go, but in the long run, we see these players mostly who are the new players who can challenge them in future, according to you.
I mean, it's clear, no? Right now, Arjun has come. There is Gukesh. There
Prag.
is Nodirbek. There is Prag.
There's Sindarov who's coming up.
Sindarov in classical chess, I mean, standard chess is a little away, but I think within couple of years he will make it. And then we have perhaps from the...
We have Vincent Keymer.
Yes, Vincent is there.
Firouzja is also quite young. So, like in tennis, we always say that there has been these 3 players, Rafa, Roger and Djokovic. But now you can see that there is a new group of young players that are coming in. We have Alcaraz and Sinner and a lot of these players who are trying to challenge some of the experienced players. And I think in chess, similarly, we are going to see in a few years a transition towards these top players dominating the chess world.
I agree. And I think it's only a matter of time. It's also the law of nature that things keep evolving.
Yeah. Actually, in this position, I think at some point I want to go bishop f2, e4 and somehow push c5. Yeah, I really want to open up my rook from c1 towards this king.
So do bishop f2, bishop a7.
Can I go e4 or
e4?
Yeah.
Bishop takes f5.
Okay, let's say g takes.
Knight f4.
And can I go c5 or it's too much? Oh my god, you have some tactics connected to my king on d1. My king is suddenly very weak, so I have to be careful.
Maybe why don't
actually.
you start with long castle? Oh no, wait, huh?
Long
Play.
castle is possible, yeah.
No, long castle, I eventually want to short castle, but I was looking that the queen on g1 cannot easily move.
Yeah.
So it's not, yeah. So wait a second.
So while you want to do all of these things, I think it's okay to just go a little slow
Mhm.
on these things. Like we don't need to rush into doing, because black doesn't really have counterplay. So if you want to do e4, don't be in a hurry. First, maybe improve your position a bit, improve the position of your queen.
Bishop
Bishop
f2,
A7.
I like it.
Yeah, maybe.
I know, I was even thinking, Sagar, if there is a possibility to long castle, go king, or maybe rook c3, king c1, king b1. It's a nature, closed nature, and we can go slow, like you say, that way, because black doesn't have anything immediately. But can we go so slow?
Or maybe we
Lag.
can even take bg6.
Or no.
Sorry?
In close positions, the knights are good. So with that thinking, oh, it will call for f5 and all. Not sure about that. All okay?
Yeah, I think internet is lagging.
Guys, is it okay right now?
No, frames are dropping. I think we should be back now. Amruta, if you can just
Okay, let me
check.
refresh and also check. Yeah, just that the board is not there. We cannot see the glitches.
Now it's there.
Now it's back. And guys, please confirm if everything is okay, because for me it looks okay on YouTube. Oh yeah, it's back. Board is gone. Board is back. Okay, that sounds perfect over there. Guys, we'll take the super chats in a bit. But for now, e4 has been played, the move which was being discussed. You can see hell lot of space for white. It's not even filled with pieces right now. So that is the reason he has to be very careful at some point whenever the black piece can give a sacrifice for 2-3 pawns. But that situation, Vincent, of course, knows, and he will be careful to not let that happen.
Yeah, I think overall Magnus's bishop on b8 can pop out from here. Also, he can do this stuff where his knight can sit on this beautiful square. So Magnus does have decent possibilities. It's not like his position is very passive, but it's also clear that at this point, it is Vincent who has the pressure, you know.
Actually, Sagar, also for Magnus, he might have been thinking that this is a difficult opening which happened for him, because until now he has been getting some amazing positions out of the opening. So compared to that, this suddenly becomes like a little bit of, you have to figure out what to do, how to get out of the problems. So that
Agreed.
would be the thing. But I really find this position very interesting, Sagar, after knight f4 as well. Like, do you want to bring the queen out first, like queen e3, which is something you would not enjoy to get the bishop to f2, but practical problems say that maybe it can be considered.
Yeah, it's a great move, Amruta. Queen e3, and after bishop a7, maybe you want to just line it up here.
Yeah, there is no disco until now, and not even later, not just now. The knight cannot move anywhere. Is there a sacrifice possible? Knight d5, queen a7. नहीं, उसके बाद भी knight d5 किधर भी नहीं जा रहा है. So looks okay. And then you have queen c3, queen a5 shift at some point, and then c5. So I would still prefer white to not short castle. I think that idea is gone out of the mind, because black has this pawn break with g6 and all. So it's clear that the white king has to be on a1 or b1.
Right. Let's see if maybe Vincent finds the time to move his king like this. We will see. But for now, Magnus under some pressure, but he has more time on the clock. Although he's not thinking on the position, he's pouring himself some water. He's getting into the groove. Let's quickly head over to Gukesh versus Nakamura. And
Yes,
we
and
see
we
th-
had super chat also. When
Yeah.
should I read? You let me know.
No, we can read, Amruta.
Shubham Pandey says I have contributed as a believer, but how can I collaborate as an organization?
Oh, Shubhram
Help
Pandey,
chess.
thank you so much
Shubhram.
for your contribution, and also Anurag Sharma, thank you for your contribution to Help Chess. What does he want, Amruta? Exactly, I didn't get it.
He's contributed, but he wants to collaborate as an organization with Help Chess.
Shubham, if you can write to us at contact@chessbase.in or chessbaseindia@gmail.com, either of these email IDs, and write to us what would you like to do. We would be more than happy to support. Meanwhile, Amruta, it seems like I don't know how much you saw together, you and Harshit. Did you guys
Yeah,
see?
we saw Bishop G5 tak. So ये हो गया. ये
So
तो
Bishop
बहुत हो गया.
F7, Bishop H4, Gf, Queen G8.
Queen takes Bishop G8, Bishop F5. Yeah, Knight G6, Bishop G5. And what did Gukesh play over here?
C5.
Oh, C5.
Opening
He's
up the bishop.
equalized actually. We were discussing that Gukesh should be very happy with this position with the black pieces actually. बहुत ही सही है.
Knight G3. Take. Take. And Bishop E6. Ooh, that was his idea.
Awesome. So there is no.
G4,
Oh,
very quickly
G4.
played.
But what if H5 now? Do you have
Maybe there is long
maybe
castle.
King E1?
No?
Ah, long castle is such a
So,
nice move.
H5. Because
Bad
guys,
move, actually.
if you see, this bishop cannot move. So if you play H5, it is possible, but I just long castle so that after HG.
But Bishop G6? How is it okay?
Guys,
Wait,
black to play.
let's find a
What's
move.
the move
Chat.
here? Black to play. Priyanshi says Nodirbek is crushing Alireza. Ooh.
Back to play. Okay, looking at more super chats which we had. Be Good says, look at Gukesh pawns. Well, before any reasonable development in position, queens traded off. Magnus Vincent game position is well developed. He sends the
Yes.
analysis. Very
Amruta,
nice.
correct.
Ravindra Prabhale, thank you for your contribution as well. GK, thank you for your contribution. Yes, Sagar. Yes,
Rook
we have got
G8.
26 people giving the right answer. It's anonymous. Debarshi, Neil Modi, Faiz, Vishal, Chintan, Ashish, Shaurya, Meet, and Priyanshi.
Amazing.
And then this is just fine because you have pawns on only one side of the board.
So
It would
actually
be like
turns
a plain
out
simple draw.
Amruta, that H5 is actually the best move here because of this tactic.
हाँ मुझे जो लगा blunder पहले अच्छा लगा then I thought oh it's a blunder and then you have a way to escape from that problem and then you're better I mean equal. Wow. COD says member for 11 months, pillar of Indian chess, says Hikaru in don't care mode today. Could have been dangerous, but now it's all equal endgame.
Yeah, but still, I would say that there is still some play. Gukesh hasn't equalized fully. He's under some pressure, so he has to play it carefully. We will come back to this game. Going to Firouzja versus Abdusattorov, because this is the game where we see that Firouzja is in big trouble. In fact, Firouzja unable to find his form in this event. Look at that. Nodirbek has his knight on f5. Rook beautifully positioned here. And his last move was rook cd8. He moved his rook here. So Amruta, it's actually an important moment. What do we do here is the question.
But Nodirbek, after having a very tough match with Magnus, because first game he lost, like he was crushed, and second game also towards the end game he lost. Then to come back with a player like Firouzja, getting such a beautiful position, nobody gives up, yeah, over there. Everyone fights so hard on the board. It's amazing to see. Rook d8, what's the move? Chat is What is chat saying? Guys, what is the move you're suggesting for white?
Well, my natural instinct was to just open up the position with h4.
Yeah, also some people in the chat
क्या हुआ,
have
अर्षित भाई?
mentioned
Not
h4.
much. How are you, Sagar bhai?
से भाई संभाल के
भाई क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? Firouzja is completely losing.
h4. So h4 Sagar, if we go, which people have mentioned, a few people, but because this position has so many options, there is knight c5 being suggested, knight a5, knight d6.
Knight
सिर्फ
c5.
टेक नाइट मर सकता है.
Okay,
But-
knight d6 also people want to go.
Knight d6, interesting move because you have the queen protecting here. It's a good move, but I think the best move here is knight a5, attacking here, threatening knight d6 to win the pawn. And also you can reroute your knight from here to here.
Yeah, I think the biggest point being that knight b7 is actually a threat. Because if queen b7, then you can simply take the knight on e6. So let's say if you go something like rook, I don't know, like let's say b6. No, b6, c6 hangs, yeah. So it's actually not easy after knight a5 to defend.
e8.
And now knight d6. So it's
Now-
like every move that black makes is running into trouble.
Okay, so this is the live board position. Let's go to Gukesh versus Nakamura. We saw here actually a very interesting line
Okay.
which we wanted to share here with the viewers. We thought that here a very good move is h5, making use of the pin.
Just completely going into liquidification mode.
And
Let's
after
ask Harshit bhai to calculate, Sagar. Don't make the move.
long castle,
Uh-huh.
Don't
What-
ask him a question. He'll calculate. He'll find on his own.
No, I mean, I thought 95 is more logical, to be honest.
yeah, he
What
played it in
Gukesh
the-
played.
But now this move kind of equalizes, I think.
And if bishop e6, I mean, this, I don't really like doubling my
But
pawns in
bg6
general.
rook g8.
Wow. I didn't consider that.
But yeah, bishop e6, rook f1.
But do you really want to double your pawns like this? I don't think
Yeah.
so. I mean, this endgame is very unpleasant. The engine
Hmm.
says it's equal, but like practically to double your pawns and have.
No, but there is a very important thing here that you have a G passer and there is a counterplay over there, no?
But rook
Somewhere.
g1 and just lose rook g1, and I think you lose the pawn.
Knight e5, d4, yeah?
Knight e5,
So
bishop
rook
f4.
g1.
Yeah, I mean, the engine
Hmm.
says this is equal, but I don't really think so.
You
Like,
don't have time.
yeah.
for that.
Okay,
Got it.
but Gukesh went knight to e5
yeah,
and he's saying I'm going to snatch this pawn next.
exactly. If you go d4, for example, you guys might think that I'm attacking your knight, but then knight takes g4 is the big problem because the rook on f1 is actually hanging and the bishop on f5 is suddenly under a lot of pressure now. So you cannot go for d4. How do you protect the g4 pawn
I
even?
think you can long castle and then take and then again go into
Oh.
this same
Endgame.
kind of setup.
And with rook. Yeah, with
Oh,
rook.
maybe do we have rook f1, bishop g4? Or-
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And you get two pieces for the rook. And guys, for the ones who are trying to improve their game and understand about imbalances, two pieces versus a rook and pawn, although are equal mathematically, 6 points versus 6 points, usually the two pieces outplay or are superior to the rook and pawn.
True.
Usually.
Usually, and here in this case, especially because the black pieces are not coordinating.
Look at those bishops, Sagar bhai.
These are amazing bishops. The pawn is not moving forward. So a nice position here.
Mm-hmm. Knight e5, and I think long castle probably must be played, right? Otherwise, I don't see a way to protect the g4 pawn. क्योंकि rook g1 के लिए तो f5 pawn मर रहा है. So you cannot move this rook. The rook has to be here in order to support this.
So long castle.
Long castles has to be played, I think. Let's say if you take
Pawn take.
pawn takes. How is this kind of a position where the pawn on h7 is an outside pawn, but this position, if white somehow gets e4 and d4, can become good for him.
So
So,
mat de do. Can we do that? To not give him what he wants.
sorry?
No, can we stop that? Like, to not let him get this E4
So how
and
do you do
D4?
it? Let's say, do you want to go c4 or
I'm not sure yet. I thought you
because
are
if
a
you go
grandmaster and
c4,
will help us to understand how I am in a chilled mode today,
yeah, so
not
if c4,
calculating.
yeah, I mean c4 then knight d4 and white gets this central square and also f6 is an idea.
No,
So
I want c4. I mean, after this, maybe I'm thinking d6.
yeah, I think this idea is very logical to go
d6,
d6
king
and king
d7.
d7. The
Oh, but the
only
same problem, no? D4 or
f6 is a
D4.
problem because now if ef6 bishop takes f6 your king suddenly is opened up and I don't think that you exactly want to allow this
So
with
king
black.
d7,
But why
then
not
bishop
D4?
takes
One
knight.
second. Why not D4 over there?
d4
d4 is
cd.
also possible. cd,
CD4, 94. And
yeah,
E6 square I thought is very bad, but it doesn't matter, kya? Knight E6 even if you get.
I
Oh,
mean
rook F5.
I don't think I want to take on f5 but just rook f7 perhaps and this is also an interesting position. I mean I guess black's idea would be to go knight a4 knight c5 next. um so
Okay,
in
that knight is not staying on E6 forever. You
exactly
want to exchange it. Got it.
exactly. We'll try to go to the live board after 35 minutes for Hikaru. Now he has really used up a lot of times in the starting few moves, but I think he's not really risking anything. The position is around even. Gukesh trying to put some pressure on the g4 pawn, but as we saw the line of long castles, bishop f5, even rook takes f5 is possible. Rook takes, g takes, maybe knight d5 trying to protect the e7 pawn and go for long castle could be an idea because we desperately want a rook to come and join in this side of the game. So I think that this could be something that we potentially see. We have one question by King Julian. Surprised that in take preview, Kaya didn't mention candidates documentary in chess. Uh,
I think they have made a something called as some, I don't know. I don't know which candidates documentary, but they have something like 2025 something
oh.
that what is going on in
King
this match.
c2 played by Hikaru. He did not castle long. He says that he wants to keep his king on c2. And very interesting decision by Hikaru.
Good one, right?
I think so because now if you take on f5, rook takes f5, and instead of king being on c2, it's actually much more active on c2. And I think that in the end games, the closer the king is to the center, the better it is.
Well, I would have really loved to play rook C6 over there, but there is knight E5 also, and not sure bishop E6. Look F1, look F1, look E6, look F1.
Yeah, so after king c2, Gukesh is thinking in this position. Can we quickly check what is happening in Vincent's game? Because
And I think there is a super chat by Ritik and all the people who've been mentioning about this in the chat, guys. I did mention it yesterday as well on stream that it would be better if this discussion of Samay and Ranveer and India's Got Latent is done not on these streams of chess, because it's, as I said, a very deep, complicated, nuanced topic that should be discussed elsewhere and not here, where we give our opinion in 1 minute or something. So that's the reason why I'm not saying anything. But yeah, it would be nice if we focus on chess.
यहाँ पे इस
I
chess
think
में
yesterday
इतना
Sagar
excitement
mentioned
चल
not
रहा है.
to,
Yes,
not
Amruta.
to give super chat also about it, so that you don't
Yeah,
feel like
it's
the
no,
money is.
there's no need to give super chats, but also just want to address that. I already addressed it yesterday, also like to say it today, and I'm sure that there will be more things that will develop, and I'm sure that things will come out of it. And I mean, right now this is not the space that we discuss.
Yeah.
But rook takes
So what did
d7.
Gookie play? Because that's what everyone's saying he played. Gookie played?
Yeah, he
Rook
played.
G8.
Wow.
Yeah, let's stay here.
That's the best
So
move
why-
actually. I was not sure how easy it is, but he has quickly found this move and he's
No, with
actually
the speed, it didn't seem easy. Matlab, not at all. Like, because I was considering king
हाँ,
c2
ये
आया, तो
मारेगा वो.
things like c4 or कुछ और, matlab on the queen side. But Rook G8 is getting out of the pin.
Yeah, he's just putting his sim out of the pen and now threatening the g5 bishop और bishop अगर f4 पे गया तो g4 का pawn मर रहा है. And I think this is what Gukesh's idea is, that if white takes on h7, he'll simply go something like rook h8, and now the material is equal. The position is also very, very solid. So this might be heading towards the draw. After rook g8, I don't know if Hikaru has a very clear way to continue the game to put pressure, because I think that with this move we might be heading towards an equality.
So with what, like bishop e6 here, is it something we will consider? Bishop
Bishop
e6.
e6, I will
Rook g5.
take this bishop, and now the pawn on
Ah.
g4 is going to be a long-term weakness. If you go
Hmm.
rook f8 check and take this, I'm also going to bring my knight into the game, and then I can defend the c5 pawn with b6, and I think this is very, very comfortable for black, Amrita. So
Yeah,
rook
nice.
Maybe
g8.
this is the way in which the draw could also happen.
Yes, guys, गुकेश के लिए आज थोड़ा एनर्जी और पॉजिटिविटी हो जाए.
क्योंकि
He has
अगर वो
been
black से draw करेगा, then tomorrow with white he can strike.
exactly, and he hasn't been performing that well in this event, but I think it can completely change in this event, guys. 6.5 thousand of you watching, मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है, guys? क्योंकि this is going to determine the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th spot, the games that Gukesh and Hikaru are playing for.
And it could be very much possible that with Nodirbek winning today, he might make a strong claim towards the fight for the 5th place.
Yeah, completely possible. Rook g8, Gukesh today completely focused. Look at him. Can we go on the full screen, Sagar Bhai? He is really focused today. Rook g8 has been played. Hikaru a little surprised. If you see in this picture, he is a little surprised.
Yeah, it seems like he did not consider this or what.
Maybe we can shift the timer actually.
"31 minutes for Hikaru, 44 minutes for Gukesh."
What is the heart rate of players? Rohit is asking. Guys, we don't know, but maybe you can just drop in an update for now if you
Actually,
that.
Gukesh's heart rate is very stable, around 70, 65, 70. He's very, very stable. He's
It's
like an
something to
athlete.
really learn, no? Like at 18, you have such a stable heartbeat, even if it's highly stressed situation. Not
Yeah, but I
easy.
don't know if heartbeat is the best indicator of that. Of
Definitely an important indicator. You cannot like reject it like that. Correct? Like it's the first step that it is coming to a calm and composed manner. वो तो पहले से
Interesting.
Yeah,
होना ही
could
है
be.
ना.
But Amruta, the thing is that the younger you are, the better your heart rate. Yeah. So in this case, when you say, oh, he's only 18, like I think he's 18,
अच्छा.
so his heart rate
तो
might.
मतलब
That's
तुम्हारा
what.
हार्ट रेट थोड़ा खराब होएगा सागर
मतलब
at
as you
35,
grow
yeah?
older, perhaps your heart rates are more.
प्रेम में तो आ जाओ.
fluctuating.
Yeah.
प्रेम में दिख नहीं रहे हो.
Oh, Ritik says if you Google chess and good things, Sagar bhai appear. Arey bhai. Also, if UI of Chessbase were as good as Chessbase India videos, every single chess player in the planet would love it. Arey bhai, Ritik bhai, Chessbase is soon going to be on browser, and it has its own app that is coming out. So, a lot of developments there as well.
Wow.
क्या बात
So,
है.
Harshit bhai,
Okay, let's
Magnus
Magnus
Carlsen is right now being cramped for space, just like how we are in this studio.
मैं क्या बोल रही हूँ, just make my frame a little bit ऐसे smaller और crop करो ना, so that you will get a wider frame.
अरे हम तो एकदम खुश है
Yeah, we are chilling.
We are very happy.
And what a pawn sacrifice.
एक मिनट
Look at Vincent's move.
Let's ask our chat what is the oh, if you take, he is just wanting to give up ऐसे ही.
भाई पर ऐसे कैसे दे दिया?
सागर याद आया क्या कुछ?
तूने बताया था अमृता. I agree.
नहीं, मैंने pawn sack तो नहीं बताया था, but white's idea is to get the king on B1
Why
or
not then
A1.
do it with rook c2 and
This
ऐसे?
was my idea.
But maybe he
actually.
just doesn't want knight d3.
Also, bishop a7, king b8, the idea that you mentioned, I think he just wanted to quickly put his king on b1 so that he can continue with his idea of pushing the pawn to c5. Very, very...
And you know, Harshit bhai, if he goes back here, we can ask our viewers what is the winning move for white here, white to play.
In fact,
Because that knight is trapped.
No, yes, the knight is
I-
actually trapped on c4. I mean, you have b5, but it's very weakening.
No, that
So
would be
that's
too
No,
not
in
a...
fact, Neil was so quick, even when before, just while you were asking the question, he already mentioned, like, calculation aise karo. Like, you're already there. You know what question is gonna come for you, and you're giving an answer.
Exactly. Queen takes b6. You cannot take back. Rick on c1 is pinning the king. So this is looking very, very good for Vincent. This move king c2. The engine doesn't like it, but I think practically it has a lot of venom attached with it. And I think that Vincent is actually going to be very, very dangerous in this game.
Arshit bhai, what do you think about this? Knight c4, king b1, knight b2.
Oh.
King b2, knight
Wait
check.
a minute. You
And then-
ask questions, Sagar.
Yes. Knight c1, king c1.
Mm-hmm.
And this position, I mean, you have given up 2 knights
But
to
look at
get
those
rook and
pawns.
2 pawns.
Look at those pawns on d5 and e4 controlling all of the light squares that black has, and also the bishop on b8 is extremely passive right now. You can even go bishop f2 to completely dominate that bishop on b8. फिर वो दूसरा रुक भी c1 पे आ सकता है. This is looking very, very good for white. Lone Wolf asks
Oh, he doesn't even take. He goes bishop,
bishop
a7.
b7. Bishop a7.
Yeah, because it is very intuitive. You don't even want to Can we have the screen of Magnus, by the way,
Oh,
for a
sorry.
while?
Yeah.
Because you don't even want to calculate something like that. You just want to go with your feel. So bishop a7.
Yeah. And
And
he's-
Harshit, bhai, would you have in your game?
I
you
would
have
not
gone
have
into
taken.
deep calculations? No, right?
No. You want to save time and put Keymer under pressure
So
on
what
the
about
clock.
king b1 now? Is that bad move?
No, they just king b8 and this idea of yours with knight c8.
Take.
Okay,
just
now
right
with
this
bishop
is
f2,
ending.
knight c8. Yeah,
Bishop
you
f2,
don't
knight
like it.
h3 is the problem.
Yeah.
Just capturing
got
the
So this
bishop.
queen e3 move was important, Sagar, even at that point of time. And this plan should have waited, actually.
So Keymer actually losing a bit of control, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, he can. The problem is I don't have bishop f2 because of this knight h3, which
Maybe
is
bishop
very annoying.
No,
E2.
Harshit, we were analyzing instead of king c2 first because queen e3 was important. So that you get your queen out of the problem.
Oh,
Once
and
that is set, then you kind of
but
here
you.
you cannot get it.
But the thing is, usually you always somehow want to put your bishop first, right? Because you want.
Exactly.
So it's a little counterintuitive to go queen e3, I guess. Also,
Correct,
you allow
but
knight g2.
practically this is working because if you go bishop a7, mainly you're trying to stop your opponent's idea.
Mm-hmm.
That king b8 and knight c8. That
Mm-hmm.
is something you want to go.
So maybe now
So
bishop f2.
king b8.
Yeah, and still this idea exists. Yeah, like I don't know how we stopped
But
it.
your queen is a little bit out.
So
Like with queen
E3, there
c3,
was
queen
knight
a5
G2,
ideas.
right?
Yeah.
Knight g2 here.
Oh,
Winning the bishop.
then your knight.
Yeah,
e3
knight
is
g.
the problem.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to take with the. Yeah, possible.
I think positionally it says that it's a closed structure, so knights are better than bishops.
Yeah.
Oh, he played bishop
Maybe.
d2, by the way. He
Best
played it.
move.
Wow.
Best move played by Vincent.
He played it, right?
Oh, amazing. It's
Wow.
a tough move.
And
Very
if
tough
now
move.
knight c4, oh, there's bishop hanging.
And now actually his idea is to go bishop e3 and the knight on h3 is no longer going to harass the bishop on f2. So bishop e3 putting pressure on this diagonal and then c5. I think this if white gets c5 without having tactical problems, white is going to crash the queen side of black and that's just going to be very, very good.
By the way, guys, people are saying Gukesh
Gukesh has
has
made a
gone wrong
mistake.
somewhere.
I don't know.
So here bishop h4 by Hikaru, and it seemed like here Gukesh could have taken this pawn. क्या हो गया भाई?
Nothing.
हीटर बंद करना है?
हाँ.
हाँ.
आपको?
हाँ.
सागर तो अभी बोले बिना ही समझ रहा है हर्षित को.
And maybe Gukesh should have gone for this, but he did not like rook f7 attacking here and here. But it doesn't seem that dangerous, like rook c7, rook h7, and perhaps the position is around equal, but he didn't like it, Gukesh. So Gukesh went for the move bishop takes bishop, pawn takes, And now we reach here where the position is still not that critical yet.
Yeah, but I really like White's pawn structure. Like he has all of these pawns still on the initial squares. He still has a lot of potential to go e4 and d4. And the biggest difference between White's and Black's position is that White just has one pawn island, whereas Black has two pawn islands. Which means that if we don't reach a king pawn endgame, the pawn on h7 is going to be a long-term vulnerability that Black will always need to keep its pieces surrounding with. Because let's say, for example, if you go rook g7, trying to just put pressure, like protect this h7 pawn, f6 is going to be crashing because ef6, bishop f6 check. दोनों pieces मर रहे, king भी check में. This
What
is
about
just
d6, Arshit bhai? Just push the pawn here.
yeah, d6 is possible. Again, f6 is scary क्योंकि e6 गए तो f7 check is going to be winning.
No, I'll take now.
If you take, I don't know if you would
King
like
d7.
to take, and the rook jumps in the attack with rook f7. And I think again this one is not looking very good for
This is
Terrible.
9A5.
This is terrible.
exactly. So f5, and he needs to find some good idea. Maybe rook g4, trying to ask this bishop ki bhai, you are putting a lot of problems on this diagonal. I'm just going to force you to go back. And of course, if bishop e1 back, then your idea with d6, king d7 is looking very, very good for black. So I think rook g4 is Gukesh's idea. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think Vandan Dev Baranwal also says this. It seems like rook g4 is what he wants to do, but Hikaru can go rook h1. And as you mentioned, Arshit bhai, the pawn there, the h pawn, has become a weakness. So that will be something that Hikaru can put pressure on. But still, guys, everything is under control. It's not like terrible position. Gukesh will be able to hold this, at
If we-
least for now.
But I think rook g4 is quite important. Trying to just dislodge this bishop from this diagonal, because I am personally very afraid of this idea of f6 and f7. I think that this can really put black under a lot of pressure. On the clock, however, Gukesh is doing very, very well. He's up 15 minutes on the clock, which is a very good sign that he can utilize his time on the crucial moment. Rook g4 ho jaye.
Shady Gupta has asked Harshit Sagar and Amruta, do you think the expectation of performing like a world champion is affecting Gukesh's performance? Like how Ding was affected?
No, I think I already answered this. I mean, we are looking at a completely different format. This is not classical chess. Gukesh is the classical world chess champion. Freestyle chess is a different concept and a different format that we are looking at. So, I think that, yeah, he's just trying to find his groove in this format as well. Of course, in Tata Steel, he also had a lot of pressure, but he still managed to perform extremely well. So, yeah, I don't really think that the pressure is something that Gukesh is taking adversely.
Yeah, I think overall for Gukesh, this event is also a lot about just giving his best. And even if he finishes at the bottom of the table, he's not that worried.
Yeah.
Maybe his real focus will come on Norway chess or these events. But then again, this is the question which I have been constantly talking about with all of you. How much time should Gukesh dedicate to freestyle chess in his calendar? And this is, I think, a question not just to you guys, but also to Gukesh himself.
Yeah. And I
Uh,
think only as time he goes for d6, by the way. What is his idea of after f6?
F6 आ रहा है भाई, F6.
You mentioned this move d6, Sagar bhai, but I was afraid of f6 because you can never take. You can basically never take this and allow white to capture on e5, and then you just have too many weaknesses.
No, okay, you won't take it. Knight g6 ko f7 is a problem.
Knight
no?
g6 you just take. You cannot take back because rook f7 is just going to be crushing you. If you
Got
go
it. So
something like
knight,
king d7 now, maybe something like this could be a possibility perhaps.
नहीं rook f7 को rook
नहीं,
knight
bishop
h4 मर रहा है ना?
Yeah.
Knight f8 check को what's the plan? King e
Sorry?
कौन सा?
नहीं white knight.
Amruta ने
आज that's why I said today I have to
Oh,
not
by the way,
calculate.
this all happened. He played king d7, fe7 or what?
Really?
No.
Oh,
Back to live.
wait a second.
Yes,
Oh.
this has happened.
Wow.
Knight
Can we go
e5
full
has-
screen?
Is it on the board?
Knight d5 played. Wow.
No, first.
Oh,
Wow.
we have Nikhil Jain who has sent a super chat. I used to
Big
play
one.
and lose in chess during my teenage. I got back into chess since recent Olympiads and I'm hooked along with my 7-year-old son too, who plays each day. He keeps suggesting the moves Gukesh should play. Loving the journey.
Thanks a lot, Nikhil. It's great to see that you and your son are following this game. Us ourselves are so hooked to watching and commentating
Yeah.
on these streams because of the support that we get from you guys, and also because how well these youngsters have been performing in recent times. Knight D5 just played by Gukesh right now.
And also, Nikhil, maybe he's 7 years old, your son, so he could watch this 8-year-old traps. Sagar, what's the basic opening traps? No, that's
Basic
the
chess opening
playlist.
traps. Yeah.
Chess opening traps playlist, and it's a lot of fun, but a lot of learning also. A few videos, very short videos, like 3-4 minutes. Kaise ek video hai. So you could check it out.
Guys, request all of you to drink water.
Ooh, yes, and also we have an important question actually raised by Lone Wolf, who says, how do you determine knight is more valuable than rook in the game, and what has been your favorite opening position so far for black and white?
For white, I think it's clear what my favorite position is. You can take a look at all of the interviews that I made with chess players, and I show a position where white has the biggest advantage in the starting position in freestyle chess. With black, I'm not sure if I have one, but I think if there was one to choose, I would probably choose one where the bishops are next to each other and connected, because I like.
I like this Magnus Nodirbek game.
Wow,
That
was
one, Bishop A7,
fabulous
Bishop
game.
A2. First game of the
Mm.
quarterfinals. I thought that was a great position.
Yes, absolutely. Guys, 7.5K people watching. Gukesh is playing against Hikaru Nakamura, fighting for the
This
fifth
is
place in the
equal,
freestyle
no?
chess.
After I take here.
It's
Harshit.
black to play, Abhipar.
It's white
It's white to play right now.
But yeah, let's say for example, the best engine move is this. What if I just take?
Yeah, but then let's say take, and then I was mentioning about, let's say bishop e7, king e7, and let's say rook h5. This pawn on h7 is going to be a long-term weakness.
But I can defend.
Rook h1. Do you really want to go rook h8? It's so passive. I don't know. This is too much. Oh,
Yeah,
guys.
and guys, there's a tactic here. Black to play and white to play and win. Amruta, let's see if our
Okay.
viewers are alert.
Megro says, Sagar bhai, I didn't drink water much because it fills the stomach and makes heavy to do things.
Arey bhai.
You have to
Arey,
just go to washroom.
You
But
need to drink
like-
as much water as you can. Extremely important to drink water to have a very, very good skin care.
अरे स्किन केयर
Skin के लिए बहुत अच्छा रहता है ना.
हाँ क्या
water overall only is very important for you. You see, Magnus plays amazing chess. Magnus drinks a lot of water, so we are inspired from him. In fact, Magnus had a sponsor, right? Which was
I can actually do
this-
everything that Magnus does. Like he drinks water, the way
Everything.
he
Yeah,
walks,
Harshit
except,
bhai will have to marry now.
except
अरे.
his chess style.
Magnus got married, no?
Yes.
Now. So then Harshit bhai.
अरे.
Knight takes c5 कितने लोग ने बोला अमृता?
Oh, 56 people, knight c5. But wait a second. What was queen b6? हाँ वो पहले का था ठीक है. Magnus Nakamura, Adik Lenin, P. Vijay Kavirajan, Ramesh Rongali, Nabendu Mitra, Shaurya Punjabi, IIT Anonymous, Soham Shukla, Jeet, and Azim Masood.
So not an easy position actually, with Hikaru having this idea of rook f5, h5. So if he finds this, Gukesh will be in some pressure, under some pressure. Guys, Gukesh needs to be careful here not to sort of slide into a worse endgame. 23 minutes for Hikaru, 40 minutes for Gukesh.
And we have Giancarlo Esposito
Arey.
asking you to do something, Sagar bhai.
Happy propose day, Sagar bhai. Please remember to propose Amruta today. अरे Amruta, will you be
पर आज
my...
प्रपोज डे थोड़ी है मतलब उसने है ऐसा कुछ नहीं रहता है
हो सकता है.
हो सकता है. Every day is a proposal. Amruta, will you love me today?
just today that's your
Every
proposal
day I can ask you.
okay okay I'll think
Okay,
about
बोल
it
Oh, I'll think about it. अरे अमृता ये क्या है यार?
अरे थोड़ा सा तो कभी किया नहीं है उसने प्रपोज, तो एटलीस्ट फिर थोड़ा ऐसे थ्रिलर करने को चांस तो मिलेगा ना.
ठीक है दोस्तों. Huge proposal. If you think about 7,800 people somewhere and someone proposing, it's like almost
Rook
Rook
F5.
F5. Oh my God. He is definitely has to play carefully here.
Hikaru
Gukesh.
proposing
Gukesh
a
seems confident. What is Hikaru proposing?
Hikaru is proposing a very long fight today. He's really tightening the screws in the position. Rook H5, Rook C1 का भी H1 पे आने वाला है. This is not looking that good for Gukesh, but of course, this is the end game, so drawing chances obviously है.
And you can feel it that. And look at Hikaru there.
He's
Ooh.
bobbing his head.
He's like, मजा आ रहा है. Tick, 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 tick. It's all going in his mind, guys. He's calculating.
Look at the shirt, the floral shirt that Hikaru is
Why,
wearing.
Harshit
I
bhai,
like
he's
it.
thinking like
फ्लोरल
Take.
नहीं है इस पे,
moose
एक
here.
भी फ्लावर नहीं.
Moose.
Floral.
Bishop takes.
अच्छा नहीं, कुछ
King
तो अलग ही
takes.
है.
Rook H1. Rook H8.
Design.
Rook H8. Knight C5. D C5. Rook E5. Check. King D6. He's thinking about these lines, guys. He's thinking.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is definitely one of the best calculators. So he's trying to understand how black can try to defend this position. But you have to agree with me, Sagar Bhai, that against someone like Hikaru, defending this position, which kind of seemed to be very equal, is going to be a very uphill task for Gukesh, who is just coming off a difficult match against Fabiano.
Yeah. I have a feeling that Gukesh is under massive pressure here from Hikaru, and Hikaru senses it. Hikaru also moving away from the board. Gukesh feeling a bit uncomfortable. You can also feel that, right? He's sitting alone. He's trying to think here. Amir Hussain says, can we play freestyle chess on chess.com? Yes, you can. In fact, there are tournaments for title players every Friday called Freestyle Fridays.
Absolutely. I actually
Did you play?
before leaving my university, I played some practice games with my roommate Luka Budisavljevic, also a grandmaster, and it was a lot of fun to play this kind of training games before coming to Weisenhaus, because I was very curious as to how it's going to feel to commentate on it. So I just wanted to see and practice playing myself.
And did you enjoy why? And do you think that now, let's say after commentating for so many days, when you will go there back, you will beat your friend easily?
I don't know. I do think that playing and commentating are two similar fields, but at the same time they are very different, because when you play, you have a lot of you have a lot of pressure about making a mistake, and whereas when I commentate, I have no pressure about making a mistake. So
यार सागर प्रेशर देता है यार इसको थोड़ा, इधर प्रेशर की प्रैक्टिस चाहिए. No, actually, Hari had mentioned a very important point that when we are practicing, we are not under the same amount of pressure when we are playing. And
exactly.
if we are able to manage to increase the pressure when we are practicing, let's say we keep some deadlines, we keep some time pressure while solving, then it really helps to calculate in the game better. So Sagar, can Harshit see the engine?
Yes.
So Harshit, you cannot see the engine.
अच्छा.
Harshit bhai ko tough kar rahe bhai. Harshit bhai, we want you to become 2600. So your training begins now. What do you think
Pressure.
is the best
बहुत
move for
pressure
Okay, I will
black?
be
है
blindfold. I
Harshit.
remember the position. Okay,
अरे
let me just
मजा
look at the
आएगा यार,
position.
मजा
Okay.
आएगा.
Black के लिए best move क्या है हर्षित भाई? What is the best move for black now?
So, I mean, I obviously want to get rid of the e7 pawn. So knight e7 like feels very logical
But
to me.
97 we saw rook h5 and white has lot of pressure. It's not
Yeah.
helping you.
But the thing is that I feel right now you're threatening to go rook h5. I don't know how to stop it. Is rook g2 an idea?
But
Just
then it doesn't help so much.
maybe you will go, yeah, because maybe I don't know if you can go rook f8 because
Rook cf1. And if
okay.
you play rook e2,
Then you have rook f8. That's very annoying.
rook f8.
And now you're threatening rook takes c8, so I can't really do that.
What about 97 here?
Knight e7, bishop takes e7, and you're winning a piece because king
takes
is
f8.
bishop takes f8. So,
Harshit bhai, OP guys. In
Guys,
the chat
Harshit
पे
bhai.
तो
and the thing is that knight e3 check, there is king d3 always, and knight f1, king takes e2. So,
Knight d
अरे illegal है.
illegal है ना, knight है.
so knight e3 check,
Hmm.
King b1.
and knight f1 still rook takes c8, which is win, or rook d8 check also wins. But rook c8 is simple, I guess.
सागर तुम तो देख के मुंह कर रहे हो illegal.
नहीं वो मुंह बता रहा है, वो ही खेल रहा हूँ.
No, it's not easy. I mean, when
Yeah,
I
yeah,
try
it's
to
very
think
tough.
about the position by myself, I definitely see a lot of danger for black.
Hi, you are 69th GM and now you are also thinking blindfolded. You are like genius.
I mean, I am someone who always loved to calculate without looking at the board. So I
Acha.
think,
So then, bhai, I can put.
उसको उल्टा बिठा दो ना फिर.
अरे.
Guys, we will put some sponsors next time here, where Harshit bhai will do this commentary.
Oh yeah, for Prague Festival, Sagar, I'll send something with you. जहाँ पे ऐसा करेंगे. Harshit's commentary and उसका GM के लिए भी it should always have this incremental progress. GM नहीं, sorry, 26.
Yeah, actually, I would love that.
2600 नहीं यार, 2700 Harshit.
अरे.
हाँ, definitely. Heavy training.
Yes, it would be so interesting if I never look at the board and you just tell me whenever they make a move and I try to commentate blindfolded.
Wow, let's do it today, bhai.
अरे.
Why don't you sit थोड़ा आराम से? अरे ऐसे बाहर बैठोगे तो
अभी
दिखोगे
बहुत
नहीं ना
tough
भाई.
नहीं है क्या ऐसा
हाँ?
बीच में?
दिखना है ना
नहीं,
आपको.
दिखना है ना. We want to see.
Oh my God,
The
Harshit
chat
bhai.
wants to. अभी और फ्रेम में उसको उल्टा करो.
हाँ ऐसे, हाँ ऐसा रखो सर, ऐसे.
और थोड़ा सा.
हाँ, you have to sit. क्या बात
वो
है?
तुम सागर को देखते रहोगे.
अरे.
Maybe that will inspire you to find all the answers. So Harshit bhai, right now the best move for black is, we've been trying to figure out.
So let's just go in this variation. Knight takes e7.
Knight e7, rook
Bishop
h5.
e7. No, first let's look at bishop e7, like forcing
Same.
variation.
Bishop e7, king e7,
Rook h5, rook g7, rook h1, attacking the h7 pawn. If I go rook h8, we saw that you have knight takes c5 check.
Check नहीं भाई, king e7.
Sorry, I mean knight takes c5 basically, or फिर I'm losing a pawn. So how can I defend? It's not. I think I might have to just give up a pawn.
Yeah.
But then it's like practically super tough to defend that. So
starting with knight e7 is a bad idea. Why? Because you lose a pawn.
So
So let's go back.
Can I go rook g? No, rook g4. You still go rook h5. So I'm rook g4. Yeah, rook g4. You still go rook h5. Rook g4, rook h5. Can I go knight g6? Is that an idea?
And Gukesh has played. Let's see if he is able to.
Oh
guess.
my God, Gukesh has played rook g7.
Rook g7.
Yes. And now Hikaru and both the players are off the board, guys. It's a completely empty chessboard. It's the World Chair Championship.
वो थोड़ा zoom in कम करो ना ताकि दोनों दिखेंगे.
Wait, is there knight takes c5?
adjust नहीं करना.
Now,
Is it possible?
rook takes
Knights.
If I rook c5, d4.
d4. Yeah, possible. That I was thinking.
Sir, we will like the chat.
But
needs
then
to
knight
see,
e3
na?
check.
You will have
Ah,
to
yeah,
make
you have
the
knight
moves.
e3 check.
He's
Yeah.
about to make.
Oh my God, Hikaru instantly plays rook h1, guys.
Wow. So
And-
it's just
and-
transposing, right? If knight e7, bishop e7, it will just transpose.
Correct. So
Maybe.
Hikaru had something like वो खाना खा के आया है कुछ तो. Very relaxed.
No, it won't transpose because now if knight e7,
You can
bishop
take with the
takes
rook.
e7, yeah, rook takes.
And rook h5, rook h8, and now knight takes.
c5 is not possible because of d takes c5 and the knight is protected.
Yeah. Exactly.
But Hikaru played so quickly rook h1.
So
He-
knight e7. Let's try to analyze.
But he could have played rook f8 also there, but he played rook h1.
So knight e7, let's go.
Knight e7,
I don't have to take. I can start with rook h5
rook h5.
because now I'm also threatening. And now if you go rook h8, you lose to bishop f6. So you cannot go rook h8
क्या बात है?
because your rooks are pinned. And I think that this might be a very good way to capture the h7 pawn because next move I want to take on e7 or bishop f6.
Right.
So I think knight e7, rook h1 is very difficult for black.
But I can move my knight now from e7
To g6.
d5.
Uh-huh. And let's say I go something like bishop f2 or e1, I go back. Because now again rook h8, there is knight takes c5, right?
Yes. So now if I play here, then knight takes pawn check, pawn takes, and rook takes is
e5.
winning for white.
Yeah.
So here bishop f2 is a great move, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
b6 maybe, and then you can take
Just take on h7.
rook h7
This,
and
yeah. I
I'm
mean,
sure.
although the engine might give not a decisive advantage, I think practically to defend a pawn down with pawns on the same side on the board is very difficult.
By the way, Hikaru went rook h1 and
Mhm.
it's been now close to 3 minutes. Gukesh is not on the board. Gukesh has gone somewhere.
Wow, how much time does he have?
He has 30 minutes.
Hmm.
So he has time, but still he's under pressure here. And
And for
meanwhile,
now, everyone's saying to go to Magnus's game.
Magnus's
because-
game.
Okay, let me check.
We see 2583 subscribers. We have reached 2583. Harshit bhai.
Wow.
Ooh, what's your goal for today? You had mentioned.
2584.
If 8-4, then you guys will dance. Let's try with Harshit Bhai.
Okay, let's look
Calculating
at Magnus's
blindfold.
game so that I'll try to also
Ho sakta hai.
calculate blindfold here. Okay, let me just take a
Guys,
look
please
at the position.
subscribe. All those who are not subscribed, if you want to hear Harshit Bhai's calculation.
Okay, this one is a bit tough to remember, but yeah, okay, I think I remember now.
We'll help you in
So whose
the
position is it? Who's to move?
Knight
Bishop.
c8 was the last move.
Okay.
lines.
So obviously the first thing that comes to mind is if I can go c5. Because I just want to open the position somehow, right?
Yeah.
So c5,
It might be the best move.
if you go d takes c5, I have an option to take with the knight or the bishop, but I like taking with the bishop because after bishop takes c5, I take knight takes c5, and let's say after rook d6, I can just go king b1, and rook b6 doesn't work because I have knight d7 check, right?
Yes.
And that's winning.
Very nice. Harshit
So-
bhai, analysis better in blindfold. क्या बात है? एकदम full focus में है भाई.
Yeah, because now I actually have to use my brain.
Wow.
But he'll get tired earlier. So maybe full time.
No, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. So
Achha.
जैक पेराल्टा ओपी हो जाए चैट में दोस्तों 1069 रेटेड ग्रैंडमास्टर फाइंडिंग ऑल द मूव्स ब्लाइंडफोल्डेड
1069.
उसका उसने रेटिंग बताया था वो वीडियो में
so just to make sure the queen is on f2 and bishop e3, right?
राइट
Yes.
Okay, so c5, what does black do actually? You have to take, right? If you don't take, you allow c6. So c5, how does black defend?
मस्ट टेक
Must take. I'll take with the bishop. Perhaps now you can make a move like rook f d8, but that also looks very bad. So you have to take again.
मे बी
Bishop
टेक
C5.
Ah, but bishop c5, you cannot take my rook on f8, so I kind of have a free move. So how can I take advantage of this? Not so easy.
Yeah, it feels like black is so cramped, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But while many such positions where you have this initiative and you feel like you're better, but you're not finding something very concrete, and then you go low on the time, and then it just is a pressure which kind of explodes. So
Yeah, and
I think 16 minutes for Vincent.
and sacrificing on d5 doesn't really make sense because usually whenever you want to sacrifice, guys, you always want all of your pieces in the game. And here with black pieces on the last rank, sacrificing is only going to help white. ed5 takes everything, and I think
Just king b1.
king b1 and white is completely winning. So I think c5, dc5, bishop c5, at least without looking at the engines, does seem to be putting black under a lot of pressure.
Let's see if Vincent plays this move. He's thinking now down to 15 minutes. Time is going to be an important factor for Vincent Keymer and all the people joining in, guys. Harshit Bhai is here. He's calculating blindfolded. Lot of
मजा आ रहा
people.
है.
Yeah.
So, Harshit Bhai, then we also should look at the game Caruana Sindarov.
Mhm.
It's been a very, very crazy game.
By the way, we had a comment, Harshit Bhai and Sagar. I started to watch chess because I discovered your channel after FIDE Championship, and after that, I strengthened my chess concepts, which I learned 8 years ago.
Wow.
Very.
Keep it up, bhai. You need to reach what, I don't know your rating, but try to improve to 1500, 1600 so that following these games is going to become even more entertaining for you. Rook c3 played by Fabiano, trying to put his rook on b3 so that the pawn on b6 can be attacked.
Yeah.
And another
Sindar.
follow-up comment by Nikhil, who had super chatted. He says, "By the way, my son just won another match against my wife."
Oh, congrats.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, when you're young, that's like one of your biggest motivations to beat your family members. I remember when I started playing chess, my biggest motivation was to beat my sister, who was quite good. And that's how my chess journey began.
Yeah, for me also my father.
Hmm.
And I think Amruta, for you, your brother,
Yeah, my father.
you wanted to
No,
beat.
my brother was strong. Like he started very early. He had become very strong very soon. So my dad used to beat me. So after that, I think for young, actually, all the people who are teaching their kids chess, it's really enjoyable when they play games with each other, because you can play anytime, you can pause anytime, it can be continued, you can analyze this, it can be done in a nice way, except for not to focus on the result, obviously.
Yeah.
But the process is a lot of fun.
By the way, Firouzja is managing to
Fight
get
back.
some drawing chances because we thought that he's going to get under big pressure, but he somehow exchanged the queens, and in this endgame with equal pawns, I do think he has a very good drawing chance.
But also
My
some
God.
pressure, no? Like, let's say b4, a4, a5, king comes up slowly. There is some pressure.
Yeah, bishop and knight guys do extremely well in endgames. They really complement each other well because the bishop can control all the long diagonals, whereas the knight can control all of the squares nearby. I think this is looking slightly better for white, but Gukesh must be happy with the queen trade.
Yeah, but we
Firouzja,
definitely
I
did not expect that Nodirbek would be landing in this situation with having so much advantage. We thought it's going to be crushing. So
Mhm.
Firouzja, great fighter.
Yeah.
What about Fabi and did we check that? Fabi's game? Can we quickly have a look? Sindarov
Yeah, we
versus
just saw
Fabi.
right now, Amruta.
Oops, sorry. I was looking at the chat.
Let's go to Gukesh versus Hikaru. Maybe you already know Harshit by this game. I will tell you.
We can continue over there.
I do remember the position.
Guys, Harshit trying to be blindfolded so that he can also improve through these streams. Oh, bhai.
क्या हुआ? ये गिरेगा नहीं ना ऊपर का कुछ?
अरे भाई भाई जोर का आवाज आया,
हाथ
ऐसा
ऊपर
लगा कुछ तो
immediately
सब
हाथ ऐसा ऊपर कर लो, हाँ?
अरे भाई भाई।
टेबल के अंदर ही गो
एक
अंडर द
मिनट जाके
टेबल.
देख के आता हूँ क्या हो रहा है. आप देख के आओगे?
हाँ देखता हूँ भाई.
अरे दोनों जाओ ना, कुछ भी हो रहा है तो अभी के लिए तो.
हो गया भाई.
देख लो कोई है क्या ऊपर कोई
सागर,
जम.
you also go. सागर, you also go. कोई जम मार. हेलमेट नीडेड से सागनिक. भाई डरो मत किसी इसको सागर.
ऊपर कोई नहीं है. आई थिंक मे बी दरवाजा किसी ने जोर से बंद किया रहेगा.
By the way, Gukesh found the best move in the position, guys. B6 is on the board.
Wow.
B6.
कहाँ से कंसीडर करते थे? I mean, it's so hard. Like
Because
to defend C5.
no, yeah, exactly. That's the only point.
And also controlling A5 square any time of any point of
So
time. But
in some lines it was
Yeah.
coming. It takes pawn takes and E5 was hanging. So b6 played, and Harshit Bhai, now if rook takes h5, rook h5 in this position, it could also be an interesting move.
No, but rook f5, there is knight f4. And if rook h6, your rook is trapped.
कैसे?
Knight g4.
सही है. Oh, by the way, you did not answer, right?
E4.
Rook and knight, how do you value? Which
Oh.
one is better? So that super chat का answer रह गया था ना?
It
Because-
depends actually. Sometimes, you know, knight is worth 3 points. The bishop is worth, the rook is worth 5. But if the knight is doing more things and the rook is not doing much, then the value adjusts itself.
Like for rook, open files are needed. So if let's say the rook is passively placed, whereas for knight, a square where it cannot be kicked away and it is already advanced in enemy's territory. So then you know that it's really a good knight. It's a good knight. I think you need to see.
So rook h5 and Gukesh is put under some pressure right now. He's found the best move b6, but again he needs to find a very difficult move.
Yeah.
It's not easy to find the next move. Knight to g8, preventing this idea of bishop f6.
अरे ये blindfold में मिलता था क्या? बताओ हर्षित भाई. Knight
No,
G8.
it's very tough, Amruta. Because you're preventing bishop f6, and after that it's going to be easier for you to protect your h7 pawn. क्योंकि अगर bishop पीछे गया अभी तो knight f6 आ रहा है. If bishop goes, let's say, to f2, knight f6, and suddenly black is very happy.
But what if bishop G5? Ah, but you are not threatening. No, you are threatening.
Sagar bhai, one person is very unhappy, says that because of you guys, he stopped watching cricket.
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
Aditya.
Oh my god.
Oh, my
Sorry.
God. You might be a very rare one, huh?
Yeah, very sorry. By the way, move bishop g5 on the board.
Oh, this happened? Knight g8,
Yes.
bishop g5.
Yes.
Wow.
Knight g8 found by Guki.
Wow.
That's why he's looking so relaxed, because I think he has figured it out all. But these moves, guys, you should know, are not easy, especially at this moment, especially against Nakamura. B6, कभी वहां पे खेलो, कभी knight g8 यहाँ पे खेलो. So I think Gukesh is really in good form of defending.
Yeah, but Hikaru immediately played this move bishop g5, Amruta, putting pressure on Gukesh on the clock, because abhi time around equal hai. But if Gukesh gets low on the clock, it's going to be very tough to find these only defensive moves.
What will
Wapas,
you play now?
Okay, let's
Yeah.
ask the chat. Wait, let's ask the chat what to play. And Harshit Bhai, would you like to now continue with looking at it, or would you like to
Oh
continue
my
with
God.
blindfold?
look at this. He found the best move, Amruta. King c6. It was
His idea
not...
is rook c7 and there is no pin. So rook h7 mar nahi raha hai.
No,
Rook
his
g5
idea.
आएगा.
Yeah, his idea. Yeah, exactly. This is idea.
Wow. And he's not afraid of d4 as well, which
कोई
is
डर
very
नहीं है.
easy to be afraid about. d4 खेला तो
Nobody in the chat had found. Like, of course, king c6 खेलने के बाद आया था somebody, but I don't think he found it before.
d4. It's not so easy.
Maybe just take.
If you take knight
Knight
d4 and knight f5 is coming.
Three takes. No, what about knight f7? 1 second. Or knight f3. I'm looking at that. No.
Knight f3 is a very good move, Amruta, because now you can take on d4 and the white knight cannot capture back. So it's possible to do this, but still, like, it's not that the position is completely drawn. Like, there is still a lot of lot of intrigue left in the position still.
Wait a second. Here, I was looking at c4, king c4, knight f6. Sagar. Oh, now rook f5 blunder. Take it. Knight
Knight
f6, rook
f6.
f5. Because rook
Rook-
h7,
yeah.
I wanted to go knight e4.
Mm-hmm.
That is a... Oh my god, show this, Sagar. Knight f6. Can you show this?
Mm-hmm.
No, rook h7 is in itself a blunder. But to just show that knight e4 के बाद d5 was a mate. Checkmate.
नहीं इधर d3 square है ना अमृता.
अरे नहीं, black king c6 पे है. And if white rook is on the 7th rank, then d5 is a mate.
Yeah, guys, almost 9,000 of you watching. This is getting very, very exciting right now.
Yeah.
But he has to keep playing accurately. No, matlab you would call this position as tough position for black. And the
Definitely.
defenses
For
also.
both sides, it's not easy because there's so many options and it's a very rich position. Although the engine says it's equal, I do think that practically anything can happen.
Also, the idea of pawn push to c4 and the knight jumping in could become very interesting and exciting. I think this is very, very cool. Let's see.
How rich though this position? Like Ambani rich or Harshit Rajan rich? Or
मैं कहाँ से अरे अरे अरे
Magnus rich?
सागर भाई रिच
Okay, just Sagar rich.
King c6. And Hikaru has 18 minutes on the clock. Gukesh has 23 minutes. Equal pawns, but Hikaru putting pressure on Gukesh. The last move was to avoid the pin here so that you can simply take the bishop. We are expecting either the bishop moving away to
Yeah.
f4 or pawn to d4.
I think bishop f4 is very logical because the bishop on g5 is currently hanging, and in order to take the pawn on h7 you have to move the bishop somewhere. So either bishop f4 or bishop e3. I think we are going to see one of these two moves. So bishop f4, right? Knight g6, bishop e3. And now you have knight f6. This is going to be a very good way for black to develop his
And
pieces.
who knows, Gukesh may start pressing. Once,
If this happens,
once
yeah.
he gets a chance, he really likes to press.
No,
I
but
think
it's
it's
very
become-
unrealistic. No,
Amruta,
it's
it's become a very
unrealistic, yeah.
common knowledge in the chess world amongst Fabi, Carlsen, everyone, that Gukesh never plays for a draw. He
Yeah.
always keeps fighting
He's
for a
super
win.
ambitious.
Everyone says it. It's not even a secret anymore. They are like, oh, Gukesh is super ambitious. He will play.
Maybe that also changes their decision making sometimes because they know that if they go for equality, Gukesh is still going to keep trying. So better is that they keep being ambitious against Gukesh. That could be the best way to continue.
Yeah. Can we also quickly check Magnus's game? We left it there when it felt like after c5 he has a lot of pressure. He finds it. c5, bishop c5 played, and Magnus goes for g6.
आपने बोला था ना इधर there is no threat because bishop f8 the queen would be hanging.
Exactly.
So he stopped the knight from coming here or here. And later, if permitted, he might go for the break.
Exactly. Maybe now bishop a7, knight a7, knight c5. The idea that we were looking at might be played. And next king b1. It feels really good for white right now because the queen on g8 is completely out of the game. And with the rook on c1 having an open... Guys, rook always belong on open files. And here both the rooks on d1 and c1 are on semi-open and open files. Looking very good for white.
Guys, if you see this, that rook's talent is to be on an open file. अगर उसको दूसरा कुछ करने को बोला तो he's not going to be
Oh, it
showing
takes.
his class. इसके लिए लाइफ में find your talent जिसमें है वही करो. If you are good in arts और वहां जाके अकाउंट्स कर रहे हो तो एक जीरो कम ही आएगा ना.
Exactly, Amruta. Giving some life advice. Knight c5, I think I'm expecting, but king b1 also, I think, having the same kind of ideas with going knight c5. Maybe rook c3, rook c1. The rook lift that we've been very excited about the past few days might come again.
Also, black would like to come and put his knight here on d6. So,
yeah, I think the knight on g3 can also be rerouted. Maybe knight f1, knight e3, knight c4 would be lovely if white manages to achieve that. Currently, it feels like the best player in the world is being pushed against the ropes against this young player from Germany, Vincent Keymer, who just came off a fantastic defeat, fantastic win over Firouzja Alireza.
yes, and he also beat Pragnananda in last round of Tata Steel
Yes.
to force the tiebreak. So, Vincent is in top form here, top shape. Going back to Gukesh's game. Gukesh is playing right now.
We have a huge super chat by Gaurish Kumar who says, and it's the first time he super chatted. Wow, thank you. He says, I played Open National Chess in 10th, but left it for studies, completing MBBS, MD, and DM. Now a super specialist doctor at 32. I've rediscovered my love for chess and playing FIDE events. I admire Gukesh, Prag, and their parents' fearless pursuit of passion over education.
Such a
Oh,
nice
this is
message. Yeah.
such a wow. He did MBBS, MD, DM. DM क्या रहता है तो I am not sure,
It
but
is doctory में mastery.
Wow.
बाप रे crazy यार. At 32, you're like a top chess player in
Yeah.
that sense.
Can you hear me, by the way? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you, of course.
D4
you.
has
Hmm.
been played by
खेला क्या?
Hikaru Amruta, and now he's trying to go for some D5 and attacking ideas. Very important that Gukesh does not take, क्योंकि knight takes D4 के बाद knight F5 आ रहा है. So you don't. वो जो advice मैंने बोला था कि don't capture your opponent's piece and allow him to freely develop. Instead, just make him capture your piece so that you will improve your structure.
Wait a moment. Okay. DC5, 95. Correct. Amazing.
After D4, Gukesh is currently thinking we can even go and show them how they are looking like here. Gukesh is super focused. What do you think about Hikaru's expression? Do you think he's confident or do you think he's still unsure? क्या लग रहा है?
No, I see Gukesh as confident actually. Like I don't see him any stress. Like he's relaxed in that sense, and he's calculating also the kind of moves he has found. B6, at some knight G8, King C6. These were very tough moves, like really tough whole sequence. And he had calculated White's ideas. Only then, he would get into something like this. So I feel he figured out, okay, D4 is possible, but I have some options, and he's just choosing one of the option right now. So
Yeah. I mean, an interesting idea here is also h6 for black, but I don't know how easy it is to find. The
Oh.
point is, if you take bishop takes, suddenly the rook on g7 goes on the 7th rank, and we always know that the rooks love being on the 7th ranks. If king b1 suddenly, after
Knight
knight
D3.
takes, rook takes, the knight can jump into c4 and find counterplay, and he just made a move. Knight
क्या
c4.
खेला? Oh, directly. So he has the same idea actually. Firstly, rook h7 is not possible because g5 is hanging.
Exactly, very important.
Knight king d3 is not possible. So he eliminates this one. He
Yep.
eliminates king d3, knight b2.
And the bishop cannot move because then the rook is going to jump in. So
Yes.
that is also eliminated.
Guys, I have a very good idea.
Yes.
A4.
Ah,
A4. And do you know what his idea is, Amruta? Sagarbai is very tricky. His idea is that if you play a move like A6 in this position, he's simply going to capture the pawn on H7. And after rook G5,
Let's ask.
D5 check is going
अरे
to
भाई
be.
मेट नहीं है.
Mate तो नहीं है.
अरे यार मुझे लगा मेट था.
array. But this pattern it could happen. So black king on c6 has to be very, very careful. Huh?
Exactly. The black king has to be careful because suddenly if you don't take, your king is almost checkmated. Rook d5 only move, and of course this endgame white will have great winning chances. Back to the
Sagar, if you were there for a moment, can you just put the screen a little bit where you don't have to keep adjusting? तो दोनों दिखेंगे ऐसे थोड़ा सा zoom in. नहीं वो पीछे जाता है तो दिखता नहीं है तो थोड़ा zoom मत करो उसको नहीं कम करो हाँ that's my okay cool board region.
Gukesh is looking away right now. He seems very confident, guys. Knight c4 has just been playing.
Megro says, Amruta Didi, did you note that it's most expressive player versus most non-expressive player?
Oh, that's very true.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
expressive player Hikaru versus completely silent and calm Gukesh.
Agreed. By the way, do you guys think that Hikaru will try to checkmate Gukesh's king with d5, king b5, a4?
King takes.
कुछ तो इतना आगे तक लेके आए कुछ तो होगा.
Maybe. Sacrifice first, think later. The strategy has been working out very well for some of the tacticians. King takes a4 and maybe just knight back threatening b3 could be an idea, but I don't know if this is that easy to understand that you want to go b3 and c4 to get complete control over the center. Seems very strong. Let's see if Hikaru finds it. Yes, 12 minutes right now, guys. The clock is really ticking down. All the games are going to get super tense. E5 played.
अरे bye bye.
Not something I was expecting.
Yeah, and even if you showed that variation where
क्या
Hikaru
move
did
है
not
भाई?
find, फिर it's not leading to any trouble for Gukesh, you know. So ठीक ही है ना, if that's the best variation. Gukesh has figured it out.
Yeah,
But pawn takes pawn.
maybe he wants to take here, and if we take c5, it's unclear. Maybe rook h4, something like this is what Hikaru is eyeing for, putting some pressure on the knight on c4. If the knight moves back, then bishop e3 puts a lot of pressure on this
Oh,
pawn, and
no.
h7 bhi mar raha hai. So
Definitely.
suddenly, white is
But
coordinating
E5
very
is
well.
a
Go back.
tremendous move from practical perspective.
Correct.
Maybe
Because, but firstly, white has a bishop. We should not forget that. Secondly, his rooks are attacking. The coordination between black's pieces is not good at this moment. So practically, Gukesh has to be very, very alert.
Yes.
also bishop f6 could become a threat later.
Yeah, the pawn is going to protect the f6 square as well. So bishop f6 can come. 20 minutes for Gukesh. Now that Hikaru has played e5, he has a lot of moves that give him a decent position. Vincent.
Let's go to Vincent.
Vincent's game is also becoming very interesting. I'll quickly go there.
One.
And we can see Vincent's game in this position. Amruta, what happened? A lot of some exchanges actually. Knight c5, rook d6, and very surprising decision, knight e2 played by Vincent, because I thought that the knight on f4 actually is like a paper tiger. It's not really doing anything. I thought we could just play around it. Go knight f1, knight e3, knight c4, and white was much better. Instead, Keymer exchanges the knights with knight e2, and after takes knight b5, suddenly black ka knight ri d4.
अरे bye. No, knight e6.
Knight e6 maybe.
Rook h8.
Rook h8, ये भी attack pressure on this. Suddenly, Magnus is getting counterplay, and he's the last player in the world that you want to give counterplay to, because एक बार मौका दिया ना अमृत मैग्नस को, तो फिर
चौका मारता है वो.
चौका ही मारता है भाई.
मौके पे चौका.
Wow, almost 10,000 of you watching right now. We are really getting a very, very interesting matchup between these two players. Vincent, I thought, is going to face a very tough time against Magnus, but so far he has been holding his own very, very well against Magnus. I even think that today he can potentially cause some sort of an upset.
But now no longer.
No longer, yeah, because the rook is coming into h8, ye pawn weak, knight ri. Magnus is going to be comfortable in this position. So we can say in comfortably that Magnus is going to most likely be fine from this position. What about Firouzja? The game we haven't really looked at recently.
No, also Fabi, maybe semi-final very important. Let's.
ये draw हो जाएगा.
So ये game draw हो जाएगा, by the way. ये game will end in a draw, I feel, because the material is equal, and Firouzja having 20 minutes more on the clock should be able to defend, guys. So this game will end in a draw. Sindarov is thinking currently against Fabiano. Fabiano board पे भी नहीं है.
पोजीशन भी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है.
Very.
Digital board इधर नहीं है.
ये रहा.
नाउ इज बैक. बट ये शायद वो वाले व्यू में जाते हैं, ये क्योंकि बहुत आगे आता है.
हाँ.
बहुत छोटा. We can do.
नहीं, मतलब you can extend, but then yeah, it's a little unnecessary.
So rook c4, this position is just very complicated. I think this is the only game where all three results are possible right now.
Even Gukesh game, I feel.
No, Gukesh game, I don't really think he can win.
But can we go to Gukesh game?
Sure.
Let's
This
see,
happened.
because
Wow.
moves are happening.
This
Good
happened. dc5, bc5 has happened.
4 isolated pawns for Gukesh. 2 knights, one of them passively placed for now, but other one completely wanting to do something. And that one rook overloaded
anything
on
is possible.
g7. So this is a very complex endgame, actually speaking. Do not believe the engines for now.
Yeah, I mean, black is actually a pawn up right now if you think about it. So white needs to do something concretely. It would be
पर
great
ये
if
तो important imbalance है ना pawn black is a pawn up.
yeah, no, I mean it's knight d2 played. But I think now this game is heading towards a draw, Sagar bhai. Knight
How?
takes
Any
d2,
issue?
bishop takes d2. You cannot really defend this pawn because knight f6 खेला तो rook h6 and this you don't really want to pin yourself like this.
No, rook g6, right? It's possible.
Knight.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Okay, but I guess you're giving up this pawn. So
Yeah, knight उधर मत खेलो.
so if rook
e8.
g2 you can do.
Rook h7,
Rook h7, rook d8, and yeah,
rook d1.
rook d1.
e4.
No, knight f6 idea, knight e4.
Hmm.
अगर rook h4 खेला तो फिर suddenly knight
E4.
g4, knight e3, knight f2, everything is coming in. So currently Gukesh is thinking, but I think he will take.
He will take.
Knight d2, king d2 को क्या हो रहा है by the way? King d2 also possible.
Then no threat, na? So rook c7, can I just simply defend it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically like the knight is passive, white is a pawn down, but black has too many weaknesses, so white has more than enough compensation for equality. That's where we are right now, guys. Gukesh is playing well and holding with the black pieces against Hikaru in the first game. They are going to play another game tomorrow, and in that matchup of best of two, the winner will qualify to try and get the 5th spot in this event, because the 5th player has a very good chance of qualifying for the next tournament.
Not qualifying, but $50,000 and circuit points.
Circuit points. So a lot to play for, obviously, for both the players.
By the way, makes sense as super chatted. Hello everyone. Recently I moved to Mumbai. Earlier I used to manage small chess meetups in Nagpur. Can you suggest me something similar things in Mumbai?
Arey, very nice.
Oh, you
Please
should
come
visit
to
Mumbai.
Ambit Chess Club in
Hmm.
Parel, or come to Temple of Chess, or come to the Phoenix Chess Club in Phoenix Market City. All these are being run by ChessBase India and by all of us together. It will be great fun. We can do stuff together.
Wow. Yeah, I've been to Temple of Chess myself, so definitely something you guys can check out. They have a lot of books there. Very, very quiet place. So, I mean, if you want to just come and practice by yourself and like not worry about any of the day-to-day chores, a very, very nice place to do that. Knight d2 just played by Hikaru, trying to exchange this knight on c4, because once you take this, e5 ka pawn is going to get a little weak. So Hikaru is trying to play against those weaknesses, but Gukesh is a pawn up. So Gukesh is like, एक pawn मर गया तो ये pawns equal है, तो no stress.
Pawn sa pawn, if you have to consider it's between h7 and e5, you have to give up one pawn.
सारे ही
one?
weak है.
नहीं कौन सा देना है? Like choice है. So you have a choice. ठीक है? So which one?
I think I will much rather give the
h7.
h7 pawn, because
E pawn is strong.
if I lose the e pawn, then the c5 pawn will become a lot more weaker than it is right now, because right now the e5 pawn is kind of shielding the weakness of the c5 pawn. So एक बार e5 pawn मर गया तो c5 will also become very weak. Hikaru just drinking some water right now. Gukesh is very focused. 16 minutes है उसके पास. Sub game exciting हो रहा है. Amruta, do you still want to stick to this game, or what's your opinion?
Magnus.
One look at Magnus. We have to go to Magnus. One look at Gukesh, because those games we have seen much detailed, so it can be okay to shift quickly. These two mainly today.
Yeah. Wow.
Whoa.
What a crazy position we have right now, and what a amazing idea that white can play, guys.
भाई Magnus
I'll give you a
कैसे
hint.
बैठा है?
पोजिशनली कुछ तो डैमेज करना है ब्लैक के स्ट्रक्चर में. कैसे कर सकते हो? तो
G5.
Exactly, Sagar bhai. Pawn to g5, giving up a pawn, but once you take the pawn on g5, e5 का pawn becomes very weak, क्योंकि ये pawn मर गया तो protected pawns का जादू तो हमको पता है. So this is looking very, very good for white. Look at this crazy idea.
देखो ना मैग्नस कार्लसन कैसा बैठा है. मेरे को तो डर लग रहा है.
भाई डर लग गया तो नहीं जीत पाएंगे.
Don Magnus.
a4 is an interesting idea. Knight d4, bam.
अरे Z Bumba.
Z Bumba, ed4, e5, e6 coming in. I think this can completely make the game go in a different direction.
I don't think Vincent will go g5 because it's more like an ambitious move, and I feel Vincent might be thinking now to be a little bit more in damage control mode.
अरे डैमेज मतलब कुछ हुआ ही नहीं है अभी तक तो.
अभी देखो ना एडवांटेज चला गया ना, अभी 8 मिनट बचा है. He might not go like, oh, let's go for a win.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
He might think of a move like Rook D2, Rook C2,
But
defending
he has been
H2.
ambitious here. He generally has been ambitious in freestyle.
Amruta, why don't we go for the rook lift?
Oh, हो रहा है क्या?
क्यों नहीं हो
And
रहा?
also, he
ये pawn
has been
we are not
Gukesh's
afraid. Rook
second.
B3, bim, boom, bam, सब हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Rook
Hey, the
B6,
queen
knight
and the
D7
knight
check.
and the rook, all of them coming together.
A4 आ रहा है.
मजेदार.
So I think rook D3 will be played. I have my prediction on the move rook to D3. If I were to choose a horse, I would choose rook D3.
I feel like this is the moment where we will get to know Vincent's true motives in this game. Is he ambitious? Look at Magnus, वो तो इतना दुखी बैठा है अभी suddenly.
दुखी नहीं है. I think he's just trying to understand the nuances. Magnus obviously is very very immersed in this position क्योंकि बहुत complicated position चल रहा है यार अभी यहाँ पे. Look at this.
एंड दोस्तों टाइमर थोड़ा उल्टे साइड पे है, तो हम लोग बोर्ड को घुमा देंगे तो टाइमर सही साइड पे हो जाएगा.
Exactly, and we are looking at the position from Magnus's perspective right now with the black pieces. He's up 8 minutes on the clock. Vincent down to 7 minutes. यहाँ पे कुछ increment नहीं है time control के बाद, so he has to pick up his pace right now. And a lot of people are saying, check out Gukesh's game. He has played a move.
So let's go there and flip the board.
92 he hasn't exchanged and it's not a blunder guys. यार आपने कोई भी move किया तो blunder बंडन बोल देते हो guys. Gukesh is still very much in the game. Knight D6 bishop E3 played. He did not exchange the
अभी
knight.
H7 मर रहा है भाई.
But it comes as a bit of a surprise to me. क्यों नहीं exchange किया?
भाई जीतना है गुकेश को, मैं तुमको बोल रहा हूँ भाई, वो जीतने के लिए खेलता है. वो आता ही है जीतने को. हिकारू हो या मैग्नस हो, इसके लिए तो गुकेश है. He wants to win always.
Yeah, but I don't know how good of a decision that is क्योंकि the H7 pawn is hanging.
Now knight f6 he will play.
Knight F6 is not a good move. No, you just give up this
अरे
pawn.
तो E5 and H7 both are hanging. How to save both?
दोनों नहीं बचा सकते. You have to give
डॉक्टर
one.
साहब प्लीज बचा लीजिए.
बचा लीजिए पर कुछ तो देना पड़ेगा.
प्लीज कितने पैसे चाहिए आप ले लो, पर मेरे दोनों H7 E5 को बचाओ.
We basically need to take care of something that is more important. अभी E5 का pawn ज्यादा important
दोनों
है.
We
इम्पोर्टेंट
do
है
have
डॉक्टर.
patient
Gaurish
bhai.
Kumar who had super chatted and who is MD and all degrees he can save. Doctor Saab.
Yes, I think in this position, Amruta, we have to give up something, and I am going to recommend the move rook to E8 to my patient so that the pawn on E5 is safe क्योंकि C5 का pawn भी मर जाएगा.
डॉक्टर साहब H7 पॉन को बचपन से संभाल के रखा था.
अरे पर सागर भाई अभी बड़े हो गए, अभी कुछ ना कुछ सैक्रिफाइस करना पड़ेगा.
तो अभी रुक टेक्स पॉन, सपोज रुक E8, रुक टेक्स H7. I think taking is not good, right? Rook E7 maybe.
Yeah, and I think this position, although black has a lot of weaknesses, should be very much savable for black because the E pawn can also actually be a source of counterplay for black.
भाई where is Hikaru?
Hikaru has gotten up from his chair.
इसका भी मरून ब्लेजर है ना, वेरी सिमिलर टू गुकेश.
उनका स्टाइल भी सिमिलर है अमृता, उनका ब्लेजर भी सिमिलर है.
विशाल से डॉक्टर साहब वाले में मजा आ गया. Maybe Harshit can also, join in the Doctor Chess series and because of
Harshit
the
bhai,
restart,
is there
he
anyone in
can-
your family who is doctor?
No, it's no. Actually, my grandfather was a
Oh.
doctor, but and after that, yeah, my mom, dad, or my sister.
क्लियरली आप पे कोई डॉक्टर जैसा आपने अच्छे से कुछ बताए, बोले सैक्रिफाइस कर दो भाई, ये कर दो, जाने दो.
Okay, Bishop E3, Sagar bhai.
Hmm.
If you were playing as black right now, आप क्या करते थे? कौन सा देते थे? सैक्रिफाइस करते थे? आपको दोनों बचाना है सागर भाई, पर दोनों नहीं बचा सकते.
सोच रहा हूँ रुक E8.
Rook E8.
गुकेश ने भी.
He's also a doctor, Sagar bhai.
गुकेश accepted your proposal कि एक जन को जाने देते.
So now it's rook takes H7, rook takes H7. takes rook e7 perhaps. And I think this, if you go into this endgame, this should be
Draw.
drawn. Because 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, 2 pieces versus 2 pieces, and king.
हिकारू ने तो आके ही मार ही दिया डायरेक्ट.
I mean, only move. You have to take the pawn. Otherwise, knight f6 was coming. So he took the pawn. Rook takes might be played. No. Not
Maybe
yet.
he'll play rook g2, the most ambitious. अरे
Newton
न्यूटन
Xavier
जी.
says Sagar and Amruta couple like chess, king and queen. Wow.
Yeah, sometimes black king and white queen also.
अरे बाप रे. ये क्या है?
ये मतलब झगड़ा करते हैं कभी ऐसे वैसे वाला था सिंपल वाला था ठीक है बट कुछ भी हो सकता है गाइस एक क्वेश्चन है इफ यू डोंट एक्सचेंज द रूक्स व्हिच आई वाज थिंकिंग then will white try to play with those isolated pawns like against those isolated pawns or it doesn't
What?
matter?
He goes rook g2.
Oh,
Bhai,
he's
Gukesh-
ambitious.
Gukesh is
Gukesh
like,
is saying
take
no
my
draw.
pawn, and then I'm going to go knight f5, and suddenly he is actually the one trying to win
Oh,
this
bishop
game.
trapped.
भाई
एक
गुकेश
second.
ड्रॉ करता ही नहीं है भाई.
No draw. You know he. Oh my god.
Guys, draw
This is
होगा
the thing
हारेगा
to learn
जीतेगा we don't know but
competition. No
मजा आ रहा है
draw.
दोस्तों. गुकेश is
Fighting
the
for a
guy
win.
is the guy you
No
want to
draw.
follow, you know. He's
क्या बात
always
है.
playing for a no fear.
देखो
But
ना and
really-
this time he's not even playing for a championship like first नहीं second नहीं but you play on the game is on
And if
यही
rook
तो
h2,
सीखना है
he can still go this crazy move knight to
क्या
f5.
बात है.
Blundering my rook on g2, guys. मार दोगे ना आप? सच बताना.
नहीं भाई.
और झूठ बोला तो
तो फिर मैं knight takes c3 और knight takes g2 मार दूंगा. अमृता, black is winning with this fork.
Yes.
Gukesh trying to put some pressure on Hikaru, and with the clock ticking down, I can see some potential mistakes and blunders happening in this position. However, right now I think it's very dynamically balanced.
हिकारू पे
Asta is
प्रेशर.
saying nail biting हो रहा है
भाई हिकारू
nail
पे
biting
थोड़ा तो
position
pressure.
तो है but you better take care not to bite your nails it's a
पहले-
very bad habit
हाँ.
no many chess players have that habit you know na Vishy Anand had that habit
Yes. By the way, Hikaru is about to make a move. I think he'll just go rook h2. He'll just be like, ये रुक चाहिए ही नहीं मुझे g2 पे.
भाई नहीं.
King
King
C1.
C1. Let's go भाई.
By some chances.
97. Let's
97,
go.
95. Let's go. Keep the knights in the
Okay,
game.
but we are excited for that the game is going on guys this doesn't mean that Gukesh is winning or anything at all
बिल्कुल
it's just the attitude for which we are excited
Exactly. ऐसा होता है ना कभी कभी pass होता है and then suddenly pass to the center box and गोल के चांसेस है. गोल होगा क्या नहीं पता नहीं पर चांसेस तो क्रिएट हो रहे हैं अमृता.
वो सब वो उसके अराउंड खेल रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है गोल हो सकता है नहीं भी हो सकता है बट मजा तो आ रहा है जब
भाई।
बॉल वो उधर पास में जा रहा है
क्रेजी हो रहा है. 97 95.
Keymer, thank you for your message. Member for
अरे
40
Keymer,
months. क्या बात है.
यार since a very long time
भाई सीरो मिएडो क्या रहता है भाई स्पेनिश में?
Miedo मतलब fear.
मतलब जीरो फियर.
Zero fear. Exactly.
ओ भाई भाई भाई.
Whoa.
दोस्तों,
Ningun Miedo भी हो सकता था but I guess Zero is fine.
this is what Gukesh has actually helped. Like, you know, my mind is like, draw ले लो if you are facing Hikaru. Draw is good, black pieces. But Gukesh is like, why not try? Maybe
Yeah,
it will be draw. Maybe I will lose also, but I want to try.
He's trying, and now I think this move knight e7. If the knight comes to d5, it's going to really put a lot of pressure on the white's position. However, अभी तो equal ही है, पर कुछ chances create हो सकते हैं.
Absolutely.
That
And
is
we have
almost-
some guests joining us right now. We have Gukesh's very good friend joining in. Beto, beto. We have the co-founder of ChessBase, Frederic Friedel here joining in. And Frederic, Gukesh is on fire right now.
Hi, Frederick.
Yeah, hi.
Thanks for joining us.
At last I get to meet you.
Yes, we are actually at a very interesting moment in the game right now. Gukesh is playing with the black pieces against Hikaru. He lost yesterday against Fabi, but again today a very good matchup. What do you feel about this atmosphere? How do you like it?
I think it's very interesting and it generates a new interest in chess. I'm not a great fan of Fischer Random
Mm-hmm.
or Freestyle chess. Although I learnt about it from whom?
From?
Fisher.
Fischer.
Wow.
Oh.
He called me at home once and he said, listen, I've invented a new game. It's completely different to chess. And he described it to me, and he wanted to play a match against Vishy Anand. And he knew that Vishy was in my home very often, and I was a friend, so he asked me to help him arrange a match between him and Vishy.
Wow.
And he,
Guys, can you believe it? Fisher, the legendary Bobby Fischer, asked Frederic to organize a match between himself and Vishy Anand.
and he sent his best friend to Hamburg to negotiate with me and everything. His name is Gada. He just became a very good family friend. It, of course, didn't work out.
Amazing. Fred, and did you see Gukesh in action?
Here?
Yes.
No, I'm meeting all my old friends here.
So you didn't go inside the playing hall?
Yeah, just for the beginning, where he sat there looking at the board and trying to figure out, can I move this pawn?
Yeah, it's so complicated from the get-go. I think only after 5-6 moves we have sometimes seen a player having a massive advantage or a disadvantage, very, very different than classical chess, where we know that in the first few moves everyone is completely booked up.
Yeah. That's the idea, and this is why Fischer invented this game, because, and I used to tease him. I used to say, okay, when you ran out of the ability to play fast enough, you invented the Fischer clock with an increment so that you could continue playing. And now he couldn't handle the preparation, so let's get rid of all preparation.
Oh, interesting. And what did Fisher say?
Fischer was interesting because nobody dared to talk to him like that. And the first 5 times I spoke to him, he called very often. I was very deferential and very polite, and it was a great honor. But you know me, I can't handle that. I can't keep it up. So after a while, I was just teasing him, and it was interesting. He would be insulted by things I said. I suggested to him he should invent a new form of chess called the retractor.
The retractor.
Yeah, a retractor is the following. You make a move, and I defined it exactly like FIDE defines it. Take a piece, put it on another piece. If there's a white opponent's piece, you take it off. And so. But alternately, you can take back the opponent's last move and your last move and play a different move. That's legal. So he said, this is rubbish.
Yeah, it sounds very complicated even trying to
No, it's not
understand
complicated. It's just if you blunder, you can take
Take
back
it back,
the move.
yeah.
And I was just teasing him, because now he's at an age where you start to blunder.
Mm-hmm.
So would you like to
Yeah.
invent this? And he was very upset. But then I wrote an article on it, and then he read that, and he said, actually, that was pretty funny.
Nice. Maybe will you also say something like this to Magnus here?
What, that he should take back moves?
That he's going for Fischer Random now, freestyle. But it's so amazing that Frederic, Fischer, Vishy Anand, Magnus Carlsen, with whom you have traveled to tournaments, and now Gukesh also. So you have all the world champions are your good friends.
Actually, I've written a book. Just let me show you. It's now in English, and you're publishing it.
Yes,
And-
it's already published.
So what I'm describing in that book is that I was good friends with 11 world champions.
Mm-hmm.
And
Guys.
I made real good friends.
Oh, she has it there. Amruta is showing the book.
Oh, nice.
This is the book in German.
In German, and that is
In
English.
English.
Guys, if you want that book, you can check it out on ChessBase India shop. It's called Chess Stories, right?
Yeah. And what it does is it describes, can you guess who was the first world champion I made friends with?
First world champion you were friends with.
By the way, while Harshit Bhai is thinking, Hikaru has just moved his rook to h5,
Karpov?
attacking the e5 pawn. No, Harshit Bhai, if Fischer he knew, then someone before it, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you, you'll never guess.
Yeah.
I can answer.
Yeah.
Willem Stenitz.
No.
What?
Spassky. Sagar, ask about
Kramnik.
Spassky.
Amruta is saying Spassky.
Kramnik, who wrote a blurb for the book, the book has been endorsed by 5 world champions. And Kramnik wrote, if Frederic had written about his meeting with Paul Morphy,
Paul Morphy.
no, then I wouldn't have been surprised. He was just making fun of me.
Then you would be right now 170 years old.
Yes, exactly. No, but the first world champion I met was Max Oewe.
Oh, wow.
He came to Hamburg just before he died,
Uh-huh.
and I made friends with him intensely. And then after that, Tal and Botvinnik and Karpov and Kasparov. There's a 45-year-old friendship.
Actually, Kasparov was the reason why chess base began in 85, right?
Yes, what happened was he came to Hamburg to be interviewed by the Spiegel, big magazine, and to play a match against Hübner. And we became friends there. That's a nice story, how we became friends, but we became friends and we spent every evening discussing what computers can do for chess. And
By the way, Frederic, everyone in the
everyone is
chat
calling
is
him
saying legend, OP. OP is overpowered. So we have 11,000 people watching right now, and everyone's saying we have a legend in our midst.
wow.
Right,
Anyway,
okay,
yeah. But what happened was we spent every evening discussing what computers can do. And I had to teach him what a database is and how it could work and so on. And then he said, go ahead, do it. It's very important. But I'm not a programmer. And then I met a young man who gave me a disc and said, I would like you to look at this, because the Spiegel had written, Friedel and Kasparov want to make a chess database. And this young man gave me a copy, and I looked at it and I said, oh, this is great. And I asked him, can you come to Zurich to show it to a friend? And he said, yes, okay, I can do that. Which friend? And I said, Kasparov.
Oh.
And I think he fainted on the other end of the line. And then he came to Zurich, and then Kasparov was playing against Miles, a match. And in the evening, all this is in the book, by the way. In the evening, Kasparov comes after his game, and I said to him, Gary, come. We were in the same hotel. Gary, come over. Let me show you something. And he said,
Go on, Frederic. I'm putting the link of your book so that people who want to get it after the story can get it.
okay, thank you.
But you can go on with the story.
So he came walking down the corridor, and I said, come, I want to show you something. He said, Fred, I'm tired now. And I said, no, come. I took him into my room, and there Matthias, this friend, was sitting there with the computer, and Kasparov saw him and wanted to turn around and go away. I'm not in a mood to meet new people now. I forced him in, I blocked the door, and he sat on the bed, and Matthias showed him, now this is how you can load a game, this is how you can replay it, this is how you see a list of the games. And Kasparov sat there and didn't say a word. He just watched. And then suddenly he was sitting on my bed. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. And Matthias looked at me, sort of, this is too boring for him, isn't it? But suddenly he sprang up and said, this is the most important development in chess study since Gutenberg.
Wow.
You know what he was doing?
No?
He was lying there thinking of great words to
Think about.
When you land on the moon, you say,
Eureka.
one small step for man, one great step for mankind.
Uh-huh.
So he was thinking of something. He knew that Frederic will quote him even in 2025. So this is how it started. And then
Wow.
he gave us 10 years of support for ChessBase.
Mhm.
We could use his pictures. He showed it to people. Come watch me prepare. And I used ChessBase and so on. Of course, we had to pay for that.
Mhm.
And we paid a total sum of how much? 0.0.
Wow.
You know why? Because I was no longer his friend. I was part of his family. And you don't take money from a cousin or an uncle or something. You just do it.
Wow.
And so we owe it to him.
By the way, Mrinmoy says, feeling like hearing a story from my grandfather. Respect, sir. Thank you, Mrinmoy.
Listen, guys, about the book, I have discussed it with Gukesh, who's one of my best friends in chess now. And what he will do is he will sign a number of books. And if you buy the book from ChessBase India, and at the same time subscribe substantially to Help Chess, then you get a signed book from ChessBase India. And by the way, the authors of the book, me and Professor Hesse, have donated everything we earn from the book to Help Chess.
Wow.
So
Thanks a lot for
Yeah.
that.
Thank you, Frederic. That's very kind of you. And also, guys, I've put the link as the pinned message in this chat. And also the 6th link in the description is this. So please do check it out. Fred, we are looking at Gukesh's game against Hikaru.
yeah,
He's fighting on. Hikaru is also fighting. It's a fighting game. We think it will end in a draw.
it
But
looks,
they are still fighting and playing.
what does the Grandmaster think?
Yeah, I mean, we have 3 pawns for both the sides. But the only thing that white is trying to play against is that these 3 pawns are separated. And usually in endgames, we want the pawns to be connected.
Yes, exactly.
But on the other hand, black very well has placed his rook on the 7th rank, which gives him some attacking chances. And although the pawn on e5 can be a weakness, it can also be a strength because you can push the pawn and then suddenly it can create some chances towards the black's king. So that's why, all of that being said, we are currently looking at a very balanced game. But with 5 minutes each, I do think that the equilibrium can change in either direction.
In either direction. Wow.
By the way, I have one small thing to tell you guys. Magnus Carlsen, the chat says, has blundered. It seems no blunder, guys. But still,
We have blundered believing the chat.
but maybe there was some mistake before this, Harshit bhai, or
Yeah, I think
oh,
so.
G5
Oh,
happened.
G5 happened.
Take.
No, they're just playing very accurately so far.
Okay, so Magnus is still very much okay.
Yeah.
But look at Vincent's time. He has 1 minute.
Do you want to shift to this game?
Yeah, just put the video for a minute.
Yeah. Here
There
we
you have
see
Vincent has 40 seconds now.
plays rook f1, which is the best move. Trying to bring the rook on the 7th rank. These players know these little concepts extremely well.
Beautiful.
And
Vincent.
finally
Only
decided.
1 minute, yeah, on his clock, whereas Magnus has 7 minutes.
Yeah, Magnus has 7 minutes. And guys, Vincent Keymer, one of the biggest talents of Germany since Emanuel Lasker. Is that correct, Fred?
Absolutely correct.
And there is an amazing story of Frederic taking young Vincent Keymer, who was 11 years old,
No, he was
10,
8.
8 years old, to Gary Kasparov.
Wow.
And Gary giving him a 1 hour training session.
What an experience that would have been for Vincent. And here we can see how that talent has kind of nurtured into a very, very experienced and smart player. Bringing the rook on f1, I actually think Magnus has to be very accurate now, because rook f7, other rook coming into f6 can potentially mean a lot of trouble towards the black king.
Yeah, Magnus definitely put to test here. Like, all he has to be very accurate. And Vincent first eliminating Alireza Firouzja, and now putting Magnus under pressure.
Look
What a
at this line.
tournament!
If you go rook c8, rook f6, if you by any chance take my pawn on h2, guys, white to play and win.
Oh,
Can you find the tactical blow?
Wow.
let's go, guys. White to play. What do you do here? Not an easy one.
I have no idea.
So you're trying to take advantage of the black's king being placed very weak and the rook and the queen directing towards your king. Guys, yes, a lot of you finding in rook takes
Sam,
a6.
Yeah, I was
Saurav,
thinking
Arvind, Dora, Shashank,
but I can't
Hayes,
figure it
Aditya,
out.
Vishal,
Okay,
Medansh,
pawn
and
takes and
Jugal.
then
Takes, queen takes a6, and if king b8, you usually don't get this luxury, but in this case you can choose between mating with your knight or with your queen. So this some of these tactics can potentially happen. Rook cf1. Magnus still thinking.
Yeah, Magnus is taking it carefully here. We can quickly switch to the Gukesh game.
By the
And-
way,
Oh,
he
G4.
blundered.
Oh, he blunders. Magnus has
He
blundered.
blundered.
Yes.
And it
Huge.
happens so rarely, especially in Vincent's time. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. Guys, the winning move is to move the rook to f7.
Just bring your rook in the game, and now
Are
the
you just winning the pawn on c7 like queen h2?
No,
Queen
no,
h2.
Magnus must have definitely thought something.
Yeah, he
There's a
thought-
mate
yeah.
in one. But you
You
move
can't
the
take the
rook up.
pawn.
you just protect the pawn on b2. The queen is hanging. If you go something like queen
Alright.
g3.
Queen h3. Yeah, no, queen h3.
Oh my
Oh
god. Rook
my
takes
god.
c7.
Wait.
Oh my god, what a
Queen
winning
takes
move.
f2.
And now what's the winning move?
Guys, we saw this concept. I was
think
just
Magnus
showing you this
must-
concept.
Magnus must have missed this
Wait.
moment. Did Vincent play rook f7?
He
No,
played
he
queen
missed
c3.
He missed it,
Yeah,
guys.
so it was so difficult. It was difficult.
Yeah, maybe if he had time, he would have found it. But for 30 seconds, by the way, just to show,
what was
finish
it?
that
Yeah.
line.
Yes, the
Yeah.
point was, guys, rook f7, queen takes h2, rook f2,
Gosh.
queen h4, sacrificing your rook on f2 now because I just showed this concept.
b7.
Rook takes b7. The queen and knight are extremely good when they are attacking together. And after rook takes, look at this coordination that is again coming back. King b8, queen takes b7.
Oh my
Checkmate.
god.
Vincent has a chance to beat Magnus. He misses it. Lot of drama happening here. Do you want to stick here or go to Gukesh's
Very
game?
quickly,
Wait.
take a glimpse of Gukesh.
Yeah, if
Okay,
it
it's
is
still
we'll come
equal.
back
Yeah,
here.
still equal.
Yeah, we'll come back to
Uh,
Magnus because right now something can
Fabi
go up and
also
down.
around equal. So let's try to stick with this game because
This is the most exciting game right now. Fred, are you rooting for Vincent or for Magnus?
you put him on the spot.
I've known them both for so long, and I have problems when, for example, Gukesh plays against some of my best friends in chess. But now I'm totally for Gukesh.
Oh.
Actually, what I'm planning to do this evening when I talk to him, no, on Saturday he's coming to my home,
Wow.
and what I want to tell him is say something unpleasant about me. Be very, very rude to me because my nerves can't take I watch the games and I'm so nervous and so I'm so much rooting for him. I can't take it anymore. I should just not care how he plays. He's a really wonderful kid. I really like him.
But not on the board.
Not on the board, but as a chess player, and read my book. I've known all the chess players who have reached 2700 plus,
Yeah.
and
He carries himself so well.
he's a very affectionate, a very loyal, very courteous person. Also interested in all kinds of things, not just chess. You can spend hours discussing anything with him. And my puzzles, I give him my puzzles and logical puzzles, not chess, logical puzzles. And he has to work very hard to try and solve them. And he's competing with my son, who's 5 years younger.
Oh,
My
wow.
grandson, who's 5 years younger.
Wow.
Anyway, he's my favorite.
So knight f3 played here by Magnus, and
Rook
Vincent
g2 quickly played.
moves the rook.
Trying to put some pressure on this pawn, but you cannot take right now because knight h2 aa raha hai. So
There's a fork. But
already,
I have a feeling that all three results are possible here.
absolutely.
Draw seems very unlikely.
I mean, with so much complications on the board, even though the engine says it's equal, I don't really think that we should care so much about that evaluation because
No, Indian is
practically,
saying unclear.
yeah,
Harshit. You're unclear. But knight h2 is a blunder. Rook h1 and
exactly.
lose.
Devansh says in the chat, I'm buying the book. I think, Fred, you have made people interested in the stories. So
In fact, Abhishek Gupta says, I have read your book. Really
Oh.
amazing, sir.
Abhishek
Oh.
Gupta in the chat says, I've already read your book, sir.
Yeah.
And also, Arun says, kind of amazing thinking. These great stories can be communicated through a mutual
Did
language.
Abhijit say sir?
Yes. There are a lot of people calling you sir in the chat.
And you know what I did a few days ago? I called him Gukesh, sir. And
Yes, sir.
because he's world champion, he wrote immediately back, "Don't you dare."
By the way, Magnus saves the pawn on
G4.
G4.
Yeah, and rook takes F3 is not possible right now because G takes, the queen is protecting the rook on G8, so that's not possible. 1 minute still for Vincent. He needs to make a move quickly. I don't know. Maybe knight H2 is a threat right now. Rook F2, just protecting the pawn on H2.
Can I predict that Magnus is going to win this?
Really?
Why
Yeah.
you think so?
Because Magnus is, I don't know, he has such a great talent and spotting things and working things out and grinding someone down. And Vincent is extremely talented, and he's shown here what he can do. But Magnus is a category of his own.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's one of the best chess players that has ever
Yeah.
played this game. But Vincent in this event, after beating Firouzja, must be on a high of confidence right now. He's holding himself very well in this position. Rook D6.
Ooh. But Magnus is definitely going wrong at places. Now Vincent again slightly better.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Fred a very important question while we are in this tense moment. You know Fischer, you know Kasparov, and you also know Magnus. There is a raging debate all the time. Who's the GOAT of chess? And there are very few people who know personally all three people. Who do you think is the GOAT of chess?
It's very difficult to say because they played in different eras of chess. How strong would Morphy be considered today?
Yeah,
I
true.
think 2600.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think he might adjust and become very strong.
Or 2550?
No, I mean his strength might be that, but if he was in present era and he used all the engines and
If-
chess base and Fritz and everything, and
Yeah, I just think with the resources being so different and the evolution of the game developing such a different direction, it's very hard to compare generations. It's like saying
Yeah.
it's like comparing Pele and Maradona and Messi all together. It's very hard because they all had different resources to work with. But obviously, during those generations, they were the greatest players
Yeah,
of that
and
time.
different training facilities and so on.
Oh, we have a result.
Nodirbek Firouzja drew.
Nodirbek Firouzja drew. Okay.
So if your question is who was the most talented of the three,
Mm-hmm.
then Fischer, I think, I don't know, Kasparov or Magnus. Magnus is truly incredible. I've seen him. I've known him since he was 13, and I've seen him develop.
Yeah.
Tough question also for Frederic here because it's not easy. These three players definitely in the league of
And
their
Queen
own.
E3 was a very nice move found by Vincent, trying to jump
But
with the
what
knight.
if King B8? Is that a blunder? Just moving the king away.
It's possible, but White is definitely going to have some chances. Maybe H3 now. Very interesting idea.
What's this move?
If Queen takes H3, I'm always going to have ideas connected with Rook takes F3.
By Queen B3 threatening mate on B7.
Wow.
And if Rook B6, Knight D7 fork.
Crazy. And the reason why H3 was important is because you deflected the queen from protecting the D7 square. That was the point.
Crazy move.
Not
This
easy
is
to
too
understand.
tough. This is
Yeah.
too tough when you have 1 minute on the clock. And look at Magnus. He's gone below Vincent's
my
time.
God. We can actually go to the full screen mode right now. Game 1 full screen mode. Here we have it. Magnus 45 seconds. He looks nervous. King A8 played.
Yeah. King A8 on the board.
Maybe Knight E6 trying to put pressure on the C7 pawn might be an idea right now.
Guys, we have flipped the board to just make sure that the clocks are in the right position. Harshit bhai, let's keep the full screen, that other view. Because here, yeah, this is much better. We'll keep white below.
Yeah, oof, it's very tense. 30 seconds for Vincent. I don't know what's going to happen. I do think knight e6 is very logical from my perspective because I put pressure here. The rook can again swing back to c2. And I think that this can actually put Magnus under some pressure right now if knight e6 is found.
Yeah. And also, this would be a huge breakthrough for Vincent if he manages to beat Magnus, because I know that he's come close, but he has never managed to beat him.
He plays it. Wow.
He plays it. Even in the World Cup, if we remember, Harshit bhai, he beat Magnus in game 1. Game 2 he was winning. But he lost and then lost on tie breaks.
No, this is huge, especially on the home ground in Germany in Waisenhaus. Vincent is definitely the local fan favorite against Magnus, who
Is the man behind this tournament.
mind behind this event, obviously the biggest favorite in this matchup. But after 96, I think Magnus is under the ropes.
Yeah, he's definitely under pressure here. And Vincent showing that he can match Magnus move for move here.
20
Bhakti
seconds.
Mahata says, is Chespa character inspired by Mr. Fred?
It's just what?
Chespa, we have a character.
Yeah, we have a Chespa character. It's inspired by
And
Sagar, but
D6
actually now that
blunder.
all of you say yes.
Amruta
Ooh,
blunder.
it's a
plus
huge
3.
blunder. It's plus
But will
3.
he spot it? Because last time, Magnus is missing,
No, but
Vincent is also
now
missing.
Amruta, 2 moves win. Queen b6 and queen a3. Both are winning.
Guys,
What's the idea of Queen B6?
Yeah,
Queen
what's
b6,
the
knight
idea,
c7.
Harshit bhai?
To play. He's about to move his queen.
1 second, let's go to the live board. Let's see what he's about to do.
Play.
He's hesitating. He
Queen
plays
a3.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
he finds it.
Oh.
Guys, if rook d7 now, the d takes c6 is just going to completely blast
No, but
open
you can
black's king
save
side.
with queen d7, right?
Queen
but
d7,
then
no,
rook
rook takes f3. It's
Oh,
over.
then the rook is
Arre.
unprotected.
This is
Oh,
over.
Goodness. With the white pieces, Vincent is almost about to win against the Magnus Carlsen.
Crazy.
The goat.
Queen a3. Magnus knows it. He's shaking his head. Guys, do like the stream so that more people can look at this historic moment right now. Vincent about to defeat Magnus.
Just 14 seconds for Magnus.
Oh my goodness. Will Magnus be
Damn.
eliminated? Of course, he will get another game tomorrow, but losing today would
5,
be huge.
4, 3. He played rook
Oh, he
d6.
sacks.
This is just
He
winning.
sacks just like that.
It's over.
It's over. He's +4 for Vincent. If he misses this, that would be insane.
This is, I don't know how
No,
you
he
can.
won't.
This is
Actually,
completely
Vincent
winning.
has been in form, complete amazing form. We shouldn't forget he was second for Gukesh in his World
Oh,
Championship.
yes. By
And,
the way, just to tell all our viewers that Vincent actually helped Gukesh in a big way to become the world champion by being his second.
Guys, Magnus is going down 2 seconds.
can we
He
take the
it's not
E4
making a
pawn?
move.
Can we
Rook
take the...
c8 played, but now g4 pawn is also hanging.
What?
He blundered another pawn.
What?
Yes.
No, Magnus just
so
freaked
1
out.
second, he had 1 second.
blundered.
Magnus
no?
freaked out there.
Yeah.
I think he'll resign.
Oh my god.
Oh
Result.
my goodness. Vincent Keymer beats Magnus Carlsen.
That is
Wow.
insanely big.
Wow.
Fred.
Like Vincent OP,
famous
because it is so
wrong
tough to
prediction.
beat Magnus
I'm
Carlsen
very glad
and
for
just
Vincent.
tremendous.
He's such a nice kid.
Wow, I think this is a huge moment here. And I think, Fred, this just shows that maybe Vincent is now really playing top class chess.
Yeah. In fact, I just spoke to his father at length and old friends, and I urged him to come with Vincent for 2 days to Hamburg to learn how to use ChessBase 18. Because, of course, he has ChessBase 18, he gets it automatically, but they don't actually learn how to use the very advanced functions which give you a lot of advantage over opponents who are not using it.
Mm-hmm.
And they promise to find a time and a slot where they can come, and we can give them. Matthias Willenweber will give them training. He's the
Wow.
main programmer. And I said, 2 hours. And then suddenly he will be able to prepare for an opponent, not just the opening, but all the strategic weaknesses and so on. He finds out in 30 seconds, he gets it. You just click the person and you get, he can't play with 2 bishops against bishop and knight. He messed up a number of games. And if you say, really? The games are listed there. And you click on it and you see it and you say, he didn't win this? Let me see why not, and so on. So this is the way you can.
Harshit bhai, you
Work
are
today.
going to go to Hamburg very soon.
Yes.
So maybe you can also find some time to learn this. After
Absolutely.
Weisenhaus, Harshit is going to be in Hamburg for a few days in the apartment.
So we'll give you lessons as
Wow.
well.
I'm
In
very
return,
excited.
this is not free. What you have to do is you have to give me 15% of all ELO points you gain by
By learning it. Yes.
yeah. I'll give you my FIDE account and you transfer
Transfer the rating.
15% of the rating. If you gain 100 rating points,
15
I
goes
get
to you.
15 to me.
Yes.
You know his rating is 2564, Harshit bhai.
Wow.
Yes.
Whose rating?
By getting 15% from
By
everyone.
everyone.
Yeah, that's the only way I can go up.
Can we get Vincent here?
Yeah, I'll try to find Vincent and bring him here. But,
But first
he'll do the interviews, but I'll tell him
Yeah,
if he can
after.
join. And by the way, Gukesh is still fighting against Hikaru. Hikaru has 40 seconds. It could go wrong here.
Oh, definitely.
Until
I
now,
mean,
you can give the headphones to Fred Sagar. For now.
I'll just
For
come.
now, you can.
Yes.
अरे,
Do you want to also meet Vincent, or you want to sit here, Fred?
तब
I'll-
तक
I'll
तब
send
तक
you.
Fred को
Okay.
दे दो ना, हर्षित भाई.
yes.
Yes. Oh, hello there, Fred. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Oh, that's
Hello,
wonderful.
Amrita. You're doing such a great job.
Oh, thank you. No,
I'll-
I wanted to tell Sagar that I give the headphones to you, so this is good right now. But chat enjoyed having you, Fred. Like they are like Pushparaj is saying, please bring this gentleman again. He's such a soft spoken, and I want to hear so many stories from him. Guys, you won't believe the first time we went to Frederic's place, and for 48 hours we only heard his stories. Like literally only stories. First time we went to Hamburg, we had no interest in going out or seeing anything, but he has an amazing narrating skill. So, and also, of course, those real experiences are so beautiful to hear.
Wow. Absolutely. And what a crazy moment we had also. Vincent defeating Magnus Amruta, one of the greatest players to play the game. After beating Firouzja, he's on the verge of defeating Magnus in a match. I think this is surely going to be the biggest upset of the tournament.
100%. Oh, Frederic, that's Germany is going to be happy, yeah, today.
Very, very. I mean, really, he's our greatest hope since Lasker.
And in this position, Gukesh Amruta back to this position. 10 seconds for Hikaru. Knight c2 is attacking the pawn on a3, and Hikaru yesterday he got very nervous in time pressure. He played rook h8 in this position. I think this is heading towards the
Also,
draw.
for a moment, Harshit, everyone's saying go to Sindarov's game because I think he's beating Fabi.
Really?
Is that true?
No.
Did it change? Oh, Fabi blundered. Everyone's saying Fabi blundered. Maybe.
Oh, he was losing actually. Rook f1 was losing, but Sindarov did not manage to find it, and after rook a5 it's back to equal. So we'll stick to Gukesh's game right now as 30 seconds for Hikaru. He just played rook h8.
By the way,
Wow.
Fred Piyush says listening to Fred's stories will be like listening to your girlfriend on Valentine's Day.
What?
He really enjoyed the stories.
You mean she talks a lot? Yeah?
Interesting analogy.
Oh,
Can you
I
take the
flip.
pawn now? If you take the pawn, I guess there is rook a8, yeah? Or rook b8, trying to go rook b6. So some sort of
but king
equality here.
C7.
He will join up. Like he's still coming out.
Knight e3.
But there are like his family is there. His girlfriend was there. Peter
Stephanie,
Leko's
you
wife
should
Sophie
bring
was
her
there.
also.
Father. They were all so happy, so thrilled.
Leko,
it's such a
Sagar,
big
you should
moment
bring
for
everyone
all of them.
actually. No, Fred, don't give it to him. Don't.
Sorry?
No. I said don't give the earphones to you. You can. I just will give you a message. You can bring Leko, Stephanie, like whoever wants to join also along with Vincent in case.
Yeah.
But yeah, you
But
will
I
be
think
back.
tomorrow will be more critical. So today he might not spend so much time because if he has to win the
yes.
match. But I got to know that Magnus was very upset,
Absolutely.
and he actually they have this sort of heart rate monitor, and he was so upset that he sort of threw it. Like
Really?
yeah, he was.
But through nahi rahega. Just
Yeah, I mean,
Instant
Oh,
read.
by the way, this
Yeah,
game
yeah.
is heading towards a draw. By the way, this is completely drawn. King takes, I mean, King B7, let's say, Rook E6,
हाँ
ये pawn
उसको
मारा,
फ्रेड के पास रख
King
सकते हैं
takes,
you
and this
can
is
wear Amrita
completely
this
drawn.
if you want to.
Yeah, he can.
King B7, yeah, this game is heading towards the draw right now. Wow.
But Gukesh fought till the end, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't accept a draw, or even Hikaru, they didn't accept. They played till the end. Bear Kings.
Bear Kings, they're fighting till the end. Sagar bhai, can you just sit? I'll just be right back.
Sure, I'll give you the headphones. But for you to come out is not easy. Wait.
Get Guki here.
Yes, Gukesh to get here would be great, but let's see.
He wants to come.
But he during tournament he doesn't.
Gukesh has this thing, yeah. He never comes in between the tournaments. He only comes at the end. Okay, so King D5 played here.
We have a very good question from COD. Will there be an audiobook narrated by Fred of chess stories? Ooh, that's a
Oh,
good
audiobook. Yeah,
next
that's
step,
not a
actually.
bad idea.
Well,
With
Yeah.
your voice.
Yeah.
okay, what you can
wow.
do, the book is available as a print volume for I think 20 euros, and it's available as a Kindle version.
Yes.
And the Kindle version, which costs 10 euros, it reads it to you as well.
No, but they need
But
your
Fred,
voice.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the
Your
voice. It's
too.
there. People are saying so soothing voice. Fred's voice is so soothing.
He speaks very slowly.
So that's the reason why they want it. But one person said we need one more Fred story.
Well, Sagar has done about 10 interviews with me, which are a part of what is in the book. And there you see me talking in Bangalore or in Mumbai, actually in Ghatkopar, and telling these stories. So Sagar can give you links. You
Yes.
just click down on YouTube.
I will give you guys the, like, if you just type Frederic Friedel Chess Base India in the YouTube search, you will find many interesting stories. My favorite one is the story on Vishy Anand when he came to Frederic's home, and then he got to know that Vishy is a vegetarian, and it's all very beautifully narrated in that. But Fred, you have like also built something new recently that everyone can actually enjoy. So I like, although Chessbase is now 39 years old and it's still running quite well.
And it's being used by everyone.
Yes, you decided to build something very interesting.
It's just a little game.
What's it called?
It's called Checkmatel.
Checkmatel.
Yeah. And together with a friend who's one of the leading chess problem experts and 16 years old, we developed a game called Checkmatel. And this is to try and duplicate the success of Wordle. And what you do is anyone can go. You can go right now to a site called Checkmatel.
It's the first link in the description, guys. We have been actually putting that in since the start of this event. Checkmatel is the first link. Check it out. It's
Aryan says I tried Checkmetal. It's very good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
what the point is, what you do is you go there every day. You get a new puzzle, and you get a position from the history of chess, which is a mate, usually from the 19th century, because in the 20th century and 21st century there are very few mates in which games end in a mate. So you get a mating position, and 2 or 3 pieces are missing. They've been taken off the board.
Draw. By the way, Gukesh has just drawn his game with Hikaru. There was a 3-fold repetition there, which is a great result for Gukesh because he played with the black pieces and will now have a stab at Hikaru with white tomorrow.
And
Yes.
also we should mention that today the way Gukesh defended with some of his moves like b6, king c6, knight g8, they were very, very difficult to find, and
Yes.
he did it very calmly. So really it was a good form.
Yeah, good result for Gukesh. Yet he has not won his first game in Weisenhaus. He has had 8 draws, I think, and some 4 losses. And also Gukesh always arranges his pieces back.
Yes,
He
of
does
course.
that without fail, no matter, even though this is freestyle chess, he arranges it back in normal chess.
Even for the opponent.
Even for the opponent, yes.
We have a very funny comment here by Anushka. Amrita, I'm so sad to hear you say that Vincent has a girlfriend. She says.
Oh, because she like, oh, nice. But Vincent and Stephanie are wonderful couple, and they have been together for quite some time now, and I enjoy their company a lot. I think Fred, you also met Stephanie.
Yeah, she's from Switzerland and very nice person.
Yes, so by the way, guys,
Excellent.
do check out Checkmatel. It's the first link, and as Frederic says, it's like, you have to checkmate your opponent. Maybe, Fred, all the games are done. How about we solve one today's
Yeah.
Checkmatel?
Why don't we just try you can try to solve it. You share your screen.
Yes, I
Let
will
me check.
share the screen, and Amruta also can try. We all can try together, and we can teach people how to use it. And one new position comes every day, right?
This is a typical position.
Let me first bring it on the screen for people.
Trisha says Fred's voice represents his calmness and his years of experience and legacy in the chess field and his interactions with world champions, which very few people possess. Yeah, very nicely written by Trisha,
True,
actually.
True.
Kay says today
Fred, don't
was
make it
fun.
full screen.
No, Control FM. This is a default. Somehow start it again. Go to chessmetal.com. It's not showing today's puzzle. Yeah, this is it.
Okay. Let me also have Amruta on the screen, guys. Wait a second.
By the way, I just showed it. I showed this position to Anna Kramnik. Anna
Anna Kramling.
Kramling,
Yes.
and she solved it in 5.
In 5. Okay, we will try
Rustin
to.
says today's position was the evergreen game.
Hey, don't say it, Amruta.
Acha! Oh, I didn't know. Arey,
No, it says it in the.
damn,
It
yeah,
sends.
he said.
It
Acha,
says
it
it in
says-
the.
It says
Title.
it. Okay.
But
Okay, guys, we have it here. So now the thing is, you have to add 3 pieces. It could be white pieces, it could be black, in a way that the black king is checkmated in this position. So let's
Three
imagine
pieces.
I put
Any.
yes, any. So imagine I put a queen here, just to show how it works. Bishop here. You see already the king is
Done.
mated, but I
Correct.
also need one more. Say I put a pawn here. Okay. Now I say I submit my answer.
enter.
Enter. And it will tell me the bishop and pawn are right. And also these squares are right.
So the bishop and the pawn are involved in the mate, but you put them not on the correct square. This was you put it on d4, and you put.
So now I can put the bishop on a square where it would be much better placed. I don't know.
Bishop
Maybe
on F. You'll do that. Huh, maybe that one.
queen is not there. Pawn is also there.
On D6. Or D6 it has to be, let's say, because otherwise bishop E7. Like,
We need a grandmaster to help us solve this.
What happened?
Harshit by all games ended in draws except Vincent
Vincent.
beating Magnus, and now we are solving Fred's latest innovation or latest thing that he has made called checkmatel.
Mhm.
And the job is to put 3 pieces to checkmate the black king. This is a famous position, and first time it's like Wordle. Have you solved Wordle?
Yes, so the yellow things are blacks or whites?
Yellow things are means this pieces are there, but the position was wrong. I put bishop f6 and something like that. So the position was wrong.
So
Oh.
these pieces are involved, but he put them on the wrong squares. Oh, say hi.
I just know I was looking for you, but you're busy here, right? Yeah.
Not long.
No. You
Guys,
did an
we have
interview?
the very famous Peter Heine Nilsson
Hi.
here. Hello, Peter.
Hi.
And he's here, and Peter, welcome to the stream.
Oh.
It's a little bit cramped because
I understand,
the
yeah.
camera is a bit.
I can
small.
leave. I was just here to say
No.
say hi to an old
we,
friend.
we cannot fit everyone here.
No,
No,
I
we
take up a
just
lot of space.
bring them back.
That is true.
Just show them,
No.
na, Sagar.
Looks like a
This
famous
is
position.
good.
Yeah.
Do you know how to solve this?
No.
I mean, do you know this game?
It's not yet there. It's like a
Sir, don't
wordle.
put the
Yes,
bishop
it's a
and
wordle.
pawn right now,
This.
so that
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
get
No.
to
I
see the
mean,
original
no.
one.
No. I think that I can see the patterns are from. I guess it's one of these. I forgot if it's the evergreen or
Evergreen,
It
evergreen.
is. It is the evergreen. Yeah. Okay. So I mean.
It's
but-
for amateurs.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
get the- and they
Exactly.
should put them in.
And
And it tells them, Saga just tried the bishop and the pawn.
the problem with me is I know it and I get very frustrated.
This
It
is the
must be the
problem.
right position, but it's something is missing. Yeah.
I've shown it to a number of top grandmasters or chess journalists, and they are frustrating because they say, "Oh, I know this position."
Yeah. It's very. It feels.
हर्षितच्या इथे ठेव. Sagar, he cannot hear me. Fred, you can ask Peter to join Harshit from the other side so we can also see him.
Sorry, yeah. What were you saying?
No,
Oh, now I got two pieces right. The
that
bishop
means-
and pawn.
Yeah, like in
And
Wordle,
there's also a bishop.
there is another
Bishop.
bishop.
Oh yeah, so then I put the bishop here, or here, or here, or here. I don't know.
No, not on A.
Not A4, but maybe D7.
I think so.
Oh wow.
And now comes another little point. It says, "Congratulations, you didn't earn so many moves."
Anderson.
And now it
Audio is
tells you-
gone. Audio is gone. 1 second. If Sagar,
now
you
it's
have
there,
to
now
put the
it's there.
headphones.
Now it's there.
And now you can replay the game and see how it happened. Yeah, you just go. Can you replay? Buttons at the bottom. Yeah, that's how it ended. But you can replay the entire game.
This is the very
Yeah, I
famous.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now the next thing we're doing is to make these games annotated for beginners, so that you can understand the game. You learn a little bit about chess history every day.
Okay, that's amazing, guys. Do check out Checkmatel. It's something that Frederic has built. It is very cool, and it's the first link in the description. And Fred, thank you for stopping by here.
I have one last thing.
Yes,
I have a little present for you.
for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just came from Hamburg today
Yes.
to see you also. Here's the present.
It's a mango, right?
Guys, I went to
Yes.
Fred's place, and the first thing I saw in his home was a mango just 4 days ago, and I finished it entirely. So very thoughtfully, he brought another mango for me. So thank you so much, Fred.
I brought one for Gukesh as well because he loves mango.
Did you give me two?
Yes.
Sorry, I ate this, so this is Gukesh.
Yes, you better keep it away because Sagar is very dangerous.
I couldn't, since you kept it here, I was all the time looking at it. After finally 2 hours, I went out and ate it. Sorry.
Gukesh said in some interview that he loves mangoes as well. And I know it from him.
Yeah.
So
He might get one when he gets back.
Please take it.
Yeah.
yes,
Right.
I will. I promise you. I'm having dinner with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. So you are here for some more time.
Till 7 o'clock this evening.
Oh, nice. Great. Fred, we'll end the stream now here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you
And-
for hosting me.
Yes, it
Thank
was
you for
wonderful
being
to
here.
have
And
you. The
also
chat
thank you,
enjoyed.
Peter, for just stopping by And guys, Peter Heine Nielsen, the most famous or most successful chess trainer in the world, has helped Magnus become world champion on several occasions. Also worked with Vishy Anand for multiple years.
Sagar, would you like to join commentary sometime, Peter?
Amruta
at
asked,
any point
can
of
you
time?
join at some point in commentary if you have time, maybe in future?
If you ask, I will.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Great.
And
That would be
I
so.
wanted to stress, you said he helped Magnus become world champion. He also helped whom? Vishy become world champion.
Yes. So,
That's
so
why
I
got to
think
know him.
in between Magnus and Vishy, he has 8 world titles to his credit,
Oh my God.
which is just incredible. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Fred. Thank you, Peter, for
welcome.
being here. And we will just end the stream in a
Yes.
bit.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thanks, Fred. Thanks, Peter.
So cool. Kishori says he gives precious grandpa energy.
I'll
Absolutely.
see you.
Absolutely.
I don't know where. Dinner or
Some
what?
good.
He will be. I will come out there right now and then take you. I'll just
Sambuddha
end this.
says Frederic is a man who has never
He's
stopped
here.
loving chess.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Take me.
By the way, guys, I
Everybody
must
enjoyed.
also tell you that when I started writing my journey of becoming an author, Fred spent hours and hours helping me to become a better writer by correcting my English for many, many years. So, in a way, he has helped many, many people in the world of chess, including me, including Vishy Anand, including Gary Kasparov, um, now the youngsters, and so on. So an absolute legend is the right word for him. And we are actually honored to have him here. He also spoke about some stories, some amazing, his book, this chess metal which he has built, Harshit Bhai, something worth
People
trying.
said that they really enjoyed the stream today. Srijita says such a fun vibe today. I loved it. बहुत लोगों को मजा आया. People
भाई
enjoyed the
हर्षित
story.
भाई है तो मजा कैसे नहीं आएगा भाई. हर्षित भाई ओपी हो जाए दोस्तों
चिकना
चैट में.
राजा ओपी गाइस. ये तो वाइजन हाउस में तो यही नाम है.
But Amruta, yeah, crazy. I'm completely shocked
Stunned.
that Vincent won against
Stunned.
Magnus, and Magnus was very unhappy. He threw his heart rate monitor. He would test. He's going to come back tomorrow with complete force, going to try to equalize the match to the
Yeah, and
tiebreak.
also he's going to be white. Okay, so this is very, very realistic that we might get to see a tie break between both of them. But Vincent, he's different here in this tournament. He's very different. He's been able to keep that control. So I think he will manage to get a draw tomorrow.
Let's see. सब कुछ tomorrow पता चलने वाला है सागर भाई. What were your final impressions from today?
Bhai, I have only one last request to our chat that I would love for them to do, and that is, guys, I'm going to make a final request to you
अरे
कि भाई आज हम जाके हर्षित भाई के इंस्टाग्राम पे 8126 फॉलोअर्स से क्या हम 8,500 कर सकते हैं. Guys, do
Absolutely great request.
हाँ, if
मजा
you
आएगा.
Amrut, if you can just pin this link in replace
भाई
the
भेजो.
pin, मैं डालता हूँ chat में.
हाँ. And also, guys, if we get 84,000, we will dance, right, today? So we have 400 subscribers away.
नहीं वो अभी कल करेंगे अमृता. हाँ, सब
वो
कुछ
कल
एक
है
दिन
ना?
में डांस भी करो, ये भी
Stories
करो,
भी बताओ.
बुक भी बनाओ, फिर चेक मेटल भी सॉल्व करो, फिर हर्षित भाई को भी 8,500 लेके जाओ. इतना नहीं हो
सब
सकता है.
नहीं. Tomorrow, very important, Sagar. We should get Peter because Magnus versus Vincent will be very, very critical game. And I think it would be great to have his thoughts in the
Amruta,
opening, especially.
very present. Her presence of mind is amazing. She said, "Can we ask Peter to join?" And when we asked, Peter said, "Of course."
That would be great
That
actually.
was
If we
so nice.
have him and commentate with us, it will be amazing.
Guys, 8175 50 लोगों ने कर दिया. Guys, थोड़े और हो जाए. बस
इंस्टा पे नहीं हो क्या सब लोग? तुम कितने लोग हैं अपने पे?
अमृता,
4,000 people are
तुमने
watching.
रिप्लेस
किया
नहीं
ना?
किया.
किया ना
अरे thank
Thanks
you.
a lot, guys. I will be posting a lot of stuff
अरे
from
भाई
my
आप
Instagram.
डालो आज
डाले
भाई.
भाई स्टोरी अभी कल रिकैप भी आएगा थोड़ी टाइम में.
स्टोरी देखते क्या है भाई. अरे हर्षित भाई, गाइस ऐसा कंटेंट देखने के लिए भाई लेस बांधना सिर्फ नेक्स्ट टाइम. मेरा टेंशन यही यार.
अरे वीडियो पे गिर जाएगा तो क्लिप्स पे डालेंगे ना मजा
अरे
आएगा.
अरे 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 कंटेंट के लिए कुछ भी.
Done following Harshit bhai says BS.
let's go,
Wolf is saying
guys.
already following.
100
Thanks,
हाँ
guys.
वो एक
100 हो
प्रॉब्लम है
गया.
यार, हर्षित भाई को इतने लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं
वो
ऑलरेडी.
तो है तो.
अरे
पर बहुत लोग नहीं भी कर रहे.
Mrs. Hari says amazing guys, great stream today. क्या बात.
मजा आ गया. सागर भाई, tomorrow is going to be the epic day as Magnus will try to make a comeback and then we might have Magnus Vincent in tiebreakers. We might have Fabi Sindarov in tiebreakers. Gukesh का भी tiebreak हो सकता
अरे
है.
गुकेश कल क्लासिकल में ही जीत जाएगा भाई.
अरे अरे भाई.
हाँ, tomorrow the predictions would be of mine is Vincent draws with Magnus. Gukesh beats Naka.
आज ये बहुत सही हुआ ना अमृता.
What
Frederic
happened with
in the
Fabi?
in the full tense board, Frederic said, I think
Magnus
will take it.
और
And
फिर
then
बाद
भाई Vincent भाई ने बोला sorry.
I'm
इसने
still
क्या
here.
बोला?
It's insane. I've never seen
It's
Magnus
insane.
like go down against someone like Vincent, but Vincent is in just great shape in this
Yeah.
event.
He's in.
No,
By the
but
way,
what is your prediction tomorrow? I think.
मेरा तो
let's
prediction
go,
है कि
guys 8250. Let's go.
Thanks a
250
lot,
more
guys.
people to go.
सागर भाई तो मतलब करा के ही रहेंगे.
भाई छोड़ेंगे नहीं हम. भाई विंसेंट गया.
By the way, Namya says I tried chess Ranga. It was amazing. अरे Namya.
Oh, Vincent
क्या
is
बात है.
here.
हाँ भाई अभी अपन रुके विंसेंट भाई के
अरे,
लिए.
अरे,
भाई.
अरे.
एक फाइनल धमाका हो जाए, विंसेंट भाई आ जाए सिर्फ.
But of course, he's still playing tomorrow, so we will also understand if he wants to take some rest.
He left actually वहाँ पे.
Oh, he left. Okay.
Randomly कैसा?
इंटरव्यू कर सकते हैं ना फोन पे या नहीं?
He went like किसी को मिले वहाँ पे, फ्रेडरिक वगैरह से गया वहाँ पे.
हाँ रुको मैं
हाँ,
पूछता हूँ
Frederick
उसको.
है, हाँ, तो फिर-
ट्राई करते हैं ना. मैग्नस को हराया.
Magnus? Yeah.
नहीं मैग्नस को हराया है तो मे बी स्मॉल इंटरव्यू वुड बी.
Yes. Sagar bhai, quickly running to get Vincent's interview. I don't know if he will join. Maybe he will take it now and post it later. Abdusattorov bhai, you can join us in the meantime. Aa jao, Abdusattorov bhai. Please. Guys, the man behind the cameras, the man behind all the reels, songs, the one and only Abdusattorov bhai.
कहाँ पे देखा है?
Can you- वो देना उसको.
अरे आपका इंस्टाग्राम खुला है भाई. Let's go.
हेलो भाई, वो क्या ही नाकामुरा का रील इतना मस्त था ना, बढ़िया था. और वो गाना पहली बार सुना,
अरे
मजा आ गया.
नहीं बहुत ठंडी है भाई यहाँ पे. Thank you भाई. But I'm just.
Guys, Abdusattorov is basically recording all the videos here behind the scenes. सब कुछ ये कर रहा है Abdusattorov bhai. Today Vincent beat Magnus. What was happening? What was the reaction?
It was so tense. I think Magnus went down to 1 second or something. At some point, he was like, was there a blood? Like he was.
He made a blunder. Yeah, he made a blunder.
right? Yeah, I mean, we could see like he spotted that Vincent immediately. Then Magnus realized as well.
And after the game, like what was happening? Like was
Magnus was pretty upset.
Magnus was pretty
Yeah,
upset.
it was.
Yeah.
Pretty, but yes, Vincent was very happy. So it was very nice to see that. It was like 2 upsets in 2 days. Yesterday it was Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru losing. Also, Vincent also beat Firouzja. So Vincent upset कर रहा है Amruta. He's making
Yeah.
back-to-back upsets.
That's why I think normally is not like he plays some game and he has a very good result. But this one, he's like the whole tournament, the way he has been playing, it does feel that tomorrow he will not let it go. Plus, he has a nice, he has everyone, the support. Like there's Lekko, there's Sophie, there's Stephanie. So everyone's there. And it does make me feel that he will be beating Magnus. But Magnus, like it's very hard. Like I don't think I've ever predicted that Magnus will not make a comeback. Like it's the first time.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly. I
would
was
be
even
predicting it.
yeah, even I was surprised with a classical game. At least I thought Yeah.
Abu Dhabi just recently started playing chess, but now he's traveled to so many tournaments. He's understanding. The
Yeah,
expression.
उसका chess
some
understanding, but just
imbalancing
by
of
shooting
positions,
and
so-
editing ना games and everything
भाई
increase हो गया guys. उसका game देखना, game channel पे भी शायद कुछ
Guy,
है।
Abu Dhabi OP हो जाए यार. He's basically one of the core members of the CBI team here, na Amruta.
Absolutely, yaar. The whole shots, if you see most of them, like you remember them. You know, it has imprinted
Chat का है भाई?
emotions in your mind.
Chat तो ला रहे हैं.
अच्छा.
And Mrs. Hari saying great work. We enjoy the shots.
Yes, they love your work, Abu Dhabi.
Thank you, भाई. What is streamers event?
What is?
Who won Gukesh?
Stream.
Gukesh
Abu Dhabi
and
OP.
Hikaru
Abu Dhabi
drew, guys.
OP, everyone is saying.
अभी तो यार गाना गाओ. अरे भाई. Is Vincent coming to the stream?
We are
I don't
trying
know.
to get Vincent, but I don't know if he'll join us. But Sagar will try to take an interview of his. So even if he won't join us, maybe hopefully there will be an interview later that will be posted. Let's see, guys. He's still playing tomorrow, so still the players also need to take some rest and prepare Amruta because this is a big day for him, for Germany.
Absolutely. No, I don't think, and they don't sometimes want to get out of the zone. They can give an interview, but I don't think he'll come on the stream because also it's not the only one, right? First, whenever a chess player does 1 or 2 interviews, he's already wanting to go very quickly. Then you keep it very short if at all you meet him. ऐसा
Yeah,
रहता है.
अभी
absolutely.
तो भाई गुकेश से इंटरेक्ट करा करो थोड़ा. अरे भाई थोड़ा टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा है भाई. We will interact when the
हम
tournament
लोग
is over.
chess players को बीच में
हाँ,
discuss नहीं
during the
करते.
tournament,
That
I
is
don't
an
think-
important thing. Like we are here to cover. We
Yeah.
do our job. They do their job.
Just for 1 week. उसके बाद तो he'll also be.
Exactly.
Yeah,
One
थोड़ा-
week they're full focus. Then of course we can play some sports or something. But
What बीच में क्या बात करेंगे? Like
exactly,
just
they're
playing, so just
completely in the zone, and we
Yeah.
don't really want to bother them with by distracting.
Correct.
Guys, 8297, thanks a lot. 200
What-
more
what
and
is the
then
goal
we are
क्या है?
going to
Goal क्या
get
है?
8500.
Yo, wow, अरे भाई अरे 8299. Let's go भाई. Speed run.
Speed run. Refresh करोगे तो it's refreshing. We'll refresh in a bit.
Okay.
Harshit भाई crazy.
Who won? किस में भाई? अभी दिया भाई. Looks like Rocky भाई from KGF. अरे भाई. क्या?
Amruta, how
हर्षित
are
भाई
you in
versus
Mumbai?
अभी दिया.
What are your
What?
plans? How are you doing in Mumbai?
Yeah, I'm like just busy in commentary, and then there was like related with the Gukesh book. It's a lot more than just like the book, the contents, a lot of things around it. So I think just setting it all up, slow and steady, and it's
Did we tell them
almost
about the
getting
book?
done.
Sorry?
The book Amrita is
Yes.
okay.
Yes, this
Guys,
people
Amrita is
know that
working
we
very
are-
hard on the book for like couple of months, like sleepless nights, because it's like the first. It's the second book, but of course, this is like one of a kind. I think both Amrita, KTK, and I think Sagar have worked a lot on this
Absolutely.
because like it's about Gukesh, so everything has to be perfect.
Amruta, Sagar are working round the clock. We also have a big super chat by Joy Datta dropping in to say hi to my friends Sagar and Amruta. As the song says,
We don't
we
talk
don't talk anymore. It's been a
like
hell of a
we
day for a lot of
used
reasons.
to.
Absolutely. And hello to Harshit bhai as well. Hello. Thanks for the super chat. Amruta, it's
Oh,
long.
Joy
friend of
Datta,
yours, or-
arre, let's
Arre,
go.
Joy, after a long time, he has been a very consistent supporter always. And pandemic, though, definitely we all remember his messages, very nice messages, a lot of super chats, help just ko help kiya hai. So a big supporter. It's great to see you after a long time, by the way. And no, it's been busy. I think the book was a very interesting journey. Ketki worked like hell lot of hours. For that matter, of most important parts, and Sagar also worked a lot on that.
Amrita, were you able to shoot
We have
something?
to-
Were you able to shoot something
Well-
behind the scenes about how the book came into the picture?
I'll ask, because there was until a point there was Sagar was involved into
Yeah,
it more. After a point, I was involved into it more. So but आएगा तो मजा आएगा. अभिदया भाई ने जो हम लोग दिखाए, रिवील नहीं करेंगे, बट जो पोस्टर बनाया ना गाइस, मतलब तोड़ दिया है. ऐसा
Abhidya
है.
bhai is of course one of the
Crazy है,
best
crazy.
photo shooter.
भाई एक फोटो आज मैंने
editor.
लिया भाई. आई थिंक देखा नहीं किसी ने. मैं दिखाता
Oh,
हूँ
some
भाई.
exclusive content.
अरे एक्सक्लूसिव नहीं. Yes, exclusive. This I couple
Wow.
of pictures of this Magnus is.
Can you show the camera? Wow.
Wow.
By this, like, he's looking at the camera only. मेरे को ही देख रहा था.
Oh wow,
Oh,
Me and the
too good, man.
crazy.
Too good. Very cool.
Abu Dhabi, of course,
आंखों
shooting
में
some great
तेरी
content.
अजब सी
अरे okay,
अदाएं
okay.
हैं। Sorry,
अरे
भाई।
किसने तो बोला था अबे
रह
भाई
गया भाई,
गाओ
sorry,
तो
emotions।
फिर वो गा ही लिए
Guys, बहुत मजा आया आज. Today was the first day of semi-finals. Just to recap what happened today. Gukesh drew against Hikaru with black. Fabiano also drew his game against Sindarov. Firouzja was much worse but managed to defend himself against Abdusattorov. But of course, the talk of the hour has been about Vincent Keymer defeating Magnus Carlsen today with the white pieces, which means Magnus has to come back tomorrow and defeat Vincent on demand.
Yes, he has to win. There's no other option.
No other option. नहीं तो फिर he will be out of the semi-finals. Abu Dhabi.
He has to fight for third or fourth, right?
Yes. What are
Between
your
who
predictions?
wins between I mean, yeah,
Yes.
Abdusattorov and am I right?
Firouzja.
Firouzja, yeah.
Crazy.
Wow, it's getting
खाना
intense
कैसा है
actually.
अबे खाना कैसा है उधर?
Khana, it's very good.
वेज में
It's just 2 Michelin stars, so I was expecting
Must-
3. Nahin bhai. It's actually very good. Today is Indian night. Actually, did you know, Harshit bhai?
What?
Yes.
Oh, Are you know, yes, they have every day
Yeah.
special cuisine, right? So Indian night pe last year, it was all like everything was finished by the end of
Wow,
it. Like
guys.
everybody loves the Indian food over
Wow.
Yeah.
Guys, फटाफट 8500 करो मतलब we can go and eat. Sagar bhai already left us, so we need to
there.
quickly
Guys,
go.
we are here. Please, Harshit's Instagram.
Guys, please.
Just follow him. Very, very cool content. Plus, at some point, he's gonna be doing your push-ups also before he leaves from Weisenhouse. तो वो सिर्फ जो फॉलो करे उनको देखने को मिलेगा. By the way, Abhilya, can you speak something in Kannada with the audience?
ಯಾರು ಕನ್ನಡದವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರಪ್ಪ
अरे अरे अरे.
ಹೆಂಗೆ
क्या होते और बोलो बोलो.
ಯಾರು ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಮೃತ ನಿಂಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರ್ತದಾ ಬಾಯ್ ಅರ್ಗೆ
He's asked something. Cannot
ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಓ
understand.
ಶಶಾಂಕ್ ಅಶ್ವಥ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಪ್ಪ ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ
Oh.
ಓಯ್ ತುಂಬಾ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ನಾನು ಇದು
ಅರ್ರೆ.
ಓ ಜೈ ಡಿ ಬಾಸ್ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸಾರಿ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕಣಪ್ಪ ನೀನ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ಯಾ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬ್ರೋ ಆರಾಮ ಓ ಸನತ್ ಮೇ
Okay, Amruta.
I just convert this to just in Kannada. I think
Yes, maybe we
Oh,
can
so
start
many
with India Kannada.
ಗುರು ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಮಾತಾಡಿ
Abu Dhabi का अभी चालू हो गया है
भाई मैं
Amruta.
पागल हो गया भाई
I think कि we'll stop today. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll see
But
what happens
मजा
for
आया.
day 2 for
Yes,
semi-finals.
guys. This is very much fun, and I think after a long time we had Kannada on our stream. So
ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್
all of
ನಮ್ದೆ.
you who could understand, you had a good time, I could guess. But I don't think Vincent is joining us, so we will continue with the stream tomorrow. Very critical whether Magnus will strike back. He will be the must-win situation against Vincent
Yes.
Keymer, and Gukesh with the white pieces against Nakamura. Can he break him or not?
Guys.
These two definitely. And what happened to Sindarov's result? I wanted to ask you.
Draw.
Harshit.
Draw. It's a draw.
Draw.
Ah,
It's actually a pretty good
okay.
result. I mean, for Sindarov, I
Yeah.
think he's playing
Draw
so
with
good
black.
against.
Very good.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
guys, everything is going to happen tomorrow. We'll see you guys at the same time. Bye bye.
Shubharatri.
End करती हूँ.
कर दिया?
Guys, हो रहा है.
I'll do it. 1 second. मेरे को पता नहीं था.
I'll do it, Amruta.
क्या
1 second.
ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
अच्छा है मिल गया. Don't worry. करूँ?
Okay.
Yes, ಮಾಡಿ
Not miss. Super chat.